Adventure Tale, Below the Depths, Episode 4, Undersea Encounter. The breath slowly being drained from her body, bubbles come out of Penelope's mouth. Derek, with a desperate expression on his face, he sees one of the orca whales, the one that's hit Penelope, and swims, throwing himself through the water and at the beast with his arms halfway around it, a loud, muffled, "Save her!" coming from Derek. Spencer, since he's closer than you are, sheaths his rifle and swims towards Penelope. He grabs her artificial gill, then nods to Lee and places her arm around his shoulder. Glancing around the undersea battlefield, you can tell there's 4 orca whales in total. 2 directly in front and above you, blocking the path back towards the St. Texas. The other 2 are circling around for another attack, and they'll be here in a few. Spencer looks to you, the squad leader, then motions to Penelope, then down at a shrine-looking building on the sea floor. After that, he motions to you and Derek, then to the 2 orca whales, one of which is about to launch an attack at you as you see it swimming towards you. Through your experience together on various missions, you can understand that his underwater signals he's giving you to mean that of retreating to a likely underwater pocket with Penelope as you and Derek buy them time to escape.
Guys, retreat, retreat. We'll handle this up here. We'll distract them.
Derek looks over to you and nods his head while Spencer swims down below with Penelope, and as he swims away, you can see him out of the corner of your eye take his artificial gill from his own mouth and places it on Penelope. Lee and Derek, however, you guys are not so safe as the orca whale launches itself through the water towards you. While out of the corner of your eye, you also can see that Derek loses control of the orca whale in his arms and lets go. Now with the siren entrusted to the gecko, the salamander and the mud puppy enter a conflict with the orca whales. Roll for initiative. With Lee rolling a nat 20, Orca Whale 2, the one that's charging at you, rolls a 13. Orca Whale number 1, the one that Derek charged, rolled a 6, and Derek himself rolls a 3. The Orca Whale in front of you, I'm going to label as number 2. Derek's, the one that he's battling, is number 1. Lee's rifle and slingshot are able to work underwater due to the special equipment issued to them by the world government. Top of the initiative order, Lee, it's your turn. What do you do?
I'm going to take out my slingshot, fire it at the one charging. There was one charging at me, correct? Right
yeah,
now.
One's currently swimming towards you.
Derek, you get the one charging at you. I'll get this one. I'm just gonna shoot at the one charging at me.
Okay, roll to hit with your rifle and slingshot. Your slingshot doesn't do as much damage, but it can be used as a bonus action. Okay,
13, 18. So rifle and slingshot.
Yeah, they have a pretty low AC, but they have a high HP. So they can take a lot of hits, but it's pretty easy to hit them. Okay, so 18 damage from the rifle and 9 damage. That's 27. Top of the initiative order, Lee takes his turn. You're going to hit both of your attacks, shooting with your rifle underwater and your slingshot. Both deal damage, together dealing 27 damage, but the whale just keeps moving. Turn initiative passing over to the orca whale, number 2. It's going to use its action to ram you with its head, and then a bonus action to use tail whip. Both attacks have a saving throw or an effect happens, and with your armor class of 11, it's going to roll to hit. 16, hitting you with its large head, dealing 1d30. 25 damage. Bonus action is going to roll to hit using its large tail. This time it rolls a 9. It hits you with its large head, dealing 25. Its bonus action, it rolls to hit, rolling a 9 with its large tail. You're able to block or dodge this attack, but you still need to roll a con saving throw to not be stunned from the hit from the head. Stunned just means that when it attacks again, it has advantage. You're stunned by this, so what this just means, you can still attack and do all your stuff, but what it means is next time when it attacks again, it's going to have advantage against you, and you automatically fail dexterity saving throws and strength saving throws. The large orca whale swimming through the water rams you with its head and then attempts to hit you with its tail, but you're able to do you want to block or dodge, like try to swim out of the way, or just
I'm gonna try and swim out of the way.
Yeah, you swim out of the way just in time, but your head feels kind of woozy as you feel stunned by the ram attack. Now over to the other orca's turn. It's going to attack Derek, doing the same thing that it did against you, rolling to hit against Derek's AC. 3, the ram missing Derek, dodging just in time, but it's caught off guard by the tail as it whips him with a 19. It deals 18 to Derek, and the tail whip, instead of stunning, it does cause him to be thrown back if the check is failed. but he has to roll to see if he succeeds on the check, which is a 12, which is good enough. He does not get thrown backwards. He's not thrown back as he succeeds on the saving throw. On his turn, Derek's turn, he's going to move his hand in the water, motioning to you, hand signals that you understand as the experienced leader, motioning down to Spencer and Penelope, heading to the shrine below, and then to you as the orca whales are in front of you. You understand him to be asking how much time the two of you would need to buy for them. And as you look down, as you look at the orcas, you can tell it'll only take another 2 more rounds before they're safely in the shrine below.
Just a little bit longer. They're almost down there.
He nods his head back. He takes his turn, striking back at the orca whale that attacked him. Using these you haven't seen before, he uses 2 gauntlets on his fists. They accelerate in the water. He hasn't used these before because they're specifically only within the water. These gauntlets are rather unique and used by him. They were issued from the world government specifically to the mud puppy. Rolling to hit, they give him a +2 and +2 d5 damage. A 17, breaking the armor class of the orca whale in front of him and punching him in the jaw for 2d10 plus 2d5. 31. You see. Okay, so using the gauntlets, he accelerates them in the water, punching the orca whale a couple times, dealing 31 damage. And at the end of the round, the other 2 orcas are 1 round closer to you, as well as Penelope and Spencer being 1 round closer to safety. The orca whale in front of you, they're now speaking. The one fighting you says, "Fishman's supposed to be friends with orca." The one fighting Derrickson says, "Other fishermen say humans dangerous."
No one's dangerous. We're part of the Navy. We're here on a mission. Just let us go. Let us be safe. We won't have to fight anymore.
Is this a persuasion? You want to persuade them to stop?
Yeah.
As orca whales, I'm going to say that just inherently you get disadvantage on this just because of their like enraged state. But you still can try this. 2. Okay. They're unaffected by this. Actually, you kind of anger them a little bit. You lie! It's Lee's turn again. But you can see that both orca whales seem rather healthy. You're still floating in the water.
Alright, I'll roll to attack the guy that just hit me. 8 and 3.
So the first roll I'm going to say is your main attack, your rifle. You do actually land your hit with the 8. You do not land the hit with the slingshot. So I'm going to give you roll damage 1d40 on the rifle.
26.
26, nice. So you land your hit with the rifle once again, and it seems to have it shake a little bit. But it's still moving towards you. As your turn passes, the orca whale is going to do the same thing it did last round. Its action to ram you and its bonus action to use tail whip. It misses you with its ram, but catches you with its tail whip this time. So it's going to roll 2d15 damage from the tail.
Oh, don't I instantly lose because I'm stunned or whatever?
Right. It gets another hit here to attempt another 2d20. Let me see. So it does actually hit you with its ram attack due to the stun. So I would say you're still weary from your first attack, and due to that, you're hit by the ram again and the tail whip. 40 damage from both hits. So 18 and 22. And now roll me a... Oh, wow. So you're actually thrown backwards here because you automatically fail due to the stun. Yeah. So you're thrown backwards. Derek can see you out of the corner of his eye, flying backwards in the water. And he's going to look at you, and he's going to give you eyes that ask, "Are you okay?"
No, I'm not okay.
Yeah, you fly backwards. It's back to the Orca 1, and it's attacking Derek. So it's going to roll to hit him, using its action to ram and bonus action to use tail whip. They hit its ram, but miss its tail whip this time. 12 to the mud puppy. And he's going to roll a con save, and he fails with a 6. For this upcoming round, attacks on him are going to have advantage. You're not stunned anymore. That was just for 1 round. But him next round will be stunned. Derek is spinning. His head seems to be bobbing until he gets his act together, and he goes in for another attack on the orca whale. And he swings his gauntlets, a +2 to hit and +2d5 damage, rolling to hit, a 16. He decks the orca whale with the good old 1-2, dealing 2d10 plus 2d5. Only 14 damage. Using the rest of his movement, though, he's gonna move back towards you, seeing that you flew backwards. You guys haven't needed to use your movement, but now he uses movement to swim towards you, and he makes signs with his hands. Firstly, to see if you're okay.
I've been better. I think they're safe.
And as you look around, you see Penelope and Spencer are almost to the shrine. They're not quite there yet.
Never mind, they're almost there.
He's going to make signs as well, and these signs are going to see like a combo attack if you want a combo attack with him. Just like back on the Pasilantic mission. The same combo attack that nearly got you eaten by those sharks, but helped you get out of that situation.
Let's do it.
So doing a combo attack next turn means that you're going to skip your turn, but you move on Derek's turn, and then both of you will get advantage from working together.
Yeah.
The other orca whales are now 1 round away at this point. So too are Spencer and Penelope, who are almost to safety. The orca you're fighting, humans use tools to capture us. The orca whale that Derek was fighting, humans from Big Island.
We're part of the Marines. We don't use tools to capture animals. We are the animals.
Top of the initiative order, it's once again your turn. You see that both the orca whales have taken damage so far. They're roughly a little bit more than half HP at this point. I'll say once again, do you want a combo attack with Derek? If so, your turn is skipped and we move to the orcas.
Yeah, we'll do the combo.
Okay, so Orca 2 is going to attack. It's going to roll to hit. Rushing through the water, swimming. Wow, 8 and a 2. Misses both of its attacks. Orca 1 is going to attack Derek, however. Rolling to hit. Also missing both of its attacks somehow. That's like 4 d20s. The two of you are ducking and dodging out of the way from these attacks until it comes up to Derek's turn. But Derek was also stunned, so I didn't actually roll for that, so they get a bonus chance to hit him. 2 and a 6 again? What the f... Okay, I guess you guys aren't getting hit this round.
Even stunned, he still dodges.
How is he dodged? He's still stunned. Anyway, the both of you somehow together are able to dodge out of the way from both the tail whips of these creatures and the rams swimming out of the way. Derek motions with his hands for you to get ready and grab his hand.
I've got him.
You grab his hand, and as you do, the first gauntlet turns on, and the two of you start spinning in the water.
Woohoo!
Rotation after rotation builds up quite quickly until Derek engages the second gauntlet, and the two of you fly towards your targets. You launching towards your orca, and Derek launching towards his. Both of you gaining an advantage to attack and deal blows on the orca whales, as you're right above them in the water and in direct line to hit them. Roll to hit with your rifle. Derek's gonna roll to hit as well. A 16.
All right, I got a 12.
Which is good. I mean, they have a low AC. And he's going to deal 1d40. Both of you are going to deal 1d40. So roll that. Derek deals 25 to his orca. 32 damage to your orca. You can tell they're really, I wouldn't say really low. You can tell that they're within their last 1/3 of HP at this point. They're getting shot a lot. Having done damage to both the orca whales, I imagine you'd want to use the rest of your movement to back up and begin heading back to the shrine as Penelope and Spencer are now heading into the shrine.
Yeah.
So moving backwards, I imagine you want to tell Derek to follow.
Derek, let's move back. They're in the shrine now.
He nods to you and follows you as you swim. Now the orcas have finally arrived, back up for the enemy. The ones you've been fighting are now quite low. You haven't killed them, but any more rounds of attacking could kill them, however. With another 2, they take charge, and those new ones beginning to chase you. And I imagine you swim towards the shrine at full speed. The two of you are swimming, getting chased by these orcas. You look behind you, and they're right there.
Hurry, hurry.
The two members of the Vortex Squad not visible, as you believe they're now headed in, Spencer and Penelope. And you, hot on your tail, the orcas chase you all the way to the shrine, and as you enter, if you turn around, you see that they're not following you inside, as they're too big to fit in the entrance.
That's what you get.
And the two orcas speak. Protectors home. Do not enter. It seems to
What do you mean by that?
I'm going to have you roll another persuasion to see if you can ask them why they're not allowed inside. Yeah, let's see, depending on your roll, how much they would tell you. Nothing, okay.
Nothing.
So they go, not allowed inside. And that's all you get from them.
Fine. As I want to swim deep and try and find Penelope and...
So, as you swim back into the shrine, entering this undersea temple, both of you are still underwater as you're floating above the stairway. Entering the room with Derek, the two of you see two passageways. One long passageway submerged in the water, and another to your left that leads up and out of the water. Remembering that Penelope is injured, it's likely that Spencer would want to take her out of the water to treat her.
So we'll go that way.
Derek follows you as you head out of the water and stepping up onto the surface, feeling gravity once again hit you. As the two of you surface through the passage, you're in now a large room with 4 pillars in the middle of the room with a pool of water in the middle. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see Penelope leaning up against one of the pillars, barely conscious. Spencer standing over her. He's leaning over to check on her, tending to her wound that she took as she attempts to wave him off. Yeah. Ugh. Good battle. Glad to see you're okay, Siren. Derek comes out of the water right next to you, and the two of you are slowly starting to walk over to the other side of the room.
Well, it'll hurt after that. Those orcas don't have any chill.
You seem to have been talking with them. What were they saying?
Protectors, home, no entry, can't enter. I don't remember. I'm hurt.
It's alright. That was quite the battle, Lee. Anyway, I haven't gotten to use these gauntlets in a while since our last mission.
Yeah, I saw you over there dodging all of the attacks.
You too.
Me too.
Up until that last.
Anyways, they said something about this being the protectors, and they can't enter. I tried to ask what that meant, and they just said we can't enter, so we might want to hurry up and get out of here.
Well, let's at least regroup with everyone. And as the two of you regroup, Spencer walks away as you guys enter. He's walking towards the inside of the shrine wall, so just a few steps away. You stand next to Penelope as she looks up to you as she's leaning against the pillar. I'm sorry for being a liability. My mind wasn't there. It won't catch me off guard next time.
It's not your fault. I should have known these orcas were dangerous.
You remember the reason she was hit is because you led your squad towards the orca whales, causing all of them to be subjected to evasive maneuvers.
And I led us toward them. I should be the one to blame. I should have known better.
Yeah, don't be so hard on yourself. You're able to speak with them. They should have listened.
Very true, but I could only say so much that they'll listen to.
I'm okay, Lee. Just a little banged up. That water, she's coughing up water, just needs to get out of my system.
We're lucky this shrine was down here.
Yeah, there's some undersea pockets of air around the world, whether it be a shrine like this or a cave. Spencer calls over to you. Lee, I found something interesting over here.
What is it?
Spencer stands at the large wall while you're talking with Derek and Penelope, who's leaning against the pillar. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll stay with her. You go on ahead. Which is only like maybe 20 feet. It's like you're still within talking distance of them with Spencer. It's just like, yeah, go over there. I'd imagine you head over there. And as you're approaching, it comes into a clear picture. And as you gaze upon a large mural in front of you, a fishman stands triumphantly over the body of a human. To your right, many other fishmen cheer in this mural. To the left, a beast unlike any other, a sea king, threateningly in the water. It looks as if it has 8 tentacles, a kraken. In the fishman's hand, it looks to be a sea conch. Spencer stares to the mural and then back at Lee, who's the only fishman in the room. Does this mean anything to you? To be resumed. Last time on Age of Darkness, Romance Twilight. The crazed laughter of Riverstone and the cries of Angel ringing throughout the night, Thomas leaves alongside A7 to attempt a rescue of the innocent child. This leaves our delinquent to end up sprinting throughout the forest of Las Pozas in the dead of night, with Riverstone leading a group of moonlight pirates to chase after him. After a close call with the Psycho, Thomas finds himself back at the hideout, where he meets up with a rattled A7 who explains why he couldn't save Angel. All the while, Monroe works away on the final upgrade to the Dawn's hull. After retrieving the final materials, Monroe and Bethany work together to complete the bomb. Meanwhile, Thomas trains with Armando, otherwise known as B4. The morning comes and the Libre Luce, along with these pirate misfits, get ready for the festival. Thomas informs his crew that whatever happens, the priority is to take down the Terra Incarnate. Alice rallies the Alliance, and together they set out. Thomas leaves with the ground team, after loading his one and only Seastone bullet into the chamber of his gun. Monroe and Bethany show the Libre Luce around the Dawn and how to operate the ship. Soon, the Dawn sets sail and the ground team make a detour throughout the sewers, knocking out many Moonlight pirates along the way and stealing their outfits. With an hour left until execution, Thomas makes his way throughout the crowd, blending in as a Moonlight pirate. Bethany and Monroe bring in the Dawn as close as they can for Monroe to see with spyglass what's going on, while keeping the ship far away enough to not be seen, also catching a glimpse of a commotion going on underneath the water of the ship. Only 30 minutes left and Sabrina in sight. The bomb doesn't go off, and Riverstone steps out into the top of Terra Incarnate. He talks about how the Libre Luce have been tracked down to the forest of Las Posas, then gives Sabrina a chance to say her final words. Acting fast, the Dawn charges in full sail towards the Terra Incarnate, unleashing a mortar shot, distracting Riverstone just long enough for an arrow to pierce his arm, dropping the hatchet. Meanwhile, Alice and Thomas move throughout the crowd. Alice gives a speech pleading with the citizens of Lost Camp to join their cause, only for the Dawn to ram into the side of the Terra Incarnate, giving a rise for discord among the citizens to flee in fear. The ground team make an assault on the Terra Incarnate, boarding the deck after a barrage of cannon fire is traded between the ships, causing the Dawn to disengage, only to be met with George's flagship, the Vine. Back on the Terra Incarnate, after failing to push Riverstone into the water, Thomas meets the man behind the curtain, Antonio Kenway. Only Thomas and Sabrina are able to withstand the presence of his conqueror's hockey. With everyone else either dazed or unconscious, Kenway goes on to question about the clan of D, and the two exchange words. Kenway instigating Thomas, speaking of his former mentor, Shane Villeneuve, and of his former captain, Tess. This enrages Thomas as he draws his swords, watching as Kenway transforms into his hybrid form. Thomas attempts to attack, but is immediately kicked into the side of the railing of the Terra Incarnate. Kenway now standing above him, ready to strike. The Dawn collides with the Vine, revealing to Monroe the man in the opposing crow's nest, Lawliet. He's expressing sorrow as he aims down the barrel of his rifle, ready to fire at Monroe. Now, Lawliet rolls with disadvantage to hit Monroe. 2 and a 6, using the 2 on a disadvantage roll to hit Monroe. The disadvantage from the Dawn just having crashed into the ship, it's hard to aim. Monroe rolls an 8 on a D14, dealing 94 damage to the Vine from the collision. The bullet swerves past Monroe, whizzing past your head. You can hear from the other side, "It's nothing personal, gorilla." The sound of a rifle reloading. "Kenway has me by the metaphorical balls here." The sound of a clicking gun is heard. What do you do?
Monroe is going to jump out the crow's nest down onto the deck of the ship.
You jump down from the crow's nest onto the deck of the ship. It's not enough damage to inflict falling damage. Monroe,
all right.
Bethany sees you. He goes, "Monroe, what's going on? Why you jump down here?"
It's Lawliet. He's back.
Lawliet? Who's Lawliet? Remember that Bethany wasn't with you during that battle.
He may or may have not had something to do with my capture.
Oh, yeah. Well, if he's helping George, this is going to be a tougher fight than we thought. Another shot rings past Monroe, missing. I'm going to use the same roll twice.
David, get the mortar. Get ready to shoot at the Terra Incarnate.
Fire! The mortar comes down. I'm going to roll to hit. With a 9, it does not hit. It hits close. Okay. Save.
Rosa, get everyone to shoot the cannons.
Get ready to fire!
And I'm going to look at Bethany, and I'm going to tell him and be like, "Bethany, get ready to board their boat."
All right, you said it. We're dead in the water if we don't fight back. Get the men ready to board! Bethany ducks from a shot coming in his direction as well. And Bethany is grabbing the Dawn, and he pulls, like, as close as he can to the Vine so that this shot does not miss. Like, you don't even have to roll for it. You just roll damage. Okay. Bethany the ship sliding, like, how do I put this? Like, as a car, when you drive a car and you're up against a railing, sliding, yeah. Like, the ship slids against the Vine. Fire!
It's a total of 11 damage, dude. I got some shit rolls.
The fire goes down. All right, now that we fired this round, Monroe, they're going to be looking to capitalize. They're about to fire back. Should we board now, while they're reloading?
Of course. We're going to abandon the cannons, and we're all heading to the Vine.
All
Alright, everyone, get ready to board! We can't support the ground team with George on our asses. Bethany, he's gonna call over to you in the space while everyone's getting ready to board right before the vine is about to shoot. You guys can hear as they're reloading, they're singing. Just like before. It looks like they're dancing a little bit. We take it day by day. The jungle pirates working together, handing each other cannonballs. If you want it, you're gonna bleed. The warriors of Toroa, you're looking over, right? Onto the other ship. They're handing over. And the warriors of Toroa seem to be standing out of the way of the jungle pirates. They're each in their own outfits, so you can tell which is which. It's the price you pay. The sounds of cannon fire aboard, a roar once again. Bethany's calling to you as they're reloading, like about to fire on you. Monroe, before we jump on there, you need to know that George is a conniving one. Leave it to me. His crew kidnapped a friend of mine, and I need to ask him where she is, motioning to his axe. But if you happen to cross him, be careful. You never know what that guy has in store.
Alright, sounds good to me.
And then a fire. It's the price you pay. The cannon's now loaded. George steps into view just out of range near the helm. Welcome to the jungle. Over the chorus of singing, George is seen smiling with a smirk. The sounds of gunfire roar as the Dawn takes 10d4 damage, dealing 24 damage to the Dawn, bringing the total damage up to 90. You guys have 110 hull left. Now! Bethany yells out onto the ship. He's raising his axe. And the 8 members of the Libere Luce, they're either going to swing or jump on ropes over to the other vessel, with a couple using the plank that Bethany showed them. With the smoke in the air from the cannons, it's hard for you to see now as the cannons, hit you. It's hard for you to see what's going on aboard the Vine as the Libere Luce go over there until you get there yourself. Bethany yells over to you, how do you gotta go over there? As DM, I'll say you can use 2 skills to get aboard there, or you can go across the plank, but you won't get a surprise round on these guys. George won't expect us to board. He thinks he's stronger than us. We're gonna have to run. Haha. We're not gonna run. You can roll acrobatics to swing across on the rope, or you can use strength, kick off of the Dawn's railing to just jump over.
I'll go over to the railing on the boat that's like near theirs, and I'll use like an athletics to like kick off of the boat and jump onto theirs.
You kick off and you're jumping onto theirs.
Yeah, so it's an 11.
With an 11, you make it across really well, and you gain a surprise round. Yeah, you gain a surprise round along with everyone else. So, cool. Bethany, he rolls. He's going to use strength to roll as well. A nat 20. So he's going to try and jump on George. He's going to jump, try to get near the stairs. Rolling a nat 20 to jump on a strength check to jump across. Bethany lands on the vine, bringing his axe down onto a nearby jungle pirate. It's not actually George, but he's near the stairs. He slashes him, dealing 1d30, 25 damage to the jungle pirate, causing him to fall backwards, and he's clutching his wound. Now aboard the Vine, you look around. 6 jungle pirates and 6 warriors of Toroa on the deck of the Vine, with more sounds of people below deck. You don't know how many are below deck, but you hear something. 2 warriors of Toroa wielding a gun, 2 wielding a sword, 2 wielding whips. The forces of the Libere Luce are all armed with a gun and sword that you helped them equipping them from the Dawn's extra arsenal, but proficient in hand-to-hand fighting if it comes down to it. Together, you have 8 of them on board. With Lawliet in the crow's nest the last time you've seen him, and George near the helm, currently the enemy forces number in the 14, with an unknown amount below deck. You don't know how many are below. The battle aboard the Vine is currently a 10v14 in favor of the Moonlight Jungle Warrior Empire over the Rebel Pirate Alliance. So, roll for initiative. First up, the Jungle Pirates and the Warriors of Toroa, both rolling nat 20s, will be going first. The Jungle Pirates have the home field advantage, so I'm going to give them over the Warriors of Toroa. Third up is George with a 15. Fourth up is Lawliet with a 12. 5th up is Monroe with an 11. 6th is the Libere Luce with a 6. And bringing up the rear is our crew's Bethany with a 4. And this first round of combat, the Jungle Pirates and the Warriors of Toroa, including their leaders, are unable to move due to surprise. They can still talk and interact with you guys due to it being a story. Do you have a good idea of the surroundings? I want to make sure that you kind of understand where everyone is. Okay,
so I'm on the side of the ship because I jumped from side to side, and then Bethany jumped into the front of the stairs that lead up to George.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the Libere Luce are coming from the front.
Yeah, they're kind of with you guys, spread out. And I'd imagine the Warriors of Toroa and the Libere Luce, having just fired on you guys, are close to you, but basically they're all around you. They're all around the top of the ship.
So, like, wait, we have to move to get to them, essentially?
What the way movement is, I'm gonna say from one side of the ship to the other side of the ship is one round of movement. So you can, like, in one turn, you can move from the very front of the ship to the very back of the ship, but that's all of your movement.
So from where everybody is standing, do any of the Libre Luce have a shot on Lawliet since he's up in the crow's nest?
No. The crow's nest is too high and it's too covered. Like, imagine it as a big bowl of soup.
Yeah.
It's sticking out of the top. He can aim down and he can try and fire on you guys, but he can just, come back into cover if he wants. The jungle pirates is skipped due to surprise. In the middle of reloading cannons, they turn and go, "What the hell?" The warriors of Tiroa skipped. They look at the boarding party. They boarded us? George is seen near the helm. He's surprised as well. He can't take his turn. This is rather rash, Beth. I don't know much about an Emperor of the Sea, but even I know if she finds out you're participating in this battle, however low in her ranks you were, she'll spare you no expense to hunt you down. Bethany stands his ground. He can see him up near the poop deck, looking him in the face on the other side. I know more than anyone what Shang is capable of. George gives a scoff. Still, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here now. All those years you terrorized Coral Town and I did nothing. Fear of being found, but not anymore. Lawlet's turn is skipped as well. You can hear up from the crow's nest, "You darn crazed gorilla, you really jumped on over here." Monroe, you can't see him. His voice rings out from the crow's nest. "If I hadn't bought you from that slave trader, I might not be caught up in all this nonsense." With the turn initiative now over to Monroe, you can hear many more voices coming from below deck. There's a warrior of Tiroa in front of you wielding a sword. He can't attack you, but he is like within striking range of you.
Can I move to like where like the crow's nest is? Like how much movement is that?
You can. Like, you have to climb up to the rat rope, so you'd have to like roll an.
Can I climb the pole that the crow's nest is built on top of?
I feel like that would be a tougher roll than just using the rat rope. So
yeah, but then he can't just shoot me when I'm on the rope because I'd be under him.
It's a tough call. I say yes, but it would be tough to climb. You can't climb it easily.
Fine, I'll climb the rope. I'll climb it.
You run over the rope, and you're gonna start climbing the rope.
Yes. So can I climb the rope in one turn, or is the movement there all night?
Depending on how well you roll. It's okay, like how high you get. 3? Nah, you're climbing. You're trying to climb the rope, and you're like fiddling with the rope. You didn't really get up very high. You got up like 2, and you need like 30. Turn initiative moving to Libre Luce. They start to engage on the forces of the jungle pirates and the warriors of Tiroa, each of them rolling to hit, and only 2 of them missing. Together they deal 76, I'm going to round up to 80, divided into 10 across 8 enemies, with one of the warrior of Tiroa able to not get hit.
You did give all the Libre Luce advantage because it's surprise round, right?
They gain advantage, and I'm going to say they deal how much more damage? 2.
Wow. So instead of 80, we'll keep it at 80.
Bethany's turn. Who's up? Monroe! He sees you trying to climb. I'm going to make a play for George. Ending him means ending this early. He's going to run towards the helm. With a jungle pirate with a gun in the way, he attacks. Mountains roar! Swinging his axe with one hand at the enemy, as if it were a fan blowing the enemy away. He's gonna roll to hit. With a 9, he does break and deal 29 damage to this jungle pirate, knocking him into the railing. He'll make a saving throw. I mean, it is just an NPC. I don't want to spend too much time on it. To not get thrown off, and with an 11, he's not thrown off the ship, but instead just pushed into the railing and a slash across his arms. Ugh. Get out of my way. So he had to make his action to attack, and he's trying to move up to George, but the guy was in his way, so he's going to have to move up on his next turn. Meanwhile, aboard the Terra Incarnate, Kenway, having gained the surprise round, it was used to catch Thomas off guard with a quick kick. Using the surprise round, he used his movement to close the distance on Thomas and attempts to attack using a legendary action. 14. Breaking armor class and dealing 3d10. 23 damage. The claw slashing across your chest, or not claw, it's like a hoof, slashing across your chest, bringing you down to 84 HP. And after a quick slash across the chest from the attack of Kenway, he stands above you. Time to see if you live up to the name of D. Roll for initiative. First up is Thomas D. Lau with a 14. Second up is the Libre Luce with a 12. Third up is Riverstone with an 11. Fourth up is the Moonlight Pirates with a 9. Fifth up is Sabrina with an 8. Sixth is Kenway with a 6. Remember that he is a legendary action, so he can literally attack if he wants to on your turn and stuff. And lastly, 7th is Alice with a 3. Aboard the Terra Incarnate is the Libere Luce and the Moonlight Pirates. You see out of the corner of your eye the man known as Riverstone of the Black Marble, Dread of the Moonlight Pirates. He's in the process of pursuing a fleeing Sabrina who's caught up to her sister in Alice. She's currently working on the cuffs and will attempt to roll on her turn to unlock them. The rest of the Moonlight Pirates are around, weary, but attempting to wake up their unconscious allies. Same for the Libere Luce. Remember that 4 of them are down. Now, at the top of the initiative, Thomas has faced many challenges until this point, each one more difficult than the last. But no challenge you faced compares in the presence of this monster. You know, whether you like to admit it or not, that if you make the wrong play here, it just might not end with someone else's death, it could end in your own. You lay slashed on the deck of the Terra Incarnate with a railing at your back and the goat man just before you, having just attacked. Remember that his legendary action can only be used once per round, and with the previous being used during the last round, meaning it's once more online. The 2 of you stand near the front left part of the ship. Thomas's turn. What do you do?
Well, Kenway, you want to see if I live up to the name? How's this? And I just straight up attack him.
Roll to hit. Let's go. Both of you roll a 3. The crew stands together, as Thomas would say. Thomas DeLau attempts to attack with his sword. Kenway catching the sword with his hand. Thomas tries to hit with the other sword, I'd assume, at this point, getting caught by the other hand. Thomas DeLau, is this all you can do?
It's just a warm-up.
Mortar fire comes down next to the Terra Incarnate and splashing the water. Kenway turns and looks over. The battle going on over there. And he looks back over to you.
Me and my boys, we always cause trouble.
With the turn initiative passing over to the Libere Luce, remember that 8 of the Libere Luce that are not Alice and Sabrina don mask before boarding the Terra Incarnate. They roll to see if they wake up for unconsciousness. 11 or higher and they wake up. And it's 11, 9, 9, and 2. So only 1 of the Libere Luce wake up, and the other 3 are going to be dragged away by the same one and get advantage on the next turn to wake up. They're going to try and drag away from the Moonlight Pirates. Riverstone, next in the initiative, moves forward to attack a defenseless Sabrina and Alice. Continuing to hold the hatchet in his hand from earlier, he brandishes it towards them, attempting to attack. Rolling to hit is a 16. To hit Alice, he slashes her across the arm. Dealing 9 damage, Riverstone yells, "Alice, you escaped death once before, and that won't happen again." Kenway hearing this while battling the young Lau. "Nicholas, I told you to leave. Get the ship back in the water now. We need the Terra Incarnate fully operational." Riverstone, "But, Master..." He sees the look in Kenway's eyes. As Kenway's not looking at you at this point, you already took your turn and stuff, but he looks over at Riverstone, and Riverstone looks back at him. "Yes, Master Kenway."
Y'all ain't leaving.
I'd imagine Riverstone's not going to react to that. Moving over to the Moonlight Pirate's turn, after Riverstone disengaging, the half that were knocked out are going to roll, and the other half will leave alongside Riverstone to jump off the side. Just like with the Libere Luce, 11 or higher, they wake up. There are 15 knocked out, so 15 d20. 9 of them wake up, and the other 6 are in slumber. And after waking up, they stand and get their bearings, and they're going to move off the ship with the rest of the Moonlight Pirates on their next turn. And starting next turn, the Moonlight Pirates will make strength checks. Remember that the Terra Incarnate isn't pushed all the way onto the shore. It's only pushed up enough to where it can't sail. The Moonlight Pirates just have to push the ship enough to get it back fully in the water. It's a big check, but they have a lot of men. I'm gonna say they need to roll total or higher of the max HP of the Terra Incarnate, so 300. So let's say the 25 of them roll d20s, and that's an average roll is about 250, but the more men that help, the bigger that roll can get. Just imagine as all the Moonlight Pirates are going to do this thing, and they can't fuck with you guys, but they're going to focus on getting the ship back in the water. Now to Sabrina's turn. Her gag is still in the mouth from earlier. Her arms are bound, but her feet still have movement with the restraints on them. Not a lot, but still enough. She's going to roll her attempt to spit out the gag. She rolls 18 to spit out the gag. Ali, those peerless cuffs, you're not going to be able to pick them. Nicholas has the keys. Where's Angel? Alice is trying to mess with the Sabrina's cuffs. Pablo and Thomas did their best to save him last night, but couldn't. We think he's on this ship somewhere, probably below deck. They want to keep him close. Sabrina continues. Ali, I need you to get Angel and get him out of here, somewhere safe. What about you? These cuffs can't be picked, but they can be definitely broken from my spear. If you could just find my weapons, I can get out of these. Antonio might have them in the observatory. She's looking around. She saw the observatory. She's gonna look at you, who's battling Kenway. Traveler! We don't have time for introductions, and I don't know who you are, but if you face Antonio on this day, you're an ally of mine.
Kinda already assumed that.
If you retrieve my weapons from Kenway's room, I'm not sure, but I think he has them up there. I can join you in this fight. And Sabrina tells Alice after yelling that to you. Ali, you, in the meantime, look for Angel. I can handle it myself. I'll be fine. She then calls the Libre Luce around. She's looking around, seeing the Libre Luce. Since she's tied up, her turn is just going to be yelling to everyone and...
He's shouting commands.
Yeah, he's shouting commands. Yolanda, Miranda, keep the Moonlight Pirates on deck from interfering in their battle. She motions to Kenway and Thomas. So she's like telling two of them to make sure that the Moonlight Pirates don't fuck with you and while you're fighting Kenway, just to, you know, try to even out the fight. Lola! Get Teresa, Felipe, and Oscar up here as fast as you can. Lastly, she calls to another two. Maria, Diego, over here by me. You can tell that they even have masks on. But the thing is, like, she's been the leader for so long, she can immediately know, like, who's who. It's not even, like, a question for her.
Skin tone, his hand features, she knows it.
Yeah, she's been fighting Kenway for so long that she knows her men by heart. The Libre Luce are going to move on their turns as Sabrina spends her turn directing the rest of the Libre Luce and calling a plan. Kenway now moves to attack Thomas. He's going to attempt to grapple you with a roll to hit. So his strength versus your strength. So you're going to roll to beat Kenway. 15. That's a good roll. But Kenway rolled an 18.
God damn it.
Grabbing you with his hoof-like hand, he throws you. He's gonna yeet you across the ship. You could tell, like, he could have attacked you, like, with his normal attack, but he wants to toss you around a bit, establish his superiority. Grabs you up, yeets you across the ship, and you land near the stairs leading up to the observatory. You take another 1d20 from the ship, hitting the ship. You don't take damage from getting grappled, you just take damage from hitting the ship. Let's see how much. Hopefully not a lot. It's a 4.
80 even.
80 even. Alice, turn moving over to her. She moves from Sabrina and down below deck. You mean you overheard that she's looking for Angel. Meanwhile, aboard the Vine, top of the initiative order, the Jungle Pirates move. Two of them, the two that were hit by Bethany, the first time when he landed. When Bethany landed onto the ship, he dealt damage against one of the Jungle Pirates. And then a second one was next to him. So each of those two are going to get up and head towards the stairs to the helm. They want to regroup with their captain. The next 4 Jungle Pirates, remember that there's 6 on top of the deck. Yep. Each of them skip their turn to move on the Warriors of Toroa turn. They want to move together so that I keep it simplified. Finally, the unknown amount of Jungle Pirates below deck are going to make a perception check. They want to hear what's going on. And this roll is going to determine how fast they come aboard. Next, the Warriors of Toroa. One of them takes a look at the situation around and sees the chaos that's happening. He's going to run below deck. One of the Warriors of Toroa sees you over there struggling to climb, and he's going to rush to attack you, rolling to hit. It's a 5. You're struggling with the rope. You're trying to climb. The Warrior of Toroa comes up behind you. You see him coming up. He swings his sword at you, and you just move out of the way. He misses. Finally, another 4 of the Warriors of Toroa are going to attack along with the 4 Jungle Pirates, and each of them are going to roll a hit, 14 damage to each of the Libre Luce. Finally, the unknown amount of Warriors of Toroa below deck make a perception check also to hear what's going on. Because they're not above deck, they don't see that they're being boarded, they don't see all this stuff, so they're gonna try and figure out, oh shit, we're being boarded or not. Now turn over to George. You can see him messing with his sleeves. Something comes off of his sleeves. He seems to be bending down. He's saying something, can't really tell what he's saying, and then he walks over to the other side, like the 2 stairs, and he does something else. You can't really tell what's going on, but you can tell he's doing something, and that's his turn. He's doing something with the stairs and stuff. Turn over to Lawliet. He's gonna yell, "Meringue!" Able to be seen flying down from the crow's nest. It seems to be like a little flying squirrel, a sugar glider, a little bigger than average, and added to the initiative. On Lawlet's turn, Lawliet fires a shot down from the crow's nest. He's gonna roll to hit you. Lawliet fires a shot down from the crow's nest. He rolled a 15 to hit.
Yeah, that hit.
He gets a small bonus to it. That's a 32. As he cocks his rifle, bam! Fires down from the crow's nest, hitting you in the shoulder, I'm gonna say. As it enters your shoulder, you can hear Kenway might want you alive, but that doesn't mean I can't rough you up a bit. Meringue, the little sugar glider, is gonna actually fly down. It sees that you got attacked, and it seems intelligent, so it's gonna go after someone else. And it flies over, sees Bethany, and it's gonna roll to hit Bethany. 17. It's a little thing, so he's not going to take a lot of damage. I like to imagine it as Lawliet's bonus action is going to be basically just commanding Meringue around. As the squirrel bites into Bethany's arm and swings its small tail, hitting Bethany in the face. As it begins to glide away. It actually dealt 9 damage to him. Not a lot. He can't really do much about it. He gets an opportunity attack to hit Meringue since it was it bit him and is trying to get away. But since it's like a small flying creature, I'm going to give it disadvantage to hit him. It's a 6 and a 15. With disadvantage, he takes the 6. Bethany goes, what the hell? I've never seen anything like, ouch! Slapping his own arm, he misses the creature, then getting hit in the face. You damn squirrel! The hell? Initiative over to Monroe. You could hear the voices below deck. They're getting louder. You notice there's 2 entrances below deck, just like the Dawn, except since the ship is bigger, it has another entrance below deck, and these 2 are separated by the mast. You're near the one on the left, heading up to the crow's nest. There is also crates of cannonballs in the middle. They're pretty big, not too far away from you and your allies.
All right, I'm gonna keep trying to climb. All right, so I'm gonna climb up this rope. Do I get all the way up with the 19 then?
Yeah, you're getting up. You're getting all the way up.
Okay.
You're getting close to Lawliet.
Right, but I'm not like in the bucket. Like it's not enough to get up into the.
Lawlet's right there, in the crow's nest, and you're climbing up. You're getting real close to him. He just took his turn, so he's obviously not going to attack you.
Essentially, like at the end of my movement, I was wondering if I'd be up in the bucket with him.
With a 19, it would make sense you'd be up there with him. You reach the top. Lawliet, he didn't anticipate how quick you were going to climb. You damn crazed gorilla. I'm gonna say, yeah, you can roll to hit him.
Alright, cool. So, okay, this is what I want to know. So, could I, whack him with my club, and as my bonus action, try to punch him with my other hand with Electro? So then, I'm gonna roll to do my, big swing with my, club. I'm gonna grab, in my, right hand, I have my big wooden club, and I'm gonna try and smack Lawliet right across the ribs with my big wooden club. Alright, I got a 1.
You climb up to the top. You're in the crow's nest with Lawliet. You swing at him. He moves out of the way, and you hit the what's it called? The crow's nest itself. Shakes your club and takes away your bonus action, so you can't hit him with the second attack. And that's what the Nat 1 is gonna do. It's the Libre Luce's turn. Together they fight back against the Jungle Pirates and the Warriors of Toroa. It's an 8v8. Bethany yells over to Libre Luce. Hey, Raymond, Martha, I need you for a moment over here. And they're like, okay, sure, yeah, whatever. You see those crates over there? The ones with cannonballs? Yeah, as much as I'd like this, we can't exactly take them down if more reinforcements are gonna show up. Can you take on those crates while I deal with George? They seem rather heavy. Okay, fine. Then he's like, okay, you take that one over there. Move it on to there. Okay, I'll move this one over here. To explain the entrances below deck, more people could show up at any moment. And Bethany, in his rage, and after getting hit by the squirrel, looked around and he saw that the fight is even, but it won't be so even if more reinforcements from there show up from below deck.
Is he having them block off the entrances?
He's gonna try and block off the entrances instead of going after George. In his immediate rage, he goes after George, and then after getting hit by the squirrel, he goes, okay, fine. What should I actually do here? There's gonna be more coming. The Libre Luce fight on their turn with 6v8 instead of 8v2, or 8v8. 6 attacks hit. They deal 17 damage to each Jungle Pirate and Warrior of Toroa. Numbers almost even. It's a battle of attrition as neither side is giving in. And during Bethany's turn, the 2 Libre Luce that he called over to are going to move on his turn. And during their turn, they're going to roll a strength check. With 2 of them, it's going to be basic normal roll because they're kind of like normal dudes. Bethany's a big buff guy, so I feel like the 2 of them would roll about the same. Strength check with advantage here for both. Bethany, forgetting his fight with George for a moment, he runs over and he's going to throw his back against one of the big crates full of cannonballs. And he's going to push. You can't see this, but he's going to make a lot of noises. Oh, fine. Let me, He pushes up
I can
against
just picture
the
Bethany
cannonballs.
yelling.
Ugh! I do this for breakfast! He rolls a 5 and a 10, but that's good enough to push this. It's not really needed too much. And the NPCs, they roll an 11 and 8, and with strength check, they both push and block the entrances below deck. Now, keeping this fight about almost a fair fight, without the enemy reinforcements. Now, this isn't a permanent fix. They definitely can still break through this after below deck them rolling for damage, rolling to push it off of. The two Libre Luce use the rest of their movement to try and join back the fight on their next turn with the rest of the Libre Luce. Thanks, guys. No problem, Bethany. We're gonna help you keep these guys at bay. And they jump on over back to the fight. Meanwhile, aboard the Terra Incarnate, you're on the stairs leading to the poop deck. The doors to Kenway's room, as you glance over, it's left slightly open.
Yeah, I'd stand up, and if Kenway's still away from me, like a solid...
Currently, he's still standing where you got knocked into the railing. He's standing in that area.
So if I turn to peek my head in, he won't, like, come stab me in the back?
Yeah, he can't immediately close the distance in the time it takes for you to go to the observatory.
Okay, then yeah, I'll look in there, see if I can find her weapons.
With the door left slightly ajar, you step into the observatory, and you're able to see a large telescope peering out into the sky. You can see a shield and a spear way off in the corner of the, like, little room there.
Yeah, I'll grow and grab it, and then could I, with my action, prepare a dodge?
Okay, so you want to impose disadvantage if he tries to attack you.
Yes, because that's all I could do, because I don't want to waste one bullet yet.
You run on over to the corner. You grab the shield and the spear. You're not too familiar with the type of weapons they are, and you ready yourself for when Kenway shows up.
I was going to say, with whatever movement I had left, I was going to get further out. I don't know if I had any left.
I'd say you could get closer to the door. Yeah, because you have to grab those things and you're looking around for them. I'd say you can get closer to the door. You can see when Kenway walks in. You can't see when he walks up the stairs or anything. And you can't see outside of the little observatory room.
That's fine.
The Libre Luce each take their turn off screen. Let's just say all of them are going to follow Sabrina's example. They're going to try and stop the Moonlight Pirates. They're going to try and wake up from being, still a few of them are still trying to wake up. 2 of them with Sabrina are going to try and break cuffs and stuff. But you don't know the specifics of any of that. Riverstone also takes his turn off screen, but the last time you saw him, he jumped off the side of the ship to push the Terra Incarnate, so you imagine that's what he's going to do. The Moonlight Pirates now take their turn off screen. I'll be rolling to see how many of the Moonlight Pirates that are still unconscious wake up. I need to know so that in case they join the fight. 9 Moonlight Pirates waking up last round. They're still on the Terra Incarnate, and I'll see how that fight is going on, because they're trying to get off the Terra Incarnate to help the other Moonlight Pirates. Finally, during the Moonlight Pirates' turn, they have to roll a strength check to push the Terra Incarnate back into the water. And they have to clear 300. Let's see how close they get. Yeah, you'd feel it, so it makes sense. They roll 279. It's not enough to push the Terra Incarnate back into the water, but it is enough for you to feel the ship just inch, like an inch over. Like you take a step.
They're getting there.
They're getting there. Like, they pushed it, and you imagine, just push it, damn it. Sabrina takes her turn off screen. You imagine she's just going to yell to the rest of the Libre Luce, give them orders and stuff. Yeah. Finally, to Kenway's turn. He busts into the observatory, and he sees you there, standing there with Sabrina's equipment.
Stop.
So this is what a member of the D-Clan is capable of. That all? Warrior of Destiny? Pathetic. You can at least live up to your father. Isn't that right? Son of a warlord.
Don't you bring him up.
As you say that, Kenway rolls to hit.
He has disadvantage.
He does have disadvantage here. 13 and a 6. He rushes you with a quick claw, attacks. Because you grab the shield from Sabrina, he hits the shield. You know, as he's like hitting the shield, he says, "Now that I think about it, back when I was pulling everything about you off of the relay network, I couldn't find a single thing about your mother, other than her name." In emotions, he can see past the shield, the tattoo on your arm. Sophia.
Don't you bring my mother into this, you fucking bitch. I'm gonna kill you and take over this island.
There's not too many people that can hide their presence in this world. especially from my sources. So tell me. He pushes into the shield harder. You're not taking any damage. He's just like trying to push you. He raising his voice. Who exactly is your mother?
You don't need to find out.
After saying that, Alice, it's her turn in the initiative order. She takes her turn off screen. The last time you saw her, she was below deck. Meanwhile, aboard the Vine, the Jungle Pirates' turn. 2 of them, with George, skip their turn to move with George. 4 continue their fight against the Libre Luce, skipping their turn to move with the Warriors of Toroa. Finally, the unknown amount of Jungle Pirates below deck make their turn, which is something that happens off screen. The Warriors of Toroa turn. One of them, the one that tried to attack you, he's like, he saw that you climbed up really quickly and he's gonna go and join the fight. It's instead of an 8v8, it's a 9v8. And then next, 4 Jungle Pirates along with the 5 Warriors of Toroa are gonna roll to hit the Libre Luce off screen because you're on the crow's nest. Finally, the unknown amount of Warriors of Toroa below deck make a roll off screen +1 because of the one that ran below deck. I'll just say they need a strength check to push the shit off. They do not clear it. You're above on the crow's nest, so you don't hear anything. But Bethany, he's yelling, Monroe, how you doing up there?
Oh, I'm not doing good.
George's turn. The 2 Jungle Pirates with George pull out their guns, and together with George, they're gonna fire on Bethany's location, standing on the poop deck. I'd imagine Bethany is taking cover with a crate of the cannonballs he just pushed. He's gonna take a +2 to his AC just for this little, because he's taking cover. See, because there's 3 shots, 3 of them are gonna attempt to hit. Okay, so 2 missing, 1 hits, 29 damage to Bethany. Ugh, damn! And yelling over from the poop deck, George goes, Nightmare Beth, you could go ahead and run all you'd like. Hide all you'd like. I just thought you would want to know what happened to that doctor from Coral Town. Bethany, down below, you can hear him yell, Rosie! Where is she, George? Why don't you come over here and find out? Lawliet's turn in the initiative order. He's going to, right in front of you, he's going to make a dexterity check to move to the mizzenmast. He's going to try and climb, like, the rope that connects the 2. And the DC is 12 here. 18. He jumps onto, like, the rope going to the mizzenmast. He's, like, moving across. Yeah, the sugar glider is with him, succeeding on the roll, gets over there, and making it to the mizzenmast. It's like a crow's nest, but a lot smaller. I looked a lot into pirate ships and stuff. Pirate ships have a crow's nest, which is the main stuff on the top.
Mm-hmm.
But a mizzenmast is like a really much smaller thing, also on the top, but on the sides. And he's just on the other one. It's not a lot of room over there, but he can still take cover over there and stay on the top of the ship. Repositioning, and he's going to aim down his sights at you, Monroe, and the other crow's nest. The thing is, it's going to be a lot tougher to hit you because you're in the crow's nest. Repositioning, he's going to fire a shot down onto you. Now, because you're in there, you take a +5 to your AC. So he has to hit you with an 18 or higher. Almost hitting you with a 16. You take cover behind the crow's nest, and he aims a shot, hitting directly into the crow's nest, the wood. It flies off. Damn it, I was aiming for you, damn gorilla. Meringue! Flying, the squirrel flies from him over to you, because it also is gonna try to hit you. Since it's flying, it doesn't actually take the +5 to your AC there. 18, Jesus. It's only 2d15. It's not like a sniper shot, so it doesn't do a lot of damage. 20 damage. After taking cover and the shot missing you, hitting the side of the crow's nest, the sugar glider comes down and bites you in the neck and hits you with its tail. You take 20 as you feel the bite.
All right, and then I get to hit it, right?
Yeah, you take an opportunity attack against it as it flies away, but because it's so small and like in the air, you get disadvantage on it. You can try to hit it.
That 16.
16, you slap it out of the air. You hit it with your club or your hand?
Not my club.
You hit it with your club as it flies down to the deck.
Yo,
and
do that
show
damage.
Show me how hard you hit.
34.
34. You can tell you hit it hard. Lawliet, seeing his flying squirrel get hit out of the air, goes, Meringue! Damn! It gets flying out of the air and it falls down. I won't say like how far it falls and like how and where it is now, but you can tell you did a good damage against it. Now, turn initiative moving to Monroe.
Is he close enough to where I could jump to him?
No. You'd have to like use an athletics to climb across onto the other mizzenmast.
Okay, I can do athletics.
Yeah, you can do that. If you roll poorly, you do fall.
I don't give a shit.
Go ahead.
All right, it's okay. It's an 8 with my proficiency and bonuses.
I will be straight with you. It's a 12 to get across.
Great.
So you climb across and you get stuck about halfway. I mean, you don't fall because it wasn't that bad of a roll. You're holding on to it as you are about to fall, but you're holding on. Turn initiative, passing over to the Libre Luce. They attack. They're going to do their basic attacking the Warriors of Toroa and Jungle Pirates, hitting 3 out of 8 attacks. I mean, you're like hanging, so I can say you glance down as you're hanging there. You can see how well they're doing. They hit 3 out of 8 of their attacks, deal damage across 8 foes, which is only 5 damage. Gazing down, you can also see Bethany taking cover. He's holding his arm. He also got shot. He glances up. Oh, Monroe, you're not looking too good. What the hell?
Is Bethany right under me?
I'd say just about. Like, he's not directly below you, but he's about below you. Monroe, you're not looking too hot. What are you doing?
I gotta get the Lawliet or he'll just keep shooting us.
Oh, you have a point. You handle his ass. I'm gonna go after George now. They shouldn't have any reinforcements coming, though.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
You're hanging there, and next turn you're gonna try and leap over. Bethany, however, this is his turn. He's gonna rush the area with George, and he's gonna make a roll off screen due to something that George did on his turn. You can hear him as he's just below you now. He's like roughly below. You're like above the poop deck. Falling from this height though does incur falling damage, because the Dawn, when you fell from about that height, it was a smaller ship, so it wasn't that big, but the brig, you'd take falling damage if you fall from here. With Bethany only below you, you can hear and see him as your head turns. What the hell is this? It seems Bethany is rooted where he is. George, you coward! You're too afraid to fight me? Meanwhile, aboard the Terra Incarnate, as he's pushing into your shield, he continues talking. The only explanation I can think of is Kano Country. Recently, they made it so Tenden Mushi don't work outside the walls. It's a blind spot for the world government, even its isolation. He stares at you. So Kenway is going to make an insight check on you. Due to what you said about your mother, don't mention her, he wants to like try to insight that and find out what's going on there. He's staring at you some more after talking about Kano Country, and he's trying to figure out what happened with your mother and why she couldn't be found anywhere on the relay network. He rolls a 6 plus 2, which is an 8. Something happened to her. He stands, pushing into it. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You won't live to see her again anyway.
Oh, you won't live to see her again. Ouch. As soon as he says that, I think Thomas himself tears up.
You tear up a bit as you're thinking back to your mother. Now at the top of the initiative order, Thomas, it's your turn once more. And with Sabrina's equipment in your hands and Kenway pushing into the shield, the two of you are at like a stalemate right now. What do you want to do?
Is Sabrina within my movement?
You'd have to pass Kenway. He'd get an opportunity attack on you. But because the two of you are standing in the observatory just before the door, just get past Kenway and you'd be able to jump over with the rest of the forces.
Okay, so she's within my
sight.
Speed. If I was able to get to her this turn, could I?
You technically could if you got past Kenway in his opportunity attack.
Okay, I'm going to take a disengage and get to Sabrina.
So, pushing into the shield, you back up even more. Kenway, not expecting you to disengage so abruptly, pushes into the shield. He's near the telescope, and you run out of the observatory room.
Stop bringing up my mark! And I just run past and get to Sabrina.
The battle moves outside onto the deck of the Terra Incarnate as you leave Kenway in the observatory room. And
Sabrina, just as you asked.
And Sabrina, she's with the Libre Luce, and the Libre Luce are trying to break the cuffs, then they can't.
So I'm as soon as I get there, I'm saying to Sabrina, what do you want me to do with these?
As you're saying this, Kenway, it's not his turn, but he's slowly walking towards the doorway of the observatory. You can see him in the far-off distance. Just give them to the Libre Luce here. We'll handle it. Thank you.
Well, I give that to him, and I can't do nothing else. So I just turn to face Kenway.
The initiative order moving to the Libre Luce, B6 and A13, along with the 3 other newly awakened Libre Luce, are holding back the 5 Moonlight Pirates. It's a 5v5. They're rolling to hit, each rolling over the armor class. With a 13, they roll over the armor class, except Miranda, who fumbles her attack.
God damn it, Miranda.
They each deal 5 damage to their targets. But their main goal was to keep the Moonlight Pirates from getting off of the ship so that they can move the ship. Lola, Maria, and Diego, Each of them decide the best course is to take the equipment that you got and bring Sabrina away from the battle between you and Kenway. They know that Kenway's after you, after how much she's been focused on you so far, so they want to take Sabrina somewhere safer so that when they give the equipment, she won't be immediately attacked and stuff. So they're heading towards the front of the ship. Now over to Riverstone's turn. He skips his turn to move with the other Moonlight Pirates on their turn. The Moonlight Pirates are gonna roll this time strength checks to move the Terra Incarnate. See if they do it this time. They have more men. The Moonlight Pirates are gonna roll strength checks to move the Terra Incarnate back into the water. It's all of their full round action. They can't actually do other shit, but they're gonna move it. Just barely rolling enough. There's no way. Okay, they push the Terra Incarnate into the water. The entire ship rocks as the ship is moved back and forth into the water. This is, of course, like I mentioned, their full round action. They can't do anything else this turn, but they did push. The ship is now in the water as everyone aboard the ship feels it move. Kenway, as he's walking towards you, it's not his turn, it's just he's slowly walking. He feels the ship rocking. You feel the ship rock. It's back in the water. Final 3 that are unconscious are going to roll to wake up. This, of course, determines how many forces are with them, so it's important to know. They all actually wake up, and so no one else is unconscious. Everyone's awake from the Conqueror's hockey. Sabrina's turn. She calls over to Thomas. Traveler, it looks like they got the ship back in the water. It won't be long until they return aboard this vessel. I'll join you in a moment. I need something else first. You know, she
Jeez, how much do you need?
She's just warning you that, hey, the ship's back in the water. Hey, the Moonlight Pirates are gonna be here in a minute. That's like kind of what she was saying. I'll
fight them all.
And then the last thing she's saying is like, hey, I have my equipment. I'll join you in a moment. She breaks the cuffs. It seems like, you know how Zoro, when he got the 3 swords in episode 2? It's just like, shong. She grabs her equipment, breaks it apart, and she calls, Diego, Maria, we're gonna do this. It seems like she's ready to join the fight, but she's looking over. She sees the Moonlight Pirates just got the ship into the water, and she's talking to Libre Luce. That's her turn.
Baller.
She's not trying to fight anyone now, but she's making a plan, and you'll see what that is in a moment.
Baller. I got someone champion on my side.
Kenway, he's like trying to rush past the Libre Luce in front because it's not just those two. There's a small skirmish happening in front of you. Kenway tries to attack, rushing those 3 because they're in the way of where you are. He rolls to hit. It seems as though just then, as he's going down to attack, he's winding up his arm as he's glaring them down. A mysterious figure jumps from the top of the ship onto Kenway's back. You can barely see them. It looks like they have a red helmet. They electrocute Kenway with some kind of baton, dealing baton damage and electrocution damage. With this shock, Kenway is unable to move this turn as he's stuck where he is, but he can still attack and such as he's trying to attack. He does have to succeed a aftershock for the next 2 turns to be unaffected by the after effects. The figure that jumped onto Kenway's back with a baton has a bow and arrow at their back, and they jump off of Kenway and land next to you. It seems like they strike some kind of pose as they land. They're rather short, with a red tinted helmet and their face covered. Their body is a little more revealing. You can tell they're rather slender, but not enough to give you immediate distinction off of them, as they have like a coat and just red
Okay, can I do an insight on this person to see if 1, they are above the age of 18, and 2, what the fuck just happened and what they did?
Riley, we're not fucking in the middle of a double foot user fight, okay? I tell you, that's what we're not doing right now.
My insight is a neg 1, so I got a 14.
Okay, fine. Roll, you got a 14?
Yeah, I got a 14 insight. What is this person?
What are you trying to insight?
Who is this?
Their body structure seems familiar to you, as you've met someone similar.
As in he's fucked them before?
No!
I'm gonna hold out my fist like a fist bump.
As long as it's not your dick.
You remember, you can't tell if this is a man or woman. All that you know is that their body's rather slender, and they're about 5'6", 5'5". They're like shorter than the average person you guys come across.
So they're probably a child.
I'll hold out my fist for a fist bump.
As you're holding out your fist for a fist bump, they look at it and turn away. They don't really engage in it. Sorry, I do have to roll initiative for them. It's a 13, so they're going to move right behind Thomas. and landing next to you, you reach out a fist bump. You kind of feel like you know who they are. You can't tell who they are. They speak in what seems like a demonic breath. I am the Wandering Warden, and I'm here for the head of Riverstone of the Black Marble. Another bounty hunter out for my... Kenway stops. Head. He thinks to himself as he's like, the Wandering Warden, now presenting themselves, looks over to you, sees the fist bump, and goes, hi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kenway. I'm just being polite. Do you think we're working together?
Aren't you here for me? Yeah. That Riverstone dude with the weird face. Clearly. The mysterious figure seems like that part was obvious.
Hey, person, he's on the ship. That way. And I point.
You point over the ship because Riverstone's not on the ship yet. Yeah. Looking for Riverstone. The Black Marble, the dude with the weird face.
And I just point.
Oh, wow. You don't really know who that guy is. Dude, that's Riverstone of the Black Marble. See? Got the weird stuff off of his face. That's pretty cool of you, man. Kenway is looking kind of confused. The face palms.
I face palm too.
You and Kenway face palm. How are you a bounty hunter and you don't even know who your target is?
Like, I mean, that's like Bounty Hunter 101, right, Kenway?
Right. I mean, come on. Riverstone is my vice captain. I am Antonio Kenway. 38 million berry bounty. Hello, captain of the... He takes the hand and just goes... And that hand, that's a hoof, and he goes... Takes this hand and goes, you know what? It's fine. Doesn't matter. It's taking his turn. He's gonna attempt to attack with a quick claw. Rolling, he has to roll to see if he's not gonna move this turn. 11, just enough. He's unaffected by the aftershock and attempts to attack Thomas, and he's gonna roll a hit.
What about the other two Lucha Libre?
After getting shocked, the Libre Luce kind of like made a path. They're like not trying to get hit by this guy. So in the space of the Wandering Warden coming down, attacking Kenway, and landing next to you, the Libre Luce in front of you are like trying to disperse. It's not their turn. I'm not trying to like getting out of the way. And
well,
Kenway
no, I was thinking attack opportunity
for them.
Yeah, them attacking Kenway.
Yeah.
If you range,
they wouldn't do that normally because Kenway is this massive force. But if you yell to them like, "Hey, take this chance to attack Kenway,"
I just point at them and just stay.
If you roll me a charisma check after persuading these guys to attack Kenway, and I'll say sure if you succeed on it. The three of them will attack Kenway. I can give you advantage if it's a good like little mini speech here.
That's a free attack right there. Why don't y'all do it? It's a +1 to persuasion. I mean,
that's not a good speech.
That's not a good speech, no. But he's Kenway. Yeah, Antonio Kenway.
He won't expect y'all to attack. Don't y'all get it? He wants me dead, not you two. Think about it.
Yeah, that does kind of...
14.
I'll say you can
14 persuasion.
2 of them. Not all 3 of them attack, but they're going to roll to hit Kenway. Let's
That's
see if
fine.
it happens. Does it happen?
Come on, you two.
They're going to use their fists, because remember, these forces don't have guns and swords. But they are proficient.
These were the hand-to-hand.
Both of them miss.
When I see them miss, I'm like, hey, good try, you two. Good try.
Kenway, in this space, instead of like moving out of the way of the Libre Luce, he just takes the attacks. They don't really phase him. It seems like they didn't put enough emphasis into their attacks as they're attacking because of the threat in front of them.
The goat.
The goat.
Instead of his Conqueror's Hockey, could you say the goat's presence, please?
The goat's presence, just standing in front of them, is too strong, and when they go to attack, they don't have enough force put into it, and they hit him with a pathetic attempt.
Oh boy, now watch, he's gonna get a nat 20 on me.
He's gonna roll to hit. He's gonna use a quick claw. He's unaffected by the aftershock from the Wandering Warden. Kenway attacks Thomas. It's a 5. You can see this attack coming. He's not affected by the aftershock, and he's moving towards you. You can try to dodge it or block it.
I still have my swords out, right?
Yeah, you still have your
Or
swords.
did I assumably put those away to grab the spear then?
I'd say like they're at your hip. You can easily just grab them and block with them as he attacks, if you want.
I'll do that. So yeah, I'll just pull out the swords and block it.
You pull out both of your swords, blocking his attack, and seeing this, the Wandering Warden comments, "You're not going to last too long using the Adachi like that. Back when that sword was made 200 years ago, they didn't have great material. They had to skip out on quality metal. You're holding back Kenway's attack as he's saying this. As not he's saying this, as they saying this, because you don't know if it's a man or woman yet.
So you know about swords?
Kenway's pushing into your swords as you're blocking it.
Why don't you teach me?
I'm just saying, if that sword takes any more damage like that, it's gonna break.
Let it then. I'll fight him hand to hand.
And as you say that, Alice is up in the initiative order. She comes up from below deck, and she sees the fight going on, and she yells to Sabrina behind you, I couldn't find Angel anywhere. He's not below deck. And Sabrina, hearing this, she sees her sister. Where else would he be? The warden next to you is looking between the two sisters, goes, oh, you mean that kid? Tied up in the mizzen mast. Alice darts her head up. No time to question the sudden weirdo on the deck of the Incarnate that wasn't there before, and if she can even trust them, decides to head towards the mizzen mast, beginning to climb. Alice hears this, and basically she's thinking, like, if there's a chance this random dude is telling the truth, do that, you don't know, then I gotta take this. She's gonna run, attempts to start climbing, just like Monroe did, over on the Vine. And speaking of the Vine, meanwhile, aboard the Vine, atop of the initiative order, the Jungle Pirates. The two of them with George are gonna skip once again to move with George. 4 of the Jungle Pirates skip their turn to move with the Warriors of Toroa. Finally, the Jungle Pirates below deck skip their turn to move along with the other forces below deck. So the Warriors of Toroa that attacked Monroe, he's already joining the fight. Because of that, it's a 9v8, and 5 of the Warrior of Toroa, along with 4 of the Jungle Pirates, continue the battle aboard the Vine, making the Libre Luce, since they're outnumbered, 9d20. So they only hit 5 of their attacks, and dealing 6 damage to each of the Libre Luce. You're hanging below, so you can tell how they're doing. The unknown amount of Warrior of Toroa below deck, you just know they have forces below deck. Make a roll along with the Jungle Pirates, but also below deck. They're gonna make a attempt to roll. For another's turn, they're gonna stay below. You can see below, like, the crates that are covering the entrances. They shift slightly, but they don't move much.
Okay.
Bethany, right in front of George, he's on the stairs. The 2 Jungle Pirates with George, they're going to try and fire on Bethany. Bethany, he's going to use a reaction to throw down his axe in front of him, but it'll give him a half cover by using his reaction, meaning a +2 only during this engagement. They're going to roll to hit. Okay, so it's these 2 first. The 2 Jungle Pirates with George are going to roll to attack first. They got a 19 and a 16. So Bethany's armor class is 12, so +2 from the cover is 14. Both of these clearly pass that. They hit him in his shoulder twice, once in the left chest, once in the right chest. Despite this, Bethany, he's gonna stand up from this. He's standing tall. His voice is a little shaky as he lets out a, why? Why are you working with Kenway? Monroe, being from the rope, you can hear all this going on. Oh, Beth, if it makes you feel any better. George is pacing around. Kirk, Wood, the 2 Jungle Pirates with George look up. Leave and go help our forces below join the battle. The 2 immediately leave after shooting Bethany without saying anything. They follow their captain's orders. They jump over the railing and head towards the middle of the ship. George then is going to address Bethany. Kenway has a outpost near the comm belts, about a week and a half from here. This outpost has something he's been trying to control for years. The same place he sent all his doctors to, including... He pulls out his own gun and points it at Bethany. That Rosie girl that I captured on Coral Town. You know, she didn't look too good the last time I saw her. And he's gonna fire at Bethany. Bethany, I'm gonna say, still has the +2, so his armor class is 14 temporarily here. Roll to hit. It's a 4. It pings off of Bethany's axe, and he looks up with a determined eye. What's the name of this outpost? George, he takes 1 step back, a look of terror. He shudders. Now, the turn moving over to Lawliet, he looks down, he sees Monroe dangling. He's gonna fire on you. If you get hit by this, you're gonna need to roll a strength check. You're a lot closer than his range of his rifle would prefer, meaning his rifle is like a long-range weapon. Imagine taking a sniper to a close-range quarters fight. It's not gonna work too well, meaning I'm gonna give him disadvantage here to hit you. With a 13 and a 20 hits you because your armor class is 13. Actually, I have to do damage first. How much damage you took from this? 40 plus 12, 33. He's gonna hit you in the arm, in the same arm that you're holding on with, meaning I'm gonna say strength saving throw. I'm gonna set the DC in my head here real quick. I'll say you're holding on with 2 hands. I'll make the DC about 12. Well, it's fair. It's a little bit harder, but not too hard. I say it's about 25 feet up. If you fall from here, you'll take 3d6 damage. But that's if you fail the strength saving throw.
I got a 1.
A nat 1.
A nat 1.
Really? Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to be this bad.
Yeah.
I thought you would hit it.
Nope. It's
I'm
been bad all night.
I'm so sorry.
So like it's like double damage, right? So I'm going down.
No,
I'm going.
no, you're
I
just
only
falling.
have 29 health.
Um,
I have 29 health. Look, dude, Bethany's going out with George. He's gonna have to resuscitate my ass. I'll be real with you.
oh man,
It happens, bro.
I'm sorry.
It's like whatever.
What is up with you and this dice?
I'm telling you, bro.
least
All my
3D
rolls are bad, man.
Yeah, I'd say the railing. Oh shit! Since you have a nat 1, I have to do this.
Yeah, no, like it's bad.
It's bad, dude. Okay.
Like,
So
it's
you guys
bad,
know the
bad.
helm, right? The helm. You know
Yeah.
how the helm is a little above. You're gonna hit the middle of the helm and like where that
Okay.
is, and you're gonna take a
Alright.
little bit more damage here.
I mean, it's gonna be enough to knock me though.
Let me actually see. I don't.
I mean, because I have 29 health,
You have
so anything
Why
over
would you
that.
take extra damage on a nat 1 for a fall?
would that is that fair, Thomas? Because he was
No,
gonna
in
fall
normal-
either way, right?
No, in normal D&D, if he just fails like falling off a cliff, he just falls.
Well, I
Essentially.
mean, if it's enough feet for me to take damage, though,
That's just you hitting impact.
yeah.
You're not falling faster. You just fall.
Yeah, but if he hits the
But
railing
it's like a
as he
crit.
goes down,
It's
that's gonna be the nat 1. If you had anything from a 2 to an 11, if you had 2 to 11, I would have said you fail, nothing special. But with the 1, I feel like fate is just fucking you over at this point. So I'm gonna say just another extra 1d10.
Yeah, okay.
Which could knock you.
It might not. It might
It
not.
might
Fall.
But with the way your rolls have been
Bro.
going, it could
Yeah.
knock you, man. Lawliet, after shooting you on his turn, you
Mhm.
roll a strength saving throw to not fall. Rolling a 1, you fall, and
Yeah.
as you're falling onto the railing of where the helm is from the poop deck
Yeah.
to the main deck, and you take
Uh-huh.
22 damage as you land onto the railing. You're back.
Okay. So I land on the railing. I'm at 7 after
You're
the
at 7
22.
after the 22. Lawlet's turn. He shot you. You fell.
Yep.
You took
Yep.
damage. He's
Yep.
looking you down, and he sees you're still not down. You're pesky one, aren't you? He calls to his warriors. It's still his turn, but he's not gonna attack you. And with you doing like a lot of damage to his meringue, he's not going to risk it actually falling by throwing it at you. So you don't have to worry there. Noah, help George's men and get our forces out from below deck. One of the warriors yells up from below, fighting the Libre Luce. Yes, Lawliet! He runs over, and on the next turn, that warrior of Toroa is going to help break out the ones below deck. Monroe's
Yep.
turn on the initiative. You're recovering. You're
Yeah,
really
I'm
low.
like, oh,
So,
oh,
to describe the scenario to
oh.
you, in front of you is George. He's taken a step back because Bethany on the stairs next to you. You're like not in front of the stairs. You're in front of the helm or like
I'm
behind the
updating
helm.
my note. Yeah.
You can see Bethany next to you, and he's pissed.
So, am I able to get to him?
Yeah, you could get to him.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna run to Bethany. First thing I do.
Okay. So
Is that gonna be able to work?
it can. It's just the thing that's about to happen on Bethany's turn could affect you if you get too close to him. So I'm gonna say roll perception because you
Okay.
need to be able to
Okay. Yeah.
see
That's fair.
this.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Okay. It's an 8, so I don't know. That's probably not decent because even if I have a +1, that's a 9.
It is still your turn though, so you're not going to be affected by this on this turn. You don't see what is about to happen, but you run over to Bethany, and he's on the stairs. He blocked the shot from coming down from George, and you're right next to him. Oh, Monroe, you don't look too good. What's going on?
Oh, I've just been getting shot like a target.
Oh shit. Okay, Monroe. I've seen you haven't carried anything with you, but I got this. And he throws next to you 2 items to you. He gives to you
Okay.
2 items because you're right next to him. And he gives you a gold herb, and he gives you a med kit.
Okay. Are any of them like small enough that I can use as a bonus action?
Yes, so the gold herb can be used as a bonus action to heal you,
Okay.
but it won't heal as much as a med kit.
Okay. Well then,
Correct.
is there any way I can use my bonus action to move more to get to like cover?
I can say you can run to the crates at the minimum that Bethany was using as a cover, and those are the same crates that are trying to be broken out of. And by running to those, There are 2 of them. One of them has all of them with them, trying to break out of it, and another one isn't. And I'd say that one is the farther one on the ship.
You didn't take your action, right?
Yeah, he hasn't taken anything other than a slight movement here. He goes, all right,
I'd say possibility.
Monroe, take this. So he takes.
Okay.
He throws to you a med kit and a gold herb.
Okay. So I'll take that. So if I do hide behind the crates, am I out of sniper lines from Lawliet, or am I just still gonna get beamed?
You have better cover. You have a +2 to your AC when you're over there. Yeah, he can still shoot you from there, but you'll at least have a +2 to your AC. Assuming that'll only be your movement, you can still heal during this turn.
Yeah. So then, I guess I'll head for the cover and then use the golden herb, and then next turn, if I miraculously don't get shot, I'll use the med kit.
Unfortunately, after taking the med kit and the gold herb, you attempt to move away from the stairs after Bethany goes, something's been on my feet, Monroe. I can't see it. You see what's going on? And on your feet seems to be vines, but in closer inspection, they seem to be razor wire.
So they just are on the stairs. They aren't like connected to George or anything.
They aren't connected to George.
Well, if Bethany walked through first, wouldn't that be called on him?
Yeah, it's called like all of it. So he put it down on the stairs.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense.
I see the 2 of you have met my green hell. They might look like vines, but they're a little more potent.
So if I can't move,
you can attempt to move away from these razor, like the razor's caught on you. But by doing that, if you fail it, it's a small check. So I'll say the percentage is about 70 that you will pass it. But if you don't, you'll take the damage from it. It's a small damage because it's just razor wire. But with 7,
yeah, I might as well do it.
Yeah, so you could.
It's like I gotta get out, or I'm gonna get shot by 5 guys. Okay, so
you could heal first and then try to move. That way, when you try to move,
okay, that'll work. So where did you put the herbs? Are they in our handouts?
So the gold herb is 3d20 plus 5. So roughly
3d20 plus 5.
Okay, so the med kit does 2d20 plus 10.
Yeah, then I'll just use the herb because it has potential for more healing and it's only a bonus action. 47. So 7 plus 47, I'm at 54. What do I need to roll to break free? It's
dexterity or a strength. You can try and break
I'll do strength because I think my strength is higher.
Yeah,
what just happened? 13 plus 1, 14. Cool.
Yeah. Bottom line, you got out.
Okay, so I am going to maybe I'm gonna try and wreak a level havoc. Do they have a swivel on their ship?
Do they have a swivel? Yes, but you can't aim it at with the way the swivel works. You can't aim it at someone on the ship.
I'm a shipwright. Can I turn it around if I went there and used my action to do that?
Let me think how much stuff is happening in a single turn. Let me.
Not this turn. I'm saying I move there, and then next turn I use my action to be like, I'm a shipwright. I work on ships. I know how to build these weapons. Could I make it so that it can turn and face the ship?
Yeah, I think totally. I think that makes sense.
Okay, then that is what I will do. So I'm gonna look at Bethany. I'm gonna be like, Bethany, I got out. I'm going to the swivel. I'm gonna try and wreak some havoc.
All right, you want to go to that swivel up ahead?
That's the one.
All right, I'm gonna deal with George. I'm gonna do my best here. I'm glad you're doing better.
I'm gonna try and lay down some suppressing fire. You'll just have to give me a bit of time.
Okay, next time try to carry some of that with you. I don't know what would happen if I wasn't here.
Well, if you weren't here, we'd be in trouble a while before this. Cool.
You go up to the swivel. I'm gonna say it's at the bottom of the stairs. You break free. George, after seeing you break free. Well, the mink, it seems that, I don't know what that means, but Kenway mentioned that once. Is that what it is? Bethany, after you leaving, goes, yeah, that's my friend. Don't worry about him. You're gonna deal with me. Cracks his knuckles. Seeing all this, Lawliet's looking down. You know I never wanted this. I just want money for your capture and to be left out of all this nonsense.
Well, then you probably shouldn't have captured me in the first place.
Me and my warriors are only here because of that beast you call Kenway is forcing me. If I didn't join him in this battle, he'd unleash his full force onto Toroa. What would you do in my shoes? He's looking down.
Alright, well then I guess we both gotta do what we gotta do.
That's fair. He cocks his gun. Okay, so the turn, moving over to the Libere Luce, continue the battle aboard the Vine. The warriors of Toroa and the jungle pirates, they attack. Rolling to hit 20.
So have they just in general done more damage to our guys than we have done to them?
So far, I do know
Oh,
that
great.
with the surprise round, the Libre Luce have done more damage.
All right, sweet.
Uh,
Hope it
but
keeps
they-
treading
but it's
in
not
that
a lot.
direction.
It's not a lot, but it is
Not a
more
lot
damage.
more.
Hey, damage is damage.
Because right now they're doing 15 damage to each of the Warriors of Throa and Jungle Pirates. And as you're on the swivel, you can tell that the Libre Luce are winning this fight. So turn now over to Bethany. I wouldn't move if I were you, Beth. Your friend there got lucky. Those might look like vines, but they're actually razor wire. So Bethany's going to attempt to move here. He was caught in them for longer than you, so I'm going to say he does take the 1d10.
Is that the sugar glider's still running around, right, Meringue?
No.
No? No?
After you slammed it down, it was really low. You
Okay,
haven't seen
so
it
he got
since
called back?
then. I
or
assume
we
he's
just
like a
don't know?
Pokemon. He went
Okay.
back to Lawliet.
Okay, cool. I mean, that works for me.
It works for you. Cutting against Bethany's legs, he's going to take 10 damage. Ugh. Right. Well, just like with Monroe, I'm going to have to use one of these myself. So he takes a gold herb that you used actually, and he's gonna heal himself. So because he's taken a lot of damage as well. Okay, so he's gonna heal 3d20 plus 5, healing 28 HP. He takes the full brunt of the razors against his legs, and then uses a gold herb to heal himself. Then he's gonna roll a strength check to escape the razor. Bethany tears the razors from his legs and moves towards George. You are going to catch me off guard this time, George. No hostage is gonna keep you safe. George takes another step back. He's got the railing of the ocean behind him. What? As Bethany closes in, he still has his action, because that was just a bonus action. So he swings his large axe at George. Wait, Beth, I'm sure we can talk this out. The axe slams down. I'm going to roll to hit. Is he going to do it? 14. Clearing the DC and hitting George. The axe dealing 14. 14 damage straight across the chest. Bethany stands above George. No running away this time, George. He falls backwards against the railing of his own ship. Now, what island are you talking about? Bethany takes one step forward. Where is Rosie? George, smirking. Meanwhile, aboard the Terra Incarnate, at the top of the initiative order, Thomas. So Kenway, pushing into your two swords, you're holding him back.
Now, assumingly, I can just push him off of me easily without, having to use my action.
As a free action, you just break off of him.
All right. Luchas, do me a favor. Hold Kenway down. Can I make a persuasion check to try to, have them help on their turn? To, actually hold them
with
down?
Disadvantage, you called them luchas. Who's a lucha? Libre luce?
That's not bad.
Bro, it's the same thing.
I know it is the same thing, but imagine this. You're in a battle. This pirate helps you fight for the freedom of your island. And during the battle, he calls you something similar to what your name is. But instead of calling you by your name, he just calls you by what you are. And instead of, getting that name right, you get it wrong. And it's like,
yeah, I'm not doing that.
I'm not doing that, jerk. Would you? No.
Alright, so I just realized I said y'all names wrong. You ain't gotta do shit for me.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, who's luchas? We're the Libre Luce.
Noted.
No, noted.
And then I'm gonna-
Just got it this time.
Then can I turn to this helmeted figure? It's a helmet, right? You said
It's
it
a
was
helmet.
a helmet, right?
It's a helmet. You
Okay.
cannot see their face or
That's fine.
anything
I'm gonna
about
look
their
at
head.
this helmeted
What is-
figure. You said this sword's gonna break soon, and then I notioned the one he said it was gonna break.
Yeah, that sword's been made with some bad metal.
What about this other one?
Yeah, that's a good
Is it-
sword. It's been
It's
made
a good sword.
not too long ago.
You know what? I'm gonna kick it old school, and I toss him the swords, and I'm going to straight start fisticuffs Kenway.
Where do you put your swords?
I throw him to the helmeted person.
The helmeted person equips their baton at their belt instead and catches the two swords and looks at them. What do you want me to do with these?
If you want to come help, but for right now, old school style. Oh, okay, so a 7.
You only rolled a 7. Okay.
Yeah, it says plus the 1.
Yeah, plus the 1. Okay. Only rolling a 6. You go to hit Kenway in his chest, just like the other two. He seems unfazed by this, as you're just hitting him a couple quick jabs at him, kicking it old school.
I'm just warming up, Kenway. I'm just warming up.
Really? Do you not see me as a threat? You really go unarmed against me.
I've seen someone go unarmed against the most dangerous man in the world.
Well, that has me curious. The turn goes over to the warden. The warden, not really a sword user, sticks your 2 swords into the ground of the Terra Incarnate. He or she isn't really like moving with them, just immediately putting them into the wood and pulls out their arrow, rolling to hit. It's an 8. It misses Kenway. Kenway sees the warden pulling down the shot and turns to the left, dodging the arrow. The arrow flies past Kenway. Since Kenway moved, everyone can see climbing onto the Terra Incarnate is Riverstone leading the Moonlight Pirates. And as he's climbing on, the arrow, instead of hitting Kenway, hits Riverstone in his other arm, the one he wasn't holding the hatchet with. He goes, come on, again?
Sucks to suck, Riverstone.
Kenway sees this and just nods his head a little bit to the right and then turns back to see you guys. This turn, Riverstone along with the Moonlight Pirates are going to be climbing aboard on their turn. 5 of the Libre Luce fighting the Moonlight Pirates, trying to stop them from getting them off the ship. You backed off. They were the ones that were helping you guys against Kenway. They disengage and they're going to head to regroup with Sabrina and her forces. Together, all of the Libre Luce, apart from Alice, are together now. Riverstone skipped his turn to move on the same time as the rest of the Moonlight Pirates. They're climbing aboard, and Riverstone, after getting hit by that arrow, Kenway is heard yelling as he sees his crew get on top of the ship. Nicholas, I want the ship headed to regroup with George's vessel immediately. Riverstone yells back, yes, Master Kenway. He addresses the rest of the crew. I want this ship moving now. You heard the captain. Him along with the rest of the Moonlight Pirates, instead of attacking or doing anything right now, are focused solely on getting the ship moving. It's in the water, but they need to get the ship's sails in and all that. So finally, the 3 unconscious Moonlight Pirates from last turn are now regrouping with the rest that are awake and helping the ship move. Now Sabrina, after breaking from her bonds, she's moving with the rest of the Libre Luce. They seem to be getting in some kind of formation. Traveler.
Yeah?
We're going to handle the Moonlight Pirates. We'll try and stop them from getting the ship moving. In the meantime, you're the only one to hold back Antonio. Keep him off of us and we'll keep him off of you.
They said they were going toward George's ship, right?
Yet. I don't know why they want to get over there.
Let them.
Let them.
Help me fight Kenway. How's that?
Forces, Krav Maga formation. Also, take off your masks, face your friends and family, and show them this is a cause worth fighting for. So all the Libre Luce, only 8 of them, surround Sabrina with her at the center in the front. She walks forward, standing next to you, and she's going to ready herself to fight Kenway alongside you.
Let's do this. And I'm ready just like Shane.
Kenway, seeing the warden, Sabrina, and Thomas in front of him. One of these 3 doesn't really belong in this fight. Is 38 million berry really worth your life? He's looking at the warden. Well, I thought it was 19 million berry. You're Riverstone of the Black Marble, aren't you? Kenway just throws up a hoof to his face and goes, I'm not dealing with this.
Can I grab the helmet and turn it to the direction of Riverstone?
Not currently, no.
No, as my object interaction, please.
Okay. Kenway is about to attack the warden, but before attacking, you grab their head and turn to face Riverstone.
Kenway, hold on 1 second. Look, that Riverstone. You're making me mad, and you're on my side.
What are you talking about? There's 2 Riverstones.
Could I remove the helmet instead?
No, you can't.
Okay, on my turn, I know what I'm doing.
That's funny.
Does he even know what they look like?
There's something going on there that you guys don't know about.
I feel like I know what it is, but I don't want to say it yet.
After doing that, you look back. Kenway attacks the warden. He's going to have to roll to not be affected by this shock, though. So let's see. The aftershock from first getting hit by that. Okay, so he's unaffected by it. It's a nat 20. I can't really do anything extra. He's just unaffected by the aftershock. He's going to attempt to roll again to hit this time, because that was the aftershock. He's going to 16 to hit, and he's going to quick kick the warden, knocking them back, dealing an amount of damage I won't share, and knocking them into the railing, knocking them back into the railing of the Terra Incarnate as the Moonlight Pirates are getting the ship together. They take an additional 1d20 from hitting the railing, just like anyone else would. They've taken X amount of damage so far. I don't want to share that much. Alice spends her turn. She's climbing to the top of the Terra Incarnate. In the background, you can see her climbing. And she's going to roll for athletics here. She rolled a 17, so she's nearly reaching the top. She's like where Monroe was, but on the Terra Incarnate. Meanwhile, aboard the Vine, all of the Jungle Pirates skip their turn to move on the Warriors of Toroa turn. The Warriors of Toroa turn. 4 of the Jungle Pirates and 4 of the Warriors of Toroa continue the fight against the Libre Luce. The one that was helping them is now trying to get the forces from below deck onto above deck by moving the crate of cannons, blocking the entrance. They attack, land 7 out of 8 attacks land. They're going to deal 12 damage to the Libre Luce.
12 per? Okay.
Yeah, 12 per. You can tell they're roughly about half HP, the Libre Luce.
Okay, compared to...
You can tell the enemies are doing about the same.
Okay.
So it's not like they have about half as well. A little bit more, a little bit less. The Warriors of Toroa and the Jungle Pirates below deck with 2 Jungle Pirates and 1 Warrior of Toroa above deck all attempt in a roll to push off the crates of cannonballs, the ones that Bethany and the Libre Luce pushed on, above one of the entrances near the other end of the ship.
Okay.
They're gonna roll to attempt. Since they have a lot this turn, they're probably gonna succeed, which they do. Yeah. But just
one of the crates?
Just one. So they have an entrance. They have a way to get out. Perfectly clearing the DC actually. And the crate of cannonballs just pushes to the other end, rolling to the front of the ship. Out from below deck of the ship, stepping onto the deck of the Vine, is 4 more Jungle Pirates and 2 more Warriors of Toroa. Lastly, the same Warrior of Toroa that ran beneath the deck earlier comes out with what seems to be 3 animals in tow. Hyenas. Yeah, like Meringue wasn't the only animal they have. So they join the initiative. They're going to move after Monroe and before the Libre Luce. The joint of the rest of the Jungle Pirates and the Warriors of Toroa use their actions this turn by breaking free and only with movement left. They're going to move to surround the Libre Luce. Now, the Libre Luce at this point are basically surrounded. They're outnumbered at this point. There's 3 hyenas there. There's 10 Jungle Pirates. There's also 8 Warriors of Toroa. They move to surround the Libre Luce with a call from their captain, George. Show these intruders the power of the jungle, boys. Lawliet calls down from the mizzenmast. Warriors, show these fighters the power of the animal kingdom. Their backs to the water. The Libre Luce are cornered. In relation to the Libre Luce, you're at the bottom of the stairs where Bethany landed the first time. They're closer to the front of the ship. Turn over to George. You may have landed a hit, Beth, but you're too foolish to see the forest for the trees. George, standing up. Your captain lost something important to him, didn't he? I wonder where he is right now, anyway. He gestures to the other ship after gesturing to not have Thomas anywhere. The Terra Incarnate on the other side of the dock. Fighting a monstrous battle, perhaps? I would know. That beast defeated me some years ago using some weird form. He continues. He won't be like that for long, though. He seems to be smiling even harder. Kenway is dying regardless of the outcome of this battle. The time of Kenway is coming to a close, and soon I will unveil my own plans. Bethany pushing forward with his axe. It's not his turn, but he's like egging him on. What the hell are you on about? So after getting knocked down by Bethany, George stands up and he pulls his own sword out, slashing at Bethany, rolling a 16 to break armor class and dealing 14 damage as he's sliced across his chest in the same way as Bethany just did, ironically doing the same amount of damage. George, seeing that Bethany just got slashed across, he says, I may have gotten lucky. I know I can't beat you head on, Beth. I won't even try. He takes this opportunity to attempt to leave. But George, because he's not like a special fighter or anything, Bethany gets an opportunity to attack. 2. After getting sliced across the chest, he goes, damn it, George, don't you try to back out of here. He swings this axe, but it's too late. George jumps off. You're near the edge. He's in the middle. He runs towards to join the fight with the rest of them. Lawliet, he sees you on the swivel. You're out in the open. You don't have any cover. He's going to attempt to hit you. 16. 26. So you're good. You're just hit by this in your leg this time. It's not going to affect you, but you get hit by it in the leg.
I'm at 28.
28. Once I capture you, even if you're a little bit damaged, I can square my debt with Kenway and be done. He uses a bonus action this time. He hasn't done this yet, but he's going to do something new. He's going to roll to hit you. 12. because it's 12, but because of what it is, you don't get hit by it. I'm going to say it's not within the radius. He's going to throw something. It falls down. Attempting to throw it at you was a grenade. It explodes, and it almost would have dealt damage to you, but he missed. As he threw it, he didn't put enough emphasis in it, and he hit where the captain's quarters is on the Dawn, but on the vine. So imagine that area. God damn it! Should have practiced my throw a little bit more. I hope you don't die on me now. Once that beast leaves these seas, Toroa and the rest of these islands will be back to normal.
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna be like, explosions. That's my thing.
Okay, turn initiative. Moving over to Monroe. You're on the swivel.
I'm on the swivel. My action this turn, I use on the swivel. Bethany comes over next turn, and our bonus actions let me use the med kit, and then his action can be using the swivel. So then that's what I want to do. I'd be like, I'll look at Bethany, and I'm gonna be like, Bethany, I'm gonna need you for this to work.
So,
and then I'll just tell him, I'll be like, I'm gonna work on the swivel, but I'm gonna need you to help me with first aid.
Right, that'll work. Okay, let's do that. So
right.
You can skip this turn and then take both your action and bonus action during Bethany's turn, which
Yeah,
you'll
that's
be
fine.
skipping your turn, moving over to the hyena's turn. The hyenas are gonna attack the Libre Luce. So they're gonna roll to hit, roll 3d20, hitting 2, and the last one is blocked by one of the Libre Luce members. The member hit is Carmen, aka B9. She yells out in pain as one of the hyenas bite into her arm. And another of the Libre Luce, it's Raymond. He's hit, bites into his arm. The two of them take 20 damage, and you can tell the two of them are not looking good. I mean, you're busy with the thing, but
yeah.
They yell out in pain, as the hyenas are biting into them. The Libre Luce, it's their turn as they call out. It's Raymond, the one that got hit by it, one of the shipwrights that helped you upgrade the Dawn. Monkey, we're doing not so hot over here.
Whoa. We're gonna have to fight through it.
Another Libre Luce, it's Rosa, aka A8. Misfits! They got us surrounded! After yelling that over, Bethany actually responds, Guys, what's going on? And all of the jungle pirates, all the warriors of Toroa, except for one, which is Lawliet, above on the mizzen mast, it just surrounds the Libre Luce. They're about to take slamming for damage. Rosa looks to her Libre Luce around her. No, this isn't worth it. Not right now. Fall back to the ship for now. They're gonna have to do that unless you want to persuade them to stay, because right now they're surrounded. It makes sense for them not to stay in a losing fight like this. Two of them are about to die. Their numbers are almost doubled. What? You guys are leaving? What's going on? Monroe, they're not. They're about to leave. Should we join? But you're about to have this done.
Okay, I'm gonna yell out at him, and I'm gonna tell him, just hold on a little longer. I've got an ace up our sleeve. Please.
I'm gonna need you to roll a persuasion check.
Alright.
This is going to determine the forces of the Libre Luce.
I got a 20.
Going to stay. Oh! Show me this 20.
That's a nat 20.
Nat fucking 20.
Alright, can they be inspired?
Dude. Show me the speech. I want to hear it. I want to hear this amazing speech that you got to keep them here. Now, this is only going to work for this turn.
Look, give us a little longer and we'll have our ace up our sleeve ready. This is the final fight. Everything that you've been accumulating until this point has come to this. Get ready and make your final stand.
All of them feel inspired. I'm going to give them all temporary HP from this, actually. I'm going to roll, let me see, 8d10. Each of them are going to gain the combined and then divided of this. So 43, no, not divided by 8, right? And then rounded down, I guess. They all gain 5 temporary HP points. No, Monkey's right. We have to stay here and fight! And they all attack. Even in how badly this looks, they're gonna attack. 6 of them hit. So only 2 of them miss. And then they each do. The forces of the jungle pirates and the warriors of Toroa, let's say the ones they were already attacking, just to keep it simple, take 13 damage. They're not looking too hot themselves.
So it's even grounds still.
Yeah, another couple rounds, and I think they'd go down as well. That's to show you how much damage they've taken. Now Bethany's turn. Now Bethany, he's gonna come down. All right, you're not looking too hot. Let me help you out with that.
Alright, thank you.
Bethany, after knowing that the stairs are fucked up, he jumps on top of the railing and then does it, which I have
So
to make
then-
a small check here. Yeah, he clears it, but just to make sure.
So then I heal, right?
Using the med kit would be 2d20 plus 10.
22 plus 10, so 32. I'm at 60.
Okay.
And then I'll be like, Bethany, the swivel's ready.
Okay, let's use this bad boy. Since you modified the swivel, it does a small AoE damage of about, it does like a square of 10 feet damage. So it won't hit literally all of the enemies, but it'll hit like a good chunk of them. But it does enough damage to be like, hey, shit, that hurt. He's gonna roll to hit with the swivel, which the roll to hit has advantage because it's like the type of weapon it is. 7. To clarify, the Warriors of Toroa and the Jungle Pirates each have really low AC. So obviously this isn't going to hit George, and this isn't going to hit the Hyenas. They have a bigger AC than this. But this does hit the... So you hit a small cone of Warriors of Toroa, and because there's 8 of them, I'm going to roll 1d8. Let's see how many you hit, which is 6. It does more damage to people than it does to a ship, in which case it's going to do... A swivel does 1d6 damage. But to a person, that's to a ship. To a person, I'll say it does double, 1d12. And because you hit 6 of them, I'll say 6d12. 47 divided by how many you hit, 6. So 47 divided by 6, 8. So you deal 8 damage to 6 of the Warriors of Toroa. That's, well, Bethany does. He's the one that used it, but you modified it. Real quick. Bethany came down, jumping, succeeding on an athletics to not use the stairs, comes over to you. You are done finishing with the modifications to the swivel. And after finishing the modifications to the swivel, Bethany helps you, healing you, using his bonus action. And then you say that it's done, and Bethany hops on the swivel and fires at the group of enemies, only hitting the Warriors of Toroa, 6 of them, for 8 damage apiece. And it explodes. Oh, damn, this is more effective than I thought it would be. We should get one of these for the dawn.
Yeah, maybe next time.
Meanwhile, aboard the Terra Incarnate, top of the initiative order, it's Thomas's turn. What do you do?
You good, Gordon?
Yeah, I know. This is a little weird, but I'm starting to think that's not Riverstone.
Oh my globs. Kenway, I'll come to an agreement. Whoop this person's ass because I'm getting annoyed.
So you're joining me, Thomas? Is that it?
No, I'm never going to join you. And then I'm going to attack him.
You go to attack him, roll to hit.
A 9. Then I guess I'm going to move. No, I'm not going to move. I'm going to stay right in front of his ass.
You're trying to hit him again, and essentially he's just not fazed by it.
Slow warming up.
Kenway has had enough of you at this point. He's going to use a legendary action to attack. Using a legendary action, he rolls a 12. Slashes you across the chest as well, dealing 10 damage.
I'm at 70.
As you're slashed across the chest, there's no like kick from this, so there's no knockback. After getting dealt a massive blow by Kenway, the warden, coughing, the helmet on their face beginning to crack, but is still together.
Just take it off.
That didn't go as planned.
If you take the helmet off, you'll breathe better.
I breathe fine, but
maybe you'll see Riverstone.
They're looking around, they're taking in the surroundings for a second, and they see that the ship is starting to move. The man with a concrete face, the black man with dreads, over there in the corner before saying, wait a minute, is that... It points over to Kenway. You're not Riverstone of the Black Marble. Kenway.
I'm clapping my hands.
After getting slashed across his chest, you clap your hands.
Yes, because I'm glad that this person finally realized that the person I'm fighting isn't Riverstone.
Kenway is visibly seen face-palming after slashing you. Again.
See what I mean, Kenway? Now I see why you went bad. Like, you're bad, Kenway, and I see why you went bad. It's to probably kill people like that.
I haven't actually seen someone like that before. I just know people like that are out for my head.
Who isn't out for your head?
The warden slowly gets up. Actually, this is way too much trouble than it's worth. With the crack in the mask, you can't see anything. Actually, make a perception check. I'm gonna give you a hint here if you can roll a good perception.
That's a 11 because I have a -1.
You can tell that the helmet is slightly cracked where the eye would be, but you can't see the eye. You just know that the helmet is cracked in that area. After seeing that, alright, this isn't worth the trouble. They don't even wait for you to say anything. They go, I'ma head out. Throwing up their hands. With the ship only now in the water, it hasn't really moved from the harbor yet. It's slowly trying to like get its bearings. They just jump, yeet into the water. I'ma head out. And just yeet.
Bye, Jessica. As they jump, just to say it, just to see if there's a reaction.
You say that, and literally nothing happens. They just still jumping in the water.
That's fine. Thomas just wanted to get that out because that was probably her in his mind.
That's who you think it is. The Libre Luce skip their turns to move with Sabrina because they want to move on the same turn as her. Riverstone calling to the rest of the Moonlight Pirates. He seems content calling, and now looks to the group of Libre Luce at the end of the Terra Incarnate. The ship now in full sail and is moving. Master Kenway! Kenway responds, yes, Nicholas. Moonlight Pirates, deal with the intruders aboard our ship. The Moonlight Pirates finish getting up, ready to sail, and most of them turn to face the group of the Libre Luce, getting ready to engage, and they ready actions to attack. The 30 of them on the ship, not including Riverstone and Kenway, they just want to follow what their captain and vice captain are doing. Sabrina calls over to Thomas. Traveler, I don't know, but are you a hand-to-hand fighter like us?
I know a thing or two about it.
Let's combo attack when we can. In the meantime, using her turn, she's going to throw her spear at the ground. She wants to make Kenway back up a bit. Jumping from behind it, she's going to use her action, let's say a bonus action, to just throw it at the ground, gain some distance, and action to push her shield into Kenway. So she wants to gain more distance, pushing him back some. Nice. Actually hitting him. Kenway is pushed back. This does a small amount of damage here, not much. So it does a little damage to Kenway and pushes him back some. He's standing in the same area as Riverstone and the rest of the Moonlight Pirates. I helped us gain some distance. Use this time. The Libre Luce are going to ready themselves for the attack that's coming in. There's a lot of enemies. Kenway, after getting pushed back, it's now his turn. He's going to move forward. That didn't have much of an effect because he's just going to move forward on his turn here. I'm going to cut his movement in half there. It's still going to be enough to do what he wants to do. To say that move did something is that he's not able to move as much during this turn. Kenway moves forward back to where you guys are, standing in front. You, Thomas, you were once a hook pirate, weren't you? I had respect for Tess.
How do you know about that life of mine?
Orbit battled him countless times, each time to a draw. He glances down to his log post on his wrist. You, however, I have little respect for an upstart that doesn't know his place. So he's going to roll to hit. 17. He's going to quick kick this time. He wants to kick you some more, the same way he did it the first time. 12 damage to you as you're kicked into the mast this time, not the railing, near the rest of the Libre Luce. So you, Sabrina, were standing in the front, and he kicks you towards the mast, where the mast is. You take 11 from the mast, just hitting the mast.
47. I'm at 47.
The Hook Pirates died at that Battle of Dunrig with the loss of your captain. To think his right-hand man was beneath my nose this entire time. Kenway's shaking his head. This little rebellion that's been brewing for years will finally come to an end in much the same way.
Are you with... And then just like fade out into nothingness.
And the turn moves over to Alice, and she takes her turn off screen, and she's climbing. She's now on the mizzen mast. And it's like the mini crow's nest, the same thing that Lawliet is in on the Vine. The Terra Incarnate begins to make its way fully towards the Vine and the Dawn, sailing its way through the arbor of the Lost Camp. Each of you aboard can see that the Vine, George's vessel, is stationed next to the Dawn. Meanwhile, aboard the Vine, the Jungle Pirates skip their turn to move on their captain's turn. The Warriors of Taroa skip their turn to move on their leader's turn. Turn over to Gallows George. 5 of you stay here. 5 of you come with me. He's going to start moving towards Bethany and Monroe with 5 of his forces with him, 5 of them staying behind. Yeah, I think I want them to move at the same time. So I'm going to say George does that. George skips his turn along with the Jungle Pirate's turn to move on Lawlet's turn as well. Because that way I want them all moving at the same time for what's about to happen. Okay, so George is going to move with his fighters. 5 of them coming in your direction, Bethany and Monroe. 5 of them staying behind. Lawlet's turn in the initiative order. Everyone, I want my warriors to take up positions against them. Half of you over here. Leave the hyenas and attack them. There are 8 warriors of Toroa. 4 of them stay behind. 5 jungle pirates, 4 warriors of Toroa are going to stay behind, along with 3 of the hyenas. They're going to stay behind to fight the Liberated Luce, which is only 8 numbered at this point. 5 of the jungle pirates and 4 of the warriors of Toroa, same amount as there, are going to head towards Monroe and Bethany, along with George and Lawliet, who's firing from above. So I'm going to go with the leaders first. Lawlet's going to take his shot from above, and then George is going to swing. Essentially, they're all going at once to just overwhelm you guys. Fires a shot down, completely misses both of you. God damn it. George, he prefers to keep his distance. He's also going to fire a shot. He's going to shoot, he's going to miss. The horde is coming after you. 5 jungle pirates, 4 warriors of Toroa. I'm going to say 2 of them have swords, 2 of them have guns. The ones with whips stay behind. So Bethany's at 56. How much HP do you have?
60.
The rest of the forces all attack. They come up with swords, slashing at Monroe and Bethany. They come up with guns, firing at Monroe and Bethany. Some of them doing one, some of them doing the other. All together, both of you take 45 damage. And you're fending them off, you're trying to fend them off, you're mostly failing, you're getting shot left and right, boom, boom, both of you in the same time. Both of you manage to block 1 hit. Doesn't help much as the others attack. As you kite back, boom, boom. You're down to 15, he's down to 11.
11.
After all of them attacking, the other forces are going to attack the Liberated Luce. Each of the Liberated Luce take 9 damage. Carmen and Raymond, both of the ones that were hit by the hyenas, look like if they take any more damage, they're going to die. They're 1 HP. So once again, when the turn passes over to them, they're likely going to try and do the same thing they did last time because of how just fucked up they are. This is not looking great for anyone here. You're outnumbered completely. Lawlet's firing on you from the mizzenmast. George is standing in the back firing. And some of his forces are firing as well. Monroe and Bethany, the both of you there. So what do you want to do on your turn? Both of you are right next to the swivel.
You think I could use Electro on the swivel to make the bullets stunning rounds?
I'd say bonus action, let him load them in. Well, I don't know how it works like that because I don't know how. I don't know.
I was just thinking like passing electricity through it while I shoot. Because it would be my action and my bonus action.
Yeah, I'll say you can. If you can make the thing electrified.
Because I'm assuming it's like a metal weapon that shoots metal bullets.
It's shooting one, like kind of like a cannonball, but smaller. And when it hits, it explodes.
They're all like in a big crowd in front of us, right?
Right.
So then it should hit all of them, right?
Well, they're on top of you, like really close to you. So you took it off. Bethany's holding it because he was the last person to use it. You're gonna attempt to take it from him and use Electro on it.
Can I have everybody move to the dawn and then use the swivel and shoot the big crowd of them with it with my enhanced Electro?
They'd all be potentially stunned. If you hit one, you'll hit the crowd and they'll all potentially be stunned, but each of them would have to roll to not be stunned.
But are we in a position where everybody can get on the dawn?
The ship by this point is like a little bit far. Neither of the ships are anchored, so they're kind of like drifting apart. They're still next to each other, but like drifting apart. You'd have to jump and make an across. The Liberated Luce would all have to jump and make it across. Also, like they'd be able to fire on you if any of you are in the water. What's your plan here? What are you thinking? The ship's kind of drifting away. We're not going to be able to jump back on unless it'll take a hot minute, and we're gonna get damaged. This is a bad shot, but without the dawn, with that ship coming, and he points out, and you can see that the Terra Incarnate is on its way. Mm-hmm. If they take control of the dawn, we're never gonna get out of here.
So this is what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna have Bethany and the Liberated Luce all go jump onto the dawn, or attempt to jump onto the dawn and leave, and then I'm gonna just use my movement to get like into a position where I could shoot the crowd and try and stun them.
I feel like it wouldn't take much persuading for the Liberated Luce. They're not doing so hot. Now, the plan involves you staying behind, so Bethany, being your crewmate, is gonna, you'd have to persuade him if you want him to leave.
Yeah, Bethany, you and the Liberated Luce go get on the dawn and leave. I'm gonna get into a position where I could use my electro and hit them with the swivel and stun them so you can escape.
I don't know about leaving you behind. They're after you. You're the one they want. If we let them get you, and
that's exactly it. I'm the one they want. That means that I'll be alive no matter what happens.
He does a turn and goes, oh, damn it. Okay, roll of persuasion. You're trying to persuade him to leave. Bethany is a warm-hearted guy who wouldn't want to leave you behind.
5.
5. Bethany goes, oh, Monroe, I can't do that. I can't leave you behind. He grabs his axe and goes, well, let me help you. He calls over, okay, Liberluce, get back to the dawn. We'll give you some time. Yeah, I mean, if you want to use your electro to try and electrify it now, go for it. Yeah, if it's portable now, you can carry it with you.
So then, yeah, I'll use my attack and bonus action to try I guess, hit the crowd with my electro enhanced swivel shot.
Okay, roll for electro.
Okay, 5.
You don't use electro, but the shot still goes off. It's gonna hit. You don't have to roll to hit. But what I am gonna do is that because there's about 9 of them around you, with George in the back, Lawliet on the top, those 2 aren't gonna get hit by this, but you can hit the crowd. And I'm gonna have you roll to hit the crowd. So roll me a 1d9, and how many of them you hit?
7.
7. You hit 7 of them. Roll me damage. So 7d12.
42.
Divide this 42 into the 7 of them, which would be 6.
Mm-hmm.
So they each take 6 damage as they're blown backwards. The hyenas also have to attack. Holy shit, I didn't roll for them. 3d20. Luckily, 2 of them hit the ones that are not Carmen and Raymond, leaving another 2 at very low HP. The Liberluce. Okay, time to retreat. We can't win this fight. Rosa calls for everyone to retreat. They're going to try and jump onto the Dawn. They're all going to roll athletics here. Because they're being pushed into the corner, they don't have time to think. They have to be like, okay, I jump across. This Liberluce jumps across onto the Dawn successfully. It's Rosa. Her thick thighs jumps across. She's successful. 2 of them jump on a little averagely, not perfect. It's Raymond and Carmen, the ones that were weak. 5 of them fall into the water. Bethany, seeing this, he sees across and he sees the other group of enemies that are now squaring up. Looks like they're about to fire on the Liberluce that jumped across. And he goes, I have an idea, but I might fuck us over. And you know Bethany doesn't swear.
Well, what's that idea?
Okay, we get the Liberluce. You see, they didn't exactly make it across. But those over there, they're going to fire on them. And I'm going to turn the ship. Jink it to the side. And by doing that, his idea is that by jerking the ship to the right, all of them that try to fire on the Liberluce that falling into the water will just have a poor shot.
So then he's gonna run for the wheel.
Not even waiting. He just jumps over. Quick athletics. Because he has to not touch the stairs because of the razor vines here, it's not a high DC. Okay, he rolled 18. We're fine. He jumps onto the railing of the stairs, flies across, and lands in front of the helm. And in front of the helm, he grabs it, jerks it to the side, and the whole ship just irks that way. Okay, with control of the helm, I can move all you bitches anywhere. You can tell Bethany is starting to swear today. He doesn't normally swear. Must be the stress of the battle. You didn't use any movement on your turn, right? You just kind of...
I guess if I didn't have to move
to get away from the swivel. Right? The swivel's heavy, though. You'd have to...
I have to drop it.
You either drop the swivel...
Am I near the edge of the boat?
You are.
Okay, can I drop the swivel in the ocean?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll drop it in the ocean.
You drop the swivel in the ocean.
Okay.
Splash.
Alright, and then I guess I have to make an athletics to get over to where Bethany is?
Yeah, it's a real simple one. I mean, unless you roll like you were rolling, you should be fine.
Yeah, don't say that.
Yeah, don't say the jinx.
Alright, I got 6.
It's good. The DC was 6, so you just cleared it. Okay, you jump onto the railing, doing a little balance thing, and you jump next to Bethany. The 2 of you right next to each other. All the enemies are below near the stair area. Before we cut back to the Terra Incarnate, Bethany looks over. He glances behind his shoulder and goes, it looks like the Terra Incarnate's headed this way. I'm sure Thomas is aboard that vessel. We need to stand our ground until then.
Or die trying.
Let's try to survive until Thomas gets here.
So that's all we can do.
Meanwhile, aboard the Terra Incarnate, after getting thrown into the mass of the Terra Incarnate, you feel the ship is moving. You're headed straight for George's ship. You see the Dawn out in the distance as you glance. You see George's ship out in the distance, and you see the Dawn. It seems George's ship has been jerked to the side. Now aboard the Terra Incarnate, it's your turn.
It says I have a leftover, so I'm assuming that's a lax pat, right?
Yeah. Did you want to throw that on you?
Can I pop that real quick?
5 uses, and they heal you by 1d8 plus 1d8 temporary HP per turn. So this turn you'll heal 1d8. Next turn you'll heal 1d8, and every turn you'll heal a small amount and get a small amount of temporary HP.
Pop that D8 right. Ooh, max 8 right there.
Ooh, let's go.
Solid.
Okay, what's the temporary HP? Roll 2d8. The first one is how much you heal, and the second one is how much temporary HP you get.
What's 47 plus 8? 55.
55. 4. You got 4.
Solid.
Yeah.
And then
throw down a lax packs on yourself. I'm gonna say that's your bonus action, just because you have to grab it out of your pocket. You throw it on yourself, and it starts to heal you.
as a free object interaction, this is why I'm rolling poorly. Can I light a cigarette?
I mean, sure.
Hey, that's where I'm rolling poorly. You know, you got. I could take it out, drag it.
You take out your lighter and cigarette, and you light it. Kenway has to make a perception check here, failing it with a nat 1. Okay.
All right, Kenway. Now it's time to get real. Now I'm gonna attack Kenway.
As you're going to attack Kenway, Sabrina stops you and goes, "Hold on. Do you listen to her?
What's up? What'd you say?
Fight with me, and we'll attack him together."
All right, sure.
Okay, Thomas, you skip your turn, other than using a Latch Packs as a bonus action.
I prepare my reaction.
Okay. Libre Luce.
So I don't lose my initiative order.
Sabrina commanding her forces. It's an 8v24. 6 of the Moonlight Pirates, the ones that aren't engaging with you guys, they're gonna try to make sure the ship's moving, helming the ship, you know, making sure it's aiming in the right direction. Messing with the sails in case they got to. Just a couple people that aren't attacking. Okay, so Libre Luce. Each of them have shit they can do. They don't normally do this unless Sabrina is around because she's a leader and she's inspiring. And they're not coordinated without her. That's why she's so powerful, is that she's a great leader. Each of the NPCs all gain normal attack shit that you guys gain. Bonus action, reaction. All the background NPCs get those now. Only because Sabrina is a great leader, she can direct her forces. The Libre Luce in formation, she calls out, "Everyone, fire a dart and then disarm and engage." So as their bonus action, they're each gonna fire a dart. The same type of dart that you were hit by. They're gonna roll to hit the first 8 of them. 6 of the darts land, dealing a small 1d4 per dart. I didn't do it for you because it was like a 1d4. It didn't really feel like it mattered. Plus, you were with allies. So each of the first wave take 2 damage and have to succeed on DC 11 saving throws. 4 of them succeed the rolls and 2 fail, meaning one of them is going to fall asleep and another one feels a sense of berserk and is going to attack the first person they see. Anyone play Assassin's Creed, they'd know what these are. As their action, they're going to ready actions to disarm any attackers that miss, dealing half damage but knocking back into their friends. And as their reaction, instead of moving towards the enemy, they're going to stay in formation, increasing all of their AC by 2, meaning they're going to go up to 11. Basic AC. Their background characters, they have 9 as their AC, but doing this keeps it at 11.
Nice.
Okay, so that's the Libre Luce's turn. They're able to do all of that because of Sabrina. With Sabrina at the front of the pack, she's with you. But Riverstone, he sees her and rolls to hit 3. He rolls to hit Sabrina. It's a 3, using his 3 nunchucks to hit all 3 hit her shield. Bang, bang, bang. He backs off and he goes, and he uses an attack. Roadblock to hell! He rams his head towards Sabrina, rolling to hit again. It's a 14, breaking armor class, and dealing 28 damage as his head concrete slams into the chest of Sabrina. She tries to block it with her shield, but it's too much as it breaks past her. After getting hit by Riverstone, Sabrina kites back, holds her chest. "You may have sequenced the poison on my nunchucks, but that doesn't mean I can't deal with you the hard way." Sabrina, she holds her chest. She doesn't say anything back to him. The 30 Moonlight Pirates aboard the vessel. 5 of them are focused on running the ship, with 1 on the helm, 3 managing the sails, and 1 calling out to them where they would go. Say 6 of them. So that way it's an even number. So 2 are calling out where they go so that they don't get lost and stuff. 1 of them is in front of you and attacks. He's actually coming out from behind Kenway. Like, something's up with this guy. He wants to attack you. In the battle with Kenway, you're heavily focused on him. that you don't notice this guy coming up. He's gonna roll to hit ya. It's 3. You somehow, even with your attention on Kenway, you see this attack coming as he slashes at you.
I just brush him past.
You brush past him. He's not even a threat to you. The other 24 Moonlight Pirates are attacking the Libre Luce. Of the 24, 1 falls asleep, 1's attacking another one, and the final 21 attack. 10 hit, 11 miss. The Libre Luce disarm 7 of the attackers that missed and push them back, dealing 7 damage, and they lose their weapons, skipping their next turn. So the Moonlight Pirates attack with less forces next turn, but you can tell they aren't taking as much damage. The Libre Luce each takes 17 damage this round, so it's not like a good trade for them. They're taking more damage, but they're making sure that they aren't being attacked next turn. It's Sabrina's turn. She sees how badly the Libre Luce are outnumbered, and she wants to help and fight alongside them. But with Riverstone attacking her and Kenway also there, she wants to do a combo attack with Thomas. We take down Kenway, we end this.
Okay, hold on.
Go ahead.
How close is either Riverstone or Kenway to, let's say, the edge?
You guys are all fighting in the middle.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
Who would be closer?
Kenway. I mean, the 2 of you can try to push him over, if that's what you want to try.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want to try to push one into the water, Sabrina?
That might actually help. They're trying to sail.
Which one do you want to go for?
Kenway's too big. He's not gonna be easy to push.
You want to try Riverstone?
The 2 of you can try to grapple Riverstone and push him up against the edge. Yeah. Remember that Kenway has a legendary action this turn, though, or this round, so he can interfere with this if he wants to.
But would he, though? Does he really care about Riverstone? It's up to Sabrina. I'm following whoever she attacks.
Okay, so she's going to use a bonus action to roll to hit with her blow dart, and she's going to try and use it on Riverstone, so that when you guys attack Riverstone, not only do you gain advantage for being 2 people, you gain a +2 because he'd be asleep or something. So she's going to roll to hit him. This is an experimental formula I've been working on. Hitting Riverstone in the side, it's a 19 to hit, so it hits him, and it does 2 damage, but Riverstone has to succeed on the saving throw to not be hit. It doesn't automatically affect him, he gets a chance for his body to fight it.
Okay, so he gets a chance to resist.
Okay, let's see. It's a 20. So he's unaffected by this. He doesn't even feel the effects of the dart, so to which the dart doesn't even hurt him. You're too weak. I don't even want to bother with you. On his next turn, if he's still there, he's going to try and leave. But Sabrina, she's going to try to attack.
Attack Riverstone?
Attack Riverstone with you.
Okay.
First off, use your roll.
I got a 16.
16? Nice. I think she doesn't even need to use her action at that point. As the 2 of you are pushing towards her, you push him, and you're going up ahead. And you push him up against the railing. And now at this point, I'm going to say, no, you're grappling first. Roll to grapple him. Roll to grapple Riverstone. You have to beat his strength. Together, the 2 of you are going to attack Riverstone by pushing him. Because you rolled well to hit him, you don't have to, you have to beat what he rolls, which is an 11, in which you beat with a 14. You push him up against the railing. Kenway, he sees his vice captain getting pushed up against the railing against, with you, and he's going to use a legendary action to actually try to attack you while you're about to push his other one over. If this fails, you push him over. 14.
That hits me.
I think he's just wanting to grapple you. He just wants to get you off, because even if he does damage to you here, you can still push him over. So he wants to grapple you so that you don't actually push his vice captain over. So hit me with a strength.
Oh my god. Another strength check.
Yeah.
That's a 5.
The 2 of you, Sabrina and Thomas, go up against Riverstone. Because you rolled so well, you move up ahead. You don't even need Sabrina. You grab him, and you push him against the railing. Kenway sees this. Using his legendary action to interfere, he grabs you, and you have to roll to beat his strength, which is an 11. And you roll with a 4, so he grapples onto you, and you don't push Riverstone over the edge, but you get him close to the edge. Probably just throws you again. He doesn't throw you, he just lets go. It's a 1. He lets go almost immediately.
You slip or something, Kenway?
What happened? Damn. Must be
And Sabrina only used her bonus action.
Sabrina looks up above. With everything going on, she has to use a perception to see this. I know I'm rolling so much. So she sees this with a 12. She sees something going on up above. And instead of attacking Kenway, she's going to hold her action because of something she sees above. Kenway's turn. After dropping you, he's looking at you, the two of you almost right next to each other. He's staring you down. He's taller than you. He goes, "Did you really think I've been sitting here doing nothing while you've been planning? I knew you'd be here. I had more important things to worry about than your little rebellion. The past few days, we've been working day and night to finish these upgrades."
Upgrades for what?
He uses a bonus action to do something he hasn't done yet. He's gonna ram his head forward. It's a 3. Block
I catch his horn.
You catch his horns with your hands. You see this headbutt coming. You catch his horns with your hands.
Think this is gonna work?
What the? I'll actually give you an opportunity attack there because you caught it. Because he did so poorly, I'll give you an opportunity attack. I don't know if that's like what D&D is supposed to be, but
Nah, hey, you're the GM. You can allow anything. But he's gonna catch this crispy knee. That's a 16.
you finally hit Kenway.
And that's a D35.
Go for
That's
it.
31 damage.
I want you to narrate how you hit Kenway.
Oh, he's catching these straight kneecaps to the head. Straight kneecaps.
Okay. 1 kneecap, 2 kneecap.
Oh, he kneecaps.
Okay.
However many I can give him with 31 damage.
Okay, so you constantly kneel Kenway in the face over and over again, dealing 31 damage until he breaks away from you. Turn moving over to Alice. So Alice has been taking her turns off screen until now. But finally, a voice rings out. "Sabrina! Libre luce!" A voice loud is coming from above the ship. "People of Lost Camp!" Everyone gazes up. The Moonlight Pirates, Libre luce, even Nicholas and Kenway. Everyone's looking and like, who's yelling above the ship?
What's going on?
Everyone
Nah,
can
look.
see this. It's Alice. She's standing on the top of the mizzen mast of the ship, looking down onto everyone. "Is this the future you want for Lost Camp?" She motions to just above her. And squinting, it's hard to see, but there's a boy in a gi. He's tied to the ship, just above Alice, out of reach, his mouth gagged, a noose around his neck, and a rope keeping his body from falling. She points up to him. "This boy is Sabrina's son, and the future of Lost Camp, Angel Santiago. Is this the cause you're fighting for?" She goes on, pointing down at everyone. "A cause where an innocent boy is killed for the conquest of a man with no compassion." She yells down, she's calling, and she's squinting. She could see one of the Moonlight Pirates. It's Mario. "You babysitted Angel all those years ago. Don't you remember the times you had to change him? What if this happened to your own daughter?" And one of the Moonlight Pirates just goes, "Yeah, that kid was always an annoyance, but I was happy to help out." Alice continues, "And Clara," she points to another one, "you used to come over and play chess when we were kids. Don't you remember all the times I beat you? Don't you want a rematch?" The Moonlight Pirate utters, "I think I remember wrong, because I remember kicking your ass in chess." You notice that when she's speaking, she sounds a lot like Sabrina, not just because of the DM having the range of his ability not being great, but because she's a sister of Sabrina, and the two of them sound similar, but not the same. "You don't have to follow this madman and his crazy ambitions," she pleads with the Moonlight Pirates. "Join us and we can defeat Kenway together." You can tell the Moonlight Pirates' morale is starting to waver. They're not really fighting as hard. One of them goes, standing up, "It's pointless. You Libre Luce are nothing but traitors. Even if we join you, what hope do we have of beating Kenway?" He goes on, "I fought alongside you for years." Sabrina in the corner, she looks over. "Then. But Kenway was too powerful, and my stepsister died because of it."
Hey. I love this.
You're yelling this.
Hey! I get it. Everything's stressed out right now. But listen, I'm here. My crew's here somewhere. We can do this together. If y'all want to join us, sure. Actions will be done later for y'all. But right now, I just want to kill this goat. And I pull out my gun. Is that possible, DM?
It isn't your turn. Right now, it's just been everyone interacting.
Could I reach for my gun then?
You're reaching for your gun as you're saying this. After kneeing Kenway in the face, he's a few steps from you. The one that was yelling looks to you. "What hope do I have left? Why am I fighting?" He grits his teeth. You all are going to know the pain I felt. We're losing Gabriella." And Kenway looks over to see one of his men. "Well said. pulls out something from his pocket. I'm gonna give you a chance to stop this. As you're reaching for your gun, you can't fire on him as quick. You know in your head, if you try to fire on him, you're not gonna chance. But you can try to tackle him, take him down.
So I could dive on him?
You could dive on him if you see this as a threat. Actually, only if you see this as a threat. Roll me an insight check. This will determine if you see this as a threat or not. Because all he's doing is reaching into his pocket as of now.
Oh, if he's reaching into his pocket, I'm sort of to jump on him.
But he hasn't fought using any weapons until now, right? So,
okay, that's fair.
So it doesn't make sense that Kenway will use a gun or a sword. He's been using his own force. Let's see what you got. What did you get?
I got a 3.
Okay, a 3. You don't see this as a threat. Kenway's reaching into his pocket, pulling out what seems to be like a little device with a button on it, and it pushes it. Says, this rebellion continues to get in the way of my plans. He looks up. I wonder if losing the future of Lost Camp would finally put an end to the morale of this foolish little rebellion. The machine holding Angel cuts, and the rope above Alice's head. Angel begins to fall with the noose still around his neck. If nothing is done, Angel, the son of Sabrina, will be hung for everyone to see. A young boy. In this moment, Alice, seeing this, she yells down, Sabrina! Sabrina's looking at this as well. She still has her action from earlier.
That's why she held her action.
Yeah, she saw Alice, she saw the boy as well, and she thought she might be able to do something, in which case she is going to be able to do something. Uses her readied action she was going to use against Riverstone, but instead uses it to throw her spear in an attempt to save the boy from his untimely demise, her son. She needs to clear DC 15. This is very hard, but she's proficient with her spear, so I'm gonna give her a +2, just because she's used her spear a lot.
I'd say give her advantage since her son.
And it's her son. Sure, we'll give her advantage. +2 with advantage. She should be able to make this, but it only makes it like a 40% chance of clearing it. She could fail to save him, but she rolls. It's an 18. Well, the other one was a 4, so I'm glad that 18 was there.
You're welcome for giving you the idea of advantage.
Yeah, I mean, clearing the DC, the spear flies through the air. After she vaults it across the ship, she cuts the rope and sticks it into the mast about 10 feet up. However, this doesn't save the boy. He's about to hit the ground, and he's very low HP. Alice, she jumped without hesitation, so it should be an easy catch for her. She's gonna roll to catch him. I'm gonna say it's like a DC 6. She clears it with an 8. That could have gone worse. She catches him mid-air and uses her body instead of his to hit the ground, and she'll take 3d6, leaving with 7 damage. And after hitting the ground, Alice holds Angel, removes the gag from his mouth. Auntie Alice? And Alice begins to cry. It's now over to the Vine. It's just Monroe, it's just Bethany aboard the Vine against the forces of the Warriors of Taroa and the Jungle Pirates. Now, the Jungle Pirates skip their turn to move with George. The Warriors of Taroa are gonna ready actions to attack, just in case they come up. Now, that was because George is about to say, men, take back control of the helm from these delinquents, and the Jungle Pirates are gonna rush, try to climb. They're gonna have to clear a DC to climb instead of using the stairs because of George's trap. They know about the trap and they don't want to get caught in it. 4 of the Jungle Pirates, they're gonna turn and they're gonna fire on the Libre Luce in the water, and 2 of them miss, 2 of them are gonna hit. That's happening off over there with Monroe and Bethany. You have the rest of the Jungle Pirates. 6 of the Jungle Pirates engage on Bethany and Monroe, the 2 of you up there. They're gonna ignore the stairs and climb the wall to where the captain's quarters are, each of them rolling athletics. 3 of them fail. Captain, we can't get up the wall and your green hell is blocking the stairs. The other 3 make it up onto the poop deck. 3 attempt to attack. 1 is gonna attack Monroe. The other is gonna attack Bethany. The other one, the last one, misses. Each of you take 12.
3 HP.
3 HP, okay. Bethany, taking the damage right next to you, goes, ugh, damn, ugh. Bethany knocked out next to you. You're alone on the ship. George and Lawliet take their turns off screen. They move closer to the stairs. They don't see. George moves closer to the stairs. Lawliet doesn't have a shot on you because you're just below him. It's like too hard of a shot, so he doesn't fire a shot at you. The Warriors of Taroa ready actions to be attacked. That was on their turn. George yelled out on his turn, and he moved closer, and he's going to be working on the stairs to get it unleashed. Then the 3 Jungle Pirates climbed up. 1 missed, and the other 2 hit both of you. knocking out Bethany. You're low with 3 HP left. Lawliet, he's the one that doesn't have any shot on anyone, so he's not going to take his... dang. I might just have to climb down. So he's going to use this turn to climb down, seeing that the fight is basically won on their side. Now Monroe's turn. You're exhausted. 3 HP left. You see everyone in front of you. You're about to be attacked. You've been fighting this battle for what feels like hours. It's actually been hours, but your character, it's not been hours for. Bethany, he looks bad. He's knocked out. If he takes another shot at this, he could be down for good. You look like a single attack will do you in as well. The 2 hyenas from last round look hungry. They're going to move up after you. You feel like there's no other option here. And you can't go down without a fight. You just will not go down without a fight.
I feel like, yeah, I was just going to charge down George.
I be like, okay, you're going to fight him, but you're going to lose. So why? Why are you, what is making you go on?
I'm not going to lose.
You feel like you just can't lose this battle. You feel like there's no other option but to fight. A sense of adrenaline coursing through your body. It's energy, strength, hope. You're now surging with the will to go on. Monroe unlocks a new feature, Second Wind. But you know, this is an uphill battle. You can't win this alone.
Bethany, come on, you gotta get up. We gotta finish this.
You're pounding his chest. You're trying to get him up. He's taken so many wounds at this point. Okay. He stands up slowly. When you wake up someone like this, I'm going to say it's like Apex. They only have 1 HP. He wakes up slowly.
So can I just wait to move on Bethany's turn then?
Yeah, you can skip your turn, and together the 2 of you can do your turns together, or you can take your turn the way you want it. But with you guys back to back, you guys can do what you want to do on your turn.
Well, I'll look at him. I'm going to be like, there's nothing left to do but to attack George and try and help out Thomas as much as we can. So I say we do as much damage to him as we can while we can.
All right. I'm okay with that. Let's do it.
All right. So then I want to charge at George with with Bethany.
Yeah, the 2 of you are going to take your turns together. For now, the hyenas, they can't move up because the stairs are booby-trapped. One of them sticks their paw in it and goes, the Libere Luce aboard the Dawn, it seems like there's silence over there. Nothing's really happening. Turn now over to Bethany, and at your back. Before you guys do anything, Monroe, you see, he's at 1 HP, dude. 1 hit, he's down. I haven't been in a brawl like this in a long time. He feels all of his wounds. Feels like we bit off more than we could chew.
Yeah, I guess we did.
I don't know what's gonna happen here, but I just wanted you to know. With you guys back to back, he turns his head looking at you. It's been good fighting alongside you, and I will not go down without a fight. He grips his axe even further, his heart beating fast, and his body radiates a sense of strength, of will, and of movable raw defense. Okay, so he's not going to use this feature because of what you guys want to do, but he unlocks this feature at the same time as you, Monroe, and he can use this during this fight or this encounter, this session. He's now fighting with his feet firmly planted on the ground. Until the very end, I will be in a castle of might. For this battle unlocks feature, Castle of Might. He's not using this right now because of what you want to do, unless you change his mind. But other than that, the 2 of you are going to jump off of the poop deck and charge George.
Attempt to attack him with my club.
Okay, so the 2 of you are gonna roll together. You're gonna jump off.
Does that mean we can do it with advantage?
Yep. You roll with advantage, and we'll go with whichever one is higher. George is standing at the way back, but you guys are gonna run towards there. You're gonna hit George.
Okay. All right.
God. I'm gonna say the 2 of you together hit him, and as you're running towards him, Monroe, I don't know about you, but I feel like I could still go on. Trust in me, and I will protect you. Let's do this! And you charge George.
Charge him.
I'll roll with Bethany's damage.
Got my club in my right hand, trying to smack him straight across the head. I hit him for 21 damage.
21 damage to George.
And then for my bonus action, in my offhand, I want to try and use Electro, and I want to try and punch him.
Okay, go for it. Do it.
Okay, I got 19.
You don't even need it.
Okay.
19. You are electrifying him right in the face.
Okay, so he takes 1d20 from the electro, so 13. Plus, he has to make a save to see if he gets stunned.
But for now, he's not stunned, but you electrify him.
So total of 34 from me.
34. Bethany, slashing his axe across, does 7 damage, bringing it up to 41. 41 plus, what is it, 14? He took 14 earlier, so he took 55 damage. Good amount of damage. He's looking half beaten. You guys dealt at least half damage to him.
He's still fighting.
He's still fighting. Like, he's on the ground. You guys are fucking him up. He's good. Everyone sees this, yells, Captain! Captain! That pirate... Yeah, and meanwhile, aboard the Terra Incarnate. Start of the initiative order. It's Thomas. Seeing the atrocity that could have happened to Angel. You see, like, they almost hung a child. How he was almost executed in front of everyone. It reminds you of a little girl just the same age as Angel. Someone that you know pretty well. Sarah. You don't remember what happened to her, actually. And she left with Kita, and anything could have happened after that, but great friend of yours, and something like this could have happened as well.
Even if, especially having Kenway's face part of that, ooh.
And Kenway's not even the most dangerous thing on this ocean. What could have think something like that could have happened to her as well? That boy's death would have made what's to come a lot easier. Now, Kenway cracks his knuckles. Now I have to end this faster, before anyone else does anything stupid. You're face to face with Kenway, and you realize that this man, he's the one behind everything, the mastermind behind looking to take Monroe away, behind Rosie's kidnapping, and most importantly, the one behind Shane's death. Member of the D-Clan or not, you're in the way of my plans, and you need to go down. Kenway glares at you, and as he does, you feel a sense of emotion, a surge of emotion, anger, rage. You're now fighting with the fierce, primal being. Thomas for this battle unlocks a feature, Rage.
Well, of course I'm going to bonus action Rage.
Okay, so you go into a rage state and you take your turn. I assume you just want to fuck up Kenway. Let's go.
I'm going straight for Kenway.
Let's go. I think you've only dealt damage to him once so far.
Yeah, and it was 31. That's an 11. Does that hit Kenway?
No. You went into a rage and you're going to attack Kenway. You're trying to hit him. Boom, boom. And you're using a flurry of blows. Each one, he just blocks. He's just not even having it. He's going hand to hand with you. As this is happening, turn passing to the Libre Luce, and they're going to do the same thing they did last turn. Action, they ready themselves to disarm. Bonus action, they fire 8 darts, 4 berserk for sleep at the enemies. Reaction, they're going to stay in formation to increase their AC. The blow darts this time land 7 out of 8 of them.
Okay, hold up. Wasn't one already enraged by the dart, and wasn't one already asleep?
Yes. There's 24 enemies. 30 if this round, actually.
Oh, okay.
Kenway's done fucking around.
You seem mad, Kenway.
Why are you still alive? Okay.
I just blow a puff of smoke in his face.
So the Libre Luce take their turn doing the same thing they did last turn. This time 7 of them land, 3 of them fall asleep, and 3 of them begin attacking another 3. So Riverstone calls to the Moonlight Pirates, all of the Moonlight Pirates converge on the rebels now! He looks to the people managing the ship and the one that attacked you and says, even you 6. He then attacks Sabrina using his turn. He's going to roll to hit. Missing with a 2.
Big oof.
Big oof. Using his nunchucks and with his concrete headbutt. Yeah, that's a 4. Jesus. Riverstone. He then attacks Sabrina, missing both attacks, using his nunchucks, all of them getting blocked by Sabrina. His concrete headbutt actually ramming into the shield. Neither of them hit. Moonlight Pirate's turn. The Moonlight Pirates that attacked you leaves to fight versus the Libre Luce. And the 5 managing the ship, they leave to fight against the Libre Luce. The Moonlight Pirates that were asleep last round, he rolls to wake up. With a 19, he wakes up. And he joins the fight against the Libre Luce. Remember that 3 asleep and 3 in Berserker, and 3 being attacked by that Berserker. 7 of the Moonlight Pirates lost their weapons last round, and are going to use this turn to, like, pick them up. Like, they can't attack. So the main force of the Moonlight Pirates collapsed down onto the Libere Luce, 14 attacking them all at once. So 14 rolled a hit.
They all finna miss.
10 attacks hitting, only 4 missing. Damage,
Non-existent.
20 damage to all of the Libere Luce. The Libere Luce managed to disarm 3 of the Moonlight Pirates and deal 14 to each of those Moonlight Pirates, but it's just not enough. They're all taking a lot of damage. Sabrina goes, "How are we doing?" She calls to the forces of the Libere Luce. Cries of danger coming from them. She can tell that they're not doing so hot. Sabrina tries to support them, but she knows if she leaves Riverstone, he'll likely kill them. She calls over to Thomas. "Traveler!
Yes.
We have to end this battle quickly, or my forces won't have enough strength to go on.
How do you think my crew feels right now?
I've never met you before. Who are you?
We'll talk later about it.
We don't have much time before we reach that other ship." Sabrina, using her turn, she rolls to attack Riverstone. Rolled a hit. 19 to hit. She pierces him with her spear, rushing him with her shield. Dealing 10 damage as he's pushed. Kenway attacks Thomas this round as initiative moves over to him. Okay, so
Don't miss.
it's a 16 to hit.
Fuck.
Thomas takes half damage and has temporary HP, but he uses a quick claw, so he's going to deal 18, which is half down to 9, so you take 9 damage. Where does that leave you at?
62. Yeah, that's temp HP gone and
Okay,
HP
that's
back.
just HP. Then he uses a bonus action. He's going to do something he hasn't done before, and he's going to transform once more. And he turns from a goat into an even bigger goat. It seems like his horns grew to an even larger size. He now goes to all fours. To describe what he looks like, he's just like, even bigger. This is his beast form. Immediately,
He madman.
he's pissed, dude. He's like, why is this battle still happening, dude? He immediately uses a legendary action and he's going to attack. Because he already attacked on his turn, he has to use his legendary action to attack you again. But he uses bonus action to transform. So he's gonna go, bringing down his head low to the ground. He lunges his body forward. Heavy lunge. If it lands, it'll do 4d20. However, the downside to this attack is that I gave it a -2 because it is his ultimate attack. So he can't do it all the time. He can't succeed on it all the time. He's gonna have to roll higher than your AC by 2. So your AC is basically 13 right now. 17. Even with the -2 would be 15, which is still over your AC. So because you're in rage, you get to half this.
Well, I didn't know if this would have been like bludgeoning, piercing, or
It's bludgeoning.
flattening.
Yeah, we'll say it's bludgeoning because he's just trying to hit you really hard. He's gonna roll 4d20. He got 44, which is halved into 22. With your rage, you only take 22 as it slams into you, knocking you straight across the ship. Near the stairs, he's gonna knock you over there. Because it's not like a big hit, I mean, you're not getting knocked into something big, it's the stairs. I'm gonna, instead of 1d20, it's gonna be 1d10, which is 6, would be halved. I'm gonna say that's half too, so you only take 3 damage from getting hit into something. The turn now over to Alice. I don't have time to explain Angel. Alice grabs Angel and takes him along with the rest of the Libere Luce. She sees where they are, and she's going to try and head over to where everyone is. And Sabrina, but in doing so, she passes Riverstone where she landed, around that area with everyone else. He's between Sabrina and her, and he goes, "Alice! I may not be able to hit your leader, but I can still hit you. It's time to end this futile battle." He makes an opportunity attack as she's trying to get past this man. She just wants to get to Sabrina. As she finally got Angel, she's carrying Angel, so I'll give her a -2 to her AC. Just barely getting hit. Alice's AC is 11, and she takes a -2 that I give her to her AC. Riverstone rolls a 9. Riverstone slams his nunchucks into Alice, dealing 3d10, 19 damage. Alice, however, she takes that damage fully, and she's going to keep moving. She doesn't want to stop.
Oh yeah, that's right. She didn't take any damage before.
Yeah, she's been, other than the falling damage, she hasn't taken any damage so far. So she reaches over to where the Libere Luce are, that are fighting the Moonlight Pirates and Sabrina, and where they are. You got knocked in a different area, but you can still see her moving and all that. and for the purposes of knowing where she is, they regroup. Angel, through dreary eyes, can finally see his auntie, Aunt Alice. Alice says, Sabrina, he's safe. Sabrina, for now he is. Alright, well, what do we do? Allie, I'm not too sure we can win this. We're outmanned. Everyone's doing their best. Look. And she motions over to you, he's not doing so great against Antonio.
If y'all
You're
don't
yelling over.
just fight, oh, I'm gonna get mad at y'all next.
You're just gonna yell, just fight?
Yeah, can I roll an intimidation?
Yeah, you can try to intimidate them. I mean, I'm gonna give you disadvantage. You just got beat the fuck up by Kenway, so try it. Wow, really
Okay, 17.
17 is not bad. I will say, she's like, okay.
Oh, wait, 18. My bad, 18.
Traveler, you're right. You need to stay and fight this, but...
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. I've dealt with worse.
Traveler, we will fight to the end. Let's do this.
Good.
As she yells that, she looks over to her sister. But I can't let my sister and son die. Alice is like, what? What do you mean? Promise me you'll take care of him. I promise. But we're gonna stay and fight and help, right? She catches her own sister off guard as she's hugging her. She lets go, and Sabrina pushes her sister and her son off the ship. Yeah, okay, they fall into the water, and she turns over. The last image of Sabrina she sees, she turns, raising her shield. The Libre Luce will not fall here! Alice and Angel crash into the water. Meanwhile, aboard the Vine, the top of the initiative order, the Jungle Pirates take their turn. They can see you rushing George, and they're gonna roll to hit you.
That's crazy.
It's obviously a lot. They're gonna knock you out.
I have 5. Beth has 1.
Yeah, they roll. Yeah, they hit you. So the two of you are fighting. Obviously, you're not gonna give up without a fight. You're getting overwhelmed. You're getting shot. Boom, boom. You're getting sliced. Boom, boom. George kites back after getting damaged. You did a good number to this man. He yells, Bethany, just turn yourself over. This battle is finished. You're outgunned. Lawliet appears. He climbed down. Outmanned. And the two of them together say, outmatched. The two of you knocked unconscious here. One of the Jungle Pirates moves from below deck and comes up as the two of you, not even conscious, don't feel this, but they do something. And then George smiles. Lawliet seems to be sorrow-filled. You can't see this. This is for the audience. George smiles, and the Lawliet seems to be sorrow-filled once more. His eyes give off a different expression than his actions. Meanwhile, aboard the Terra Incarnate, Thomas, you're still enraged after getting knocked around by Kenway for the umpteenth time. I don't even know how many times it's been now.
A while.
You can hear a voice in your head. All right, make sure to limber up before going for a workout.
I think I just let out just a ugh.
You listen even more intently, and you realize the voice in your head isn't Bethany, it's Shane's. Thomas, I can't help you with that, but why don't you go ask Captain Tess? Shane's face in front of you before you walk over to Tess. You're trying to listen to what he's saying. It's not coming through. His voice isn't there as his mouth moves. In front of you is Captain Tess of the Hook Pirates. But suddenly you're pulled back into the present. You're standing before a beast form Kenway. He stands on all fours. It seems your body moved before you could even move it. As you're standing there, you remember the feeling you had when Shane died. It may not have been Kenway himself, but you know that he was the one behind it. Kenway in front of you. And in front of you, you know he's not fucking around anymore because he uses a legendary action to impose his Conqueror's Hockey onto you. And you guys are gonna go at it. You look at him, and it seems to be straining him. He rolls, and both of you get a +2. Let's see what you got.
Don't we get advantage? Or that was just that previous time?
I think that was that previous time. Because it's just the two of you, you guys, before, you weren't imposing yours on him. He was just imposing it on the ship. Now it's just like a VV.
A 1v1.
1v1.
What would you say Conqueror's Hockey would be? Constitution?
Charisma. This is your force of will. The force of your Conqueror's Hockey clash seems not to be affecting the people around the area, as you're keeping it between the two of you.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Ooh, I'm gonna say, he gets a dirty 19 with a 17. So just You know, you're beating him, but only by a little. You're not like, your force of will is not overpowering him. It's just like, imagine it as a tug of war that you're slowly winning.
Do I see him getting like? Do I know? Can I see that I'm winning?
I'm gonna say you're so focused in, you can't tell.
Either way, I'm going to start walking towards him.
You start walking slowly.
You're nothing like that beast who raised me. You're nothing like anyone who has ever tried to beat me before. I'm gonna kill you, Kenway, right here and now. I'm gonna just punch him, 17.
17 to hit?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You punch him across the face. Narrate. Tell me what happened.
Since my first one hit, does my...
After you punch him, the two of you won't be in Conqueror's clash anymore because the two of you were kind of imposing your will on each other. The only reason you're doing it now is because you're in a moment of, I am about to die. You cannot control the Conqueror's hockey. How much damage you doing? 27.
27. Straight fist, elbows, uppercuts, jabs, everything.
Fist,
just how Shane taught me.
You're knocking them around. Bow, 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 bow. The Libere Luce turn over to them after you knocking around Kenway. They take their turn. They're doing what they're saying doing the last 2 turns, but they call out to Sabrina. I don't think this is working, but it looks like one of the Libere Luce calls over to you. He's actually winning. He's doing
Just
it.
Keep fighting.
Sabrina looks over. We can do this. But then the Moonlight Pirates, they're looking over. They see their captain getting messed up here. And remember that the Conqueror's hockey did not affect anyone but the two of you because it was in such an area. Normally, Conqueror's hockey does affect people out of the area, even when it is like this, like the Luffy versus Katakuri. But remember that the two of you aren't as strong as the two of them. So it's not going to affect anyone but the two of you. They actually, instead of fighting the Libere Luce, they're going to go after you.
Let them.
Let them, a mob of them coming after you. Riverstone, he's trying to keep Sabrina's attention and attacks her. Captain! And Sabrina not letting him because he doesn't want to get opportunity attacked by Sabrina.
We just hit the Libere Luce's turn?
The Libere Luce, remember that they're going to focus on what they're doing on their turn. They're holding their attack. They're going to attack on when the Moonlight Pirates try to rush you. The Libere Luce are also going to rush them. But remember, there's not as many as them. So if 30
That's
dudes
fair.
are attacking you, 10 dudes, sure, will help, but you'll still have like 20 guys attacking you.
That's fair, yeah.
So Riverstone keeping the attention of her. The Moonlight Pirates, the full force of the Moonlight Pirates are brought down onto Thomas, except that the Libere Luce draw some of that force off of you. They take their turn attacking, but it seems like it's not enough. Kenway sees this horde coming towards you and getting up. He yells, "Stop! I can handle this." You know how disrespectful it is for a captain to need the help of his crew here. For him, it's like a big disrespect. For you, it wouldn't be. Enough, I can handle this on my own. He gets up. He already used his legendary action. So instead, the Moonlight Pirates, using their movement to try and move towards you, are going to stop and then go back towards the Libere Luce. They're going to re-engage with that battle going on. The Libere Luce are taking their turns. They're going to attack. They hold their action to attack. They roll to hit them as their bonus attack with their thing. Reaction, they're going to boost their AC to stay in formation. It seems like they're losing this fight. Kenway, he's like, okay, enough playing around. He's going to roll to use heavy lunge once more.
Missed again.
He gets up, and he runs at you. He's going to try to hit you here. It's 13 minus 2. Actually, wow, that's 11.
Yeah,
just barely.
exactly. I didn't roll my lax patch for last turn.
Yeah, you can do that now.
So how much damage he do?
He's going to do 50, and you can divide that by 2, which is 25.
Then subtract the 2 because of the temp HP. 23. I'm down to 57 minus 23 is 35.
35.
I'm kicking it.
You're hanging in there, which is why he's going to use his bonus action, and he's going to roll to hit with his headbutt, which isn't an attack that does a lot of damage. You took this attack before. You actually held on to him.
I caught him last time.
Roll to hit. Nat 20. Wow. He's going to double the damage. I think 2d15, which is 7 damage. Wow. We're going to double that from the crit, though. He rolled a nat 20, so it's 14, which halving it would only make it back to 7. So you take the normal 7 damage.
I'm at 28.
Alice, having been pushed overboard, you don't know what happened to her. Meanwhile, aboard the Vine, 2 of you wake up with the battle aboard the Vine coming to a close in favor of the Jungle Pirates and the Warriors of Toroa. A cuffed Monroe and Bethany. You're sitting aboard the Vine. You wake up, and as you glance around, you can see the other ship, your ship, the Dawn, is nowhere to be seen. What the hell? Monroe! Bethany turns to you and goes, Monroe, the hell happened? Remember we fought George.
I think we got knocked out.
And you're looking around. It looks like one of the warriors are bringing in the hyenas back and gets bitten by one of the hyenas. He yells out, ah! Some of the jungle pirates are healing themselves along with the warriors of Toroa. They seem to be talking around. They don't seem to be getting along too well. Damn. Who'd have thought? 2 of the jungle pirates above you, with George there as well. He stands above our heroes. Bethany, I'm surprised. Joining up with these rebels. You could have joined me. Though, now I wonder if your bounty is in still circulation. Might not even be worth the trouble turning you in. Bethany glares at George. George now looks at you. I wonder about you. Why is it Kenway wants you so bad?
Oh, I don't know. I've been trying to figure that out myself. I couldn't tell you if I wanted to.
Lawliet walks up to this. The 2 of you are in the middle of the ship. You're smack dab in the middle. You can see in the corner is the entrance below deck, and the 2 of you are cuffed up real good. There's jungle pirates around you. Lawliet, after walking up, it has to do with that man named Gusto Riot, apparently. Lawliet places a hand on George's shoulder. Hidden factory or something. I don't know jack shit about all that. How would you know that? George says. I remember. Kenway decided to make an example out of me. Lawliet presses a hand to his chest. You could say I got acquainted with the man. So it seems. Lawliet continues. He's looking down at the 2 of you and then looking up at George. Now, George, you can go ahead and get everything ready for when Kenway arrives. I'll sit here and watch these 2. I'll go ahead and do that. George kneels down to the 2 of you before saying, I wonder if Kenway will keep Thomas alive. I'll be needing a new right-hand man, after all. Without Arthur. And without the 2 of you, maybe he just might join me.
I don't think he'll do that.
Hey, Thomas is never gonna join you. George chuckles. As he leaves with the 2 jungle pirates that were watching you guys. Lawliet stands near the mast, the 2 of you cuffed up. It seems every one of the jungle pirates and the warriors of Toroa are looking around. There's a silence in the air as Lawliet is there, watching over 2 of you with his arms crossed. He looks over to you, Gorilla.
What is it?
He leans against the mast of the ship. I just wanted you to know, keeping you locked up all those 2 months wasn't personal.
Oh, sure seemed like it. You're personally the one who did it.
Kenway's offering me a lot of money for your head. I just gotta look out for my people. You do the same, if you were in my position.
No, I don't think I would.
He raises an eyebrow. And Bethany goes, don't you have enough money? I've seen the prices on Toroa, and I'm marking up like crazy. You know how much a pack of cigarettes are? I'm not the one charging those insane taxes on Toroa. That's Kenway and those pirates. If I don't pay him, my pirate protection tax. Look, he kneels down. He's right in front of you. You're cuffed up, but you can see Lawliet's face. He's right in front of you. Look, I'm not going to apologize for what I did. But what I can say is that I know that Kenway doesn't plan on killing you.
Well, I didn't expect him to if I'm this important.
He snickers. He stands up. If I don't pay them a certain amount every month, they come and take it by force, calling it their Moonlight Pirate Protection Tax.
Then why didn't you help us?
Kenway's got Toroa under his thumb. I might be the bad guy, but when you let Kenway off on my land, that's when I gotta... How'd you get involved with Kenway anyway? Years ago, I got into deals with Kenway. Brought some things from Lost Camp, sold some things, stuff like that. Haven't heard from him ever since, but until recently, for some reason, when I purchased you from that slave trader in Kano Country, he seemed extremely interested. He contacted me out of the blue and said he wanted to do some business for the gorilla. Like, firstly, I just want to know how he knew I had you. I didn't tell him.
Oh, no.
Well, I don't know if you're even telling the truth. I'm telling the truth, okay? I was planning on training you to be a part of the Warriors of Toroa, but I couldn't resist the offer he had. 10 million berry for a gorilla that could talk. Huh. We'll clear up a good portion of Toroa's debt and boost our economy. We'd be able to do so many things. And look, I'm sorry, but I tried to train you so many times, but all you ever wanted was a banana. Do you know how much wreck and havoc you caused when we ran out of bananas? I had to send my man to the store so many times a week just to satisfy your urges.
Well, I mean, what do you want me to do? Just sit there and starve?
Can't you eat something other than a banana? I don't know, try curry. We had a lot of curry. You slapped it out of her hand like it was nothing.
I like bananas.
Of course, I still don't know why he wants you. Specifically, something about those Gusto riot factories. Monroe, Bethany leans over while he's cuffed. Monroe, how'd you get captured back then anyway?
I chased the banana man. Woke up in his cage one day.
Banana man? You see, bald man, this is what I had to deal with. Nothing but bananas. It's like, he wanted banana this, banana that, banana pudding, banana juice.
Bananas are the best.
That contact, Dullahan, he's a powerful slave trader and told me about the talking gorilla. I knew I just had to have you. Who knew that same gorilla would do quite the number on my hideout? Lawliet laughs. Caused me all types of trouble wrangling all them animals up. Was hell of a mess. Though you didn't do that all on your own, did you?
No, I guess not.
I think I was talking about that man. Kita shakes his head. He's pacing around you now. Everyone's getting ready. As you look around, you're looking around. You can see a ship in the distance is slowly coming forward. It's not there yet. Yeah, Kita, he got into all kinds of trouble with that dog of his. He didn't even like dogs. But that other man, that Thomas man with the flag, he killed a good friend of mine, Wally. Now, I'll admit he's kind of a jerk, but he was still a father and a friend. Every one of my warriors are only working with me for the berry. On Toroa, it's a dog-eat-dog world here. Bethany, I think, would glare at this point. He's not really saying much either. The two of you just sit there. You're not really engaging with him. He goes, all right now. That's all fine and dandy. He sets his rifle up against the mast. Working with these pirates is something I hope to put behind me soon after collecting my payment.
Well, shouldn't be working with them in the first place.
And why is that?
Well, they're bad guys.
The bad guys? What makes them the bad guys?
Because they're trying to get to me.
Well, tell me one thing. That man you had with you, Kita, he got out of there alive, didn't he?
I guess. I don't really remember.
Yeah. Weren't you asleep?
Probably.
You don't have to tell me where he is. It's fine. Because he doesn't believe that you were sleeping at that time. He just goes, you don't have to tell me. It's fine. But can you at least tell me he's doing okay and all that? Last time you seen him?
Well, I guess he was alive.
Guess I didn't hit him too bad. Wonder where he's gone now. Hope he don't get caught up in all that nonsense like I did. He seems to whisper that last part. Anyway, you ever cross him again, let him know I still see him as my brother in arms. But who knows? You just might not get out of this one alive.
Oh, we'll get out. Alright, how am I chained down?
I'd say you're cuffed up by your hands, by your arms and your legs.
Okay.
And as he says that, and the Terra Incarnate is slowly pulling up. And it pulls up next to the vine. Meanwhile, aboard the Terra Incarnate, leading up to the Terra Incarnate pulling up. How are you still standing?
Seems like you underestimated me, Kenway.
You're first in the initiative order.
I'm just gonna keep attacking him since I have rage up.
He's in his beast form, so you go for that. Imagine yourself fighting a big goat on 4 legs.
8.
You don't
7.
hit him. As you're going to hand-to-hand fisticuffs him, he uses horns to brush you aside.
And then no, I don't want to leave his reach. Yeah. I don't want to leave his range.
You don't want to leave his
I'll
range?
just stay in front of him then.
You stay in front of him.
I don't have any bonus actions.
The next turn is up the Libre Luce, and they're going to take their turns to do what they've been doing, which is the most effective option, which is using their blow darts as a bonus action, attacking using their action, and using their reaction to boost their AC by staying in formation. But you can tell that the damage they're doing isn't as effective as it has been, as they seem to be just getting outmanned, outgunned. Riverstone, it's his turn. He goes, Sabrina, there's no escaping now. We caught the two of you before and we can do it again. He's gonna roll to hit Sabrina, hitting her for, it's only 4 damage. It's not much. Just nicks her in the side, but she can tell that the fight's not doing so hot. Moonlight Pirate's turn. They're all gonna use their turn to overwhelm the Libre Luce here. The full force of them are brought down onto them. Sabrina, it's her turn after the Moonlight Pirates attack, and she can tell that her forces are not doing so hot. After getting yelled at by you to stay in the fight, she's starting to feel weary. I mean, her forces are not anything compared to the forces of the Moonlight Pirates. She yells out, Traveler, I'm sorry, but as valiant as this fight is, the lives of my men, the lives of my people. Kenway! What? You? Look, I know you want my life. We traded for the people. Leave them out of this, the Libre Luce, and I'll come quietly. Of course.
And you think I'm gonna let that happen, Sabrina? No.
Shut up! She doesn't even know you, and you're fighting Kenway, you're helping out, but in her mind, you're not as strong enough to overpower him. You're doing well, though. Traveler, I know how well you're doing, but you can't beat Kenway and everyone else at this battle. She walks forward, and the Libre Luce behind her are like not cool with this. I mean, they're battered. To a couple of them are almost gonna die. Fine, I turn myself in here. Riverstone's actually like okay with this. He's gonna restrain her down, and after doing that, Kenway turns to you and goes, "Just you now." And he takes his turn to, I'd say, uses normal attacks. So he's gonna roll his normal attacks here. You're doing your best to block this here. It's a 16 though. He's gonna roll to hit. -2 from the attack being a heavy lunge. Heavy lunge! He runs in. He's gonna deal only 27. What? So DM this for me. Well, actually, you have half. So you take half of 28. I'm gonna now to 13.
Okay, 13 so 28 minus 13.
You stand alone.
Is he gonna attack again?
I was gonna say, like, depending on how you roleplay it, he could still keep going, but he wants to see like what your thought process is here, as you're standing alone against an essentially an army. You're knocked backwards after getting hit by a heavy lunge. You're essentially at 1 HP here. Don't make me do this.
You know, when I was face to face with my father, I was scared. But right now, when I'm face to face against you, Kenway, I won't lie. I'm scared, but I know I'll win this fight.
How do you plan on winning? All of your forces have surrendered. It's just you. Speechless, I see.
No, because I'm gonna be Pirate King!
You yell that, and he uses, fine, I'll give you the respect you deserve. I'll use my ultimate technique. He rushes towards you, and he's gonna roll a hit here. His final best attack, it's a 12. He's gonna ram you for 2d20. And yelling, Stampede of Destruction!
He don't take a minus on this one? Fuck.
The thing about this is that if it does a lot of damage, but only if it hits. 2d20, which is 30 halved. But he's gonna knock you over and then jump on top of you for a second. Like, imagine it as like he knocks you and then jumps on top of you, crushing you with his feet. That's like his ultimate move, just like a goat. What a goat would do, I guess.
Oh, how much damage does he do?
Enough to knock you out here.
You sure? How much he do? Wait, he did 30 half immediately? Fuck, I'm down.
With Thomas down, beneath Kenway's feet, before you go unconscious, you can see the Libre Luce, along with Sabrina. They're throwing down their weapons with their hands up. It seems like with your defeat, it's also the nail in coffin for them. Your hands feel bound, and the spirit of the rebellion is crushed. The voice of Kenway, the fallout of that bastard Leon still has fools like you setting to sea. You see, I'm aiming much higher than you ever could. He's transforming back into his human form. Now, you slowly wake up. Your hands and legs seem to be bound.
I'm at 1 HP.
Yeah, you're at 1 HP. It's been quite a little bit of time. Not a lot, but it's been a couple minutes. While that was happening, the conversation aboard the Terra Incarnate is happening, and this is like happening simultaneously in that. All the Libre Luce seem to be tied up. Sabrina also as well. You said you would leave them out of this after this battle. All of you are aboard the Terra Incarnate next to each other. But Master Kenway, why haven't we killed them yet? Riverstone asks Kenway. Once we figure out what's going on with George and the mink, we can kill them. We might need them as leverage if in case things are bad over there. Kenway says he begins to cough uncontrollably. In his human form, he leaves towards the captain's quarters.
You ain't doing so good, old man.
And then the door closes for the captain's quarters. Once inside, Riverstone walks up to everyone and taunts you while you're on the ground. You're laying with everyone. It won't be long now. Once we regroup with those jungle pirates and those warriors of Toroa, we can execute all of you, one by one, in front of the entire island.
And I just spit on this concrete side.
You spit on his face. Sabrina looks to you, and then she spits with you.
Hey! Job's done, Sabrina.
I don't exactly know. What was your name? I've been calling you Traveler this entire time.
My name's Thomas.
Well, Thomas, I hope we get out of this alive. And suddenly there's a noise coming from the side of the ship. It sounds like people climbing aboard the Terra Incarnate. Behind you guys are like in the middle. They climb up. You guys can see this. Stepping onto the Terra Incarnate is A7, aka Pablo, along with another one. It's Armando, aka B4. They're both extremely wet as they've been in the water, and the Libre Luce cries tears of joy as Sabrina can see him. Pablo, you're alive!
What the hell y'all doing swimming down there?
Sabrina yells, I was told you were supposed to detonate the ship. What happened? Everyone gets a closer look, and Pablo's looks terrible, actually. It looks like he was beat, and strangely, Armando doesn't look terrible at all. It's like Armando's just fine. In fact, A7 seems to have his own hands bound, just like the rest of you. And a voice coming from B4 says, get moving. A7 tries to get your attention and Sabrina's. I'm sorry. I didn't think that. He's kicked onto the ground next to you guys.
I'm gonna whisper to him, what are you doing?
It wasn't me. And then he's kicked by Armando. He addresses you after kicking A7. Did today go as well as you thought it would go?
You're lucky I'm bound up.
Riverstone, seeing the man, he goes, what are two freedom fighters going to do? You're a little late to the party. He readies his nunchucks at Riverstone as if he's about to fight these two. Armando, throwing his hands in the air. I'm not here for them. I'm here for Kenway. Where is he? Riverstone, the captain is in his quarters. You can talk to me. Kenway finishes the sentence as he walks out in his human form. Thank you, Nicholas, but I need you to bring in the sails. We're approaching George's vessel, and I want to be ready for anything. Begrudgingly, Riverstone leaves to bring down the sails along with the Moonlight Pirates and their men. Who are you, and why are you here? Kenway crossing his arms.
I'm gonna look at the one who's next to me. Where's the bomb?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know where the bomb is?
He ambushed us while we were trying to plant the bomb.
Who did?
He looks up and he goes, him, and another one who knew Kenway had rats, even for this long. Hola, Antonio. It's nice to finally meet you. And Armando takes a bow. My name is Armando, and I'm here to join your crew as your, he motions to Riverstone, left-hand man. Kenway faces crunches. What makes you think you're so important to me?
Well, he got the best of me, so...
I stopped your precious ship from being destroyed, of course. Armando smirks. This man, along with 3 others, including myself, were tasked with setting an explosive below your hull of your fine ship here. Now, why would you do that?
So A7, what happened to it?
You whisper this to A7. I didn't think he'd betray us, and him, and along with Carlos, they were rats for Kenway. Apparently, he looks up, and as this conversation goes on, he goes, apparently Kenway didn't even know they were rats.
So he has followers within y'all?
Apparently he had followers. These two, even until now. I just thought all of them would have left by now, after all the years of battles we've had.
Oh, shit happens.
Well, but of course, your power and influence. I look up to you and what you've accomplished on Lost Camp. If there's a bomb set to explode, then where is it now? Kenway seems to be a little bit worried. Armando replies, my colleague Carlos is dealing with that. Once he takes out Zoe, it'll be a simple task of disposing of it. Kenway turns and he sees Thomas whispering with A7 and the rest of the Libre Luce. So many traitors in your midst, it seems. He looks to Sabrina and then back to Armando. Give me a minute to think.
There's a bomb around. Aren't you scared, Kenway? You can't swim, I don't think.
No. As long as that doesn't go off, I think I'll be fine. You. He points to Armando. You said your colleague was handling it. Yes. Okay, well, you three. He addresses 3 Moonlight Pirates. In the meantime, head overboard and check out the situation. See if there really is a bomb down there. Let me know if there's anything suspicious. So the 3 don't immediately jump in the water, but the 3 Moonlight Pirates are like getting ready to jump underwater. In the meantime, oh, by the way, he turns back to Armando. I was unable to find it, but fret not. Armando kicks A7. I'm sure after a little convincing, he'll turn over its location to me. The detonator, of course. Kenway seems to open his eyes a little bit more and then turn him down. So, you show up on my ship. You tell me there's a bomb, that you don't know where it is, and you tell me there is a detonator you also don't have possession of. Armando's looking a little,
Can I make an inside check on Armando?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Is he really turning his back, or... That's a 4.
That's a 4. You have no idea what you think.
Damn, he's really turning his back on us.
He really turned his back on y'all. After that, he goes, the ship, he walks over. In the meantime, he grabs Sabrina and Thomas, the 2 of you guys, after transforming into his hybrid form, 1 in each of your arms. The ship is finally pulled up next to the vine. Get ready to board! You 2 are coming with me. After grabbing the 2 of you, I would like to see this mink for myself. Kenway.
Pleasure.
You're getting dragged around by Kenway. He then throws the 2 of you over the gap onto the vine, the 2 of you landing with a thud.
Hey, DM, I have a question. How are we bounded up? Is it like handcuffs, or is it ropes, or...
Yeah, I'd say cuffs. Not sea stone cuffs, but like normal cuffs. Kenway would have access to those. It makes sense.
Damn it. All right.
You and Bethany see the woman known as Sabrina that you haven't actually... I don't think you've actually come across her. You now know the woman to be Sabrina. Land in front of you guys with a thud, along with your captain, Thomas Lau. Kenway, jumping the gap, lands behind you. All of you guys now regrouped in the middle of the vine. Monroe, you and Bethany see this man for the first time. You finally lay your eyes on Kenway, Antonio Kenway.
Well, hey Monroe, hey Bethany, how are you guys?
Well, guess things didn't go much better for you, huh?
Yeah, I kind of hope that you
It's the GOAT.
He looks a
He's
little
the GOAT.
tall.
What can I say?
Oh, shit. Hey, Thomas, you miss George? You see George over in the corner. Not in talking distance, but you can yell to him if you'd like.
I still want your hat.
He shakes his head and goes, you can't really hear what he's saying. You also see Lawliet. So everyone's there. Currently aboard the Vine is our 3 heroes, Thomas, Bethany, and Monroe. The 3 of you have finally regrouped after departing that morning. With you is also Sabrina, the leader of the Libre Luce. The 4 of you are tied up by your legs and hands. Around you are the Warriors of Toroa, numbering about 8, are walking around the Vine, who's led by Lawliet, who seems to be thinking hard and he's standing by the railing. The Jungle Pirates, numbering about 10, led by George. He's also standing with his back against the mast, with his ever-present smile. The Moonlight Pirates, numbering about 22, with 8 of them staying on the Terra Incarnate. They're all boarding the Vine, and who are stepping onto the ship. Led by Riverstone, who's laughing, heading the pack. All of you in one place. And finally, Kenway, captain of the Moonlight Pirates, in his hybrid form, stands there, towering over everyone. Thomas, this is the first time in 3 weeks that you've seen George and his ship that you finally get a close hand look at. And the figurehead, just for reference for everyone, the figurehead of George's ship is a shirtless man with a rose in its mouth holding 2 revolvers across its chest. 2 weeks since you've seen Lawliet.
Hold on. Is this literally Guns N' Roses, the ship?
You look around and it's a very roses vibe and vines, like a very greenery vibe that you get. Sarah would love this shit. Well, I'll be damned. Thomas DeLau. and they just make note of you guys. Monroe and Bethany, this is the first time you've seen Kenway. And for Bethany, this is the first time Bethany has even seen Riverstone. Oh my god, that guy's face is a little weird. You guys, is this the guy you were talking about?
Who's he talking to, me or Monroe?
I think he's kind of like motioning to both of you. Did you guys?
Yeah, this is Two-Faced Man.
Two-Faced Man?
Face man?
Yeah, concrete face and a normal face. Either way, he's still ugly.
I'm gonna say that they didn't hear that. They're too focused on something else. Oh yeah, I kind of agree. That guy looks a little funny. Nice dreads though. Other than that, Thomas and Sabrina, the two of you notice that the Libere Luce's naval division aren't here. It's just the only allies aboard the Vine currently is the crew of Thomas D. Lau. So Thomas, you notice that the other Libere Luce, the other half, are not here.
Hey Monroe, where's the Don?
I don't know any more than you do.
Yeah, the Libere Luce
They
got
just
away.
jacked our ship?
I guess so.
Sabrina, we're gonna have to have a major talk if we get out of this alive. Alright?
I'd hope we get out of this alive. My forces won't run for long. They should be back soon. I'd hope so.
They have my ship, they better be.
Bringing up the rear of the Moonlight Pirates, steps onto the Vine is Armando, aka B4, and Pablo, aka A7. A7's in binds, just like the rest of you. Except Monroe and Bethany, the two of you notice Armando isn't tied up. Hey Monroe, isn't that the guy we gave the detonator to? And the bomb?
Yeah, I guess it is. Hey, what happened to the bomb?
Everyone looks in your direction and goes, Bomb? Bomb? What are you talking about? And Pablo yells, I can try to... And he's just decked across the face by Armando. Punches him right across the face. Just stops him from talking. I guess now is not really the time for that. Shit, I hope we... That was our ace in the hole, wasn't it? Monroe, we worked on that for a good while. I'd hope it goes off.
I would too. Kind of banking on that.
The crew get a moment, the two of you, to exchange pleasantries as well. Everyone is like talking real quick as this is happening, and then Bethany, he's actually sees Sabrina, and after talking with the two of you and getting acquainted, he goes, all right, this is the girl we're talking about, Sabrina?
Yeah, this is the actual leader.
Okay.
By the way, Sabrina, why'd you push Alice off?
Whatever happens here, I don't want her dying alongside everyone else. She's my sister.
You know she's just gonna come back.
Yeah, you have a point, but I just hope she doesn't. She gets so far away from here and stays safe. Oh yeah, sorry about the whole failed escape plan thing. We thought it was gonna go better than that. It's okay. Everyone fought as hard as they could. And everyone got a moment to say things to each other. And now George, while leaning against the mast, he says, Master Kenway. He approaches Kenway. I was hoping to ask if it would be possible to speak with Thomas one last time. Kenway gives a nod, and George walks over. And as he's slowly strutting, not so cocky.
If you're coming over here, you gotta give me your hat.
It's such a strange thing to say. He takes off the hat, but he doesn't give it to you. He's holding it in his hand, like just out of
You're
reach.
teasing me, you dirty monster.
Why is it you want this hat so bad?
Reminds me of someone else's hat,
Well,
just not same size.
I can get you a hat just like this one, under the condition you accept my offer to join me as my right-hand man.
You think I'm gonna join you, George? On, what's this ship called? The Vine? No. I have my crew right here, and I just look at one Bethany, and my friend, Sabrina. And if we weren't tied up and we were in better shape, we'd probably kill you. And then we'll take your ship, because I can't find mine.
It seems your ship is gone, and all of you will be dead soon, except for you, motioning to Monroe. And he stands up. So I suppose you can die alongside the rest of them. So be it. He walks back over and returns to where he was standing, next to the mast. At this point, Lawliet's gonna pipe up, and he says something as Kenway walks forward to the four of you. Oi, you banana-obsessed gorilla. He leans forward.
What?
Before we part ways, I just wanted to know what you were doing in Kano Country in the first place.
Somebody brought me there.
Somebody brought you there. Yeah, okay. He seems content with that. Why now? Why are you following that man? He motions to Thomas. Surely you could have avoided this battle altogether. After what happened on Toroa, you could have had time to get far away from here.
Well, he promised to give me free bananas.
And that I technically have gave him, because I have banana bushes. What do you have, Lawliet?
He motions up and goes, I guess I can't beat banana bushes. That's funny. That's funny. Nah. George hears this and goes, banana bushes. And what about you, Bethany? Why now, after all this time, you decide to leave Coral Town? And what makes you follow this man, just like your friend here? Someone of your experience could join a crew much more powerful than this upstart. Oi, Thomas awakened something in me I thought I buried long ago. It may not be bananas. He nudges. He's tied up, but he little nudges. But, it's my dream.
What happens on Tuesdays, George? Stays on Tuesdays.
You see, on Tuesdays. Oh my god, you should see this. George, you're not in my type. Lawliet, I don't think you can take it.
Don't tell them. Don't tell them, Bethany.
In all seriousness, together with this crew, I'm gonna finally pursue my dream, and I'm gonna open the greatest shop the world has ever seen. 100 floors, dedicated to serve every purpose imaginable. And I'll name this great shop Einkrad. After yelling Einkrad, Kenway steps forward. He goes, how is it these two have so much faith in you, Captain Lau? He gives you a little respect here, calling you a captain. You once said to me you were going to make it past me and reach the end of the Grand Line. Let's pretend for a moment you weren't tied up right now and you don't die here. What is it you hope to achieve by reaching the end of the New World?
It's to be Pirate King. The strongest, most well-known captain and crew in the world. And you said it yourself. I'm a D.
After hearing the words Pirate King, most of the Moonlight Pirates, the Warriors of Troa, Jungle Pirates, they're getting to laugh, led by Riverstone, who's laughing the loudest here. A chorus of laughter. Notably, Lawliet, George, Kenway, they're not laughing. Among the rapture of laughter, you can hear things like, that sounds like something a child would say. King? Pirates? Another one says,
And Kenway, one more thing you asked about my mother.
yeah.
We'll just say she believed me in my Pirate King dreams. So if you try to stop me, just know I'll kill you for that.
He raises an eyebrow as just voices are heard behind. Tell me about it. I think they were trying to kill us with laughter. Master Kenway, let him live a little longer. This is too funny. Riverstone finally saying, time for jokes is over. These are your final moments. Are those gonna be your final words? Kenway, he's like putting up a hand. The laughter seems to die down as the intimidating strength of Kenway is just dying everything down. Lawliet nods. He whispers, this is something you guys can hear, but not like something he says would be, I once pursued a dream myself. George, licking his lips, goes, let's see what fate has in store. Kenway, his forehead veins bulges slightly, just like a certain Doflamingo in the original series. Do you truly believe your destiny to be that of greatness? He looks to the three of you, and then Sabrina goes, there are dozens of people stronger than myself out there. What makes you think you can defeat them if you can't defeat me?
Because I've stood face to face with my father and lived.
Your father, the warlord. If you really think that, you're more delusional than that tyrannical Emperor Khan. So, he addresses you, Monroe, immediately goes, so this is the mink that'll lead me to Gusto Riot's hidden factories. He's getting
Why would I do that?
Because you're from a certain place. The island of animals, aren't you?
Well, what makes you think I know how to get there?
It's said that all of you know your own way home. They call me delusional, but with you, I can finally do this.
Well, I'm not very good with directions. You might need to find someone else.
It's true. He's not that good.
Bethany roars in laughter as you say that. He looks up, snarling at the two of you. He yells to Lawliet, was it? He calls her to Lawliet, who's looking at Monroe. Consider our deal fulfilled. One of the Moonlight Pirates approaches with a briefcase, one that came from the Incarnate. Kenway takes it from him, opens it above you guys. You can catch a glimpse of it. Seems like a lot of berry inside. He slowly walks towards Kenway. Lawliet does. You got the 10 million berry as promised. It's all there.
Damn, Monroe, you're worth 10 million, Monroe. That's a disgrace. You're worth way more than that.
At least go 100 million. Jeez. I mean, it's not a bounty, but still.
Agreed.
Lawliet taking a look back at Monroe, then the rest of you guys. A glimpse of sorrow in his eyes, but he's not entirely there. He goes, good. You know, like I said, it's nothing personal. He takes the briefcase. As Kenway says, you can load up your men and your animals onto the Terra Incarnate. We'll take you back to Tanoa after all this settles down and you go back to normal. Lawliet's eyes can't be seen as he slowly walks away with a briefcase of berry in his hand towards the Terra Incarnate. Now to deal with the four of you. Moonlight Pirates! George comes up to Kenway. If you would, Kenway, it would be possible to execute them a little closer to the water. I'd hate to get their blood all over my ship. You know how long that would take to clean up. Kenway gives George a nod. He motions with his hand for 3 Moonlight Pirates to carry each of you towards the side of the ship. Keep the gorilla away from the others. He's not to be touched. So, they touch you, but it's not like they're tying you with the rest of them. They tie you a little near the stairs, as Sabrina, Thomas, Bethany, and Monroe. The 4 of you are tied up against the railing of the vine. But Monroe, you're like near the stairs. They want to keep you near the rest of them, but away so that you're not like hit by gunfire and stuff. As you peer over, you can see the dock water of the lost camp. Now, execute the intruders. Some Moonlight Pirates come up immediately after that. As this is about to happen, you guys can roll perception in the background, but this is gonna happen. A man breaks through the crowd, and it's A7. He's still tied up by his hands, but somehow his legs are unbound. His way past everyone, and he approaches the 4 of you near the railing. Sabrina, seeing this, she goes, Pablo, what are you? Bam! A gunshot fires through A7, and he falls to the ground in the front of the 4 of you. You can tell he was already hurt pretty bad. This is basically the nail in the coffin for him. And Pablo, he's trying to say something as blood is like pouring from his chest as he falls. Listen, the bang, another shot rings out before he can say anything else. Bam, bam. For good measure. It looks like the wielder of the gun makes himself known to be George. I'm sorry about that, Master Kenway. It seems George looks at Armando, and Armando seems to have been chasing A7 as you guys look over. Another one of those rebels has escaped. Allow me to deal with him. He points his gun before Kenway interrupts. That's enough, George. I'll deal with that one in a minute. Kenway turns his attention back to you guys. Now, like I said, execute the intruders.
Wait, I have one request. Can one of y'all light me a cigarette, please? My hands are tied up. I can't light a cigarette.
Sure.
You can't do that for me, Ken, as a last request.
I'll give you charisma with advantage. Charisma check
Boy.
with advantage. It's not the fact that they're going to immediately do that, but it's the fact that you probably are going to be able to do that.
Was that a persuasion?
Yeah, persuasion check, which is basically charisma. I'll make it a
That's going to be a solid 14.
14, you got it. Kenway, fine. Final cigarette. He motions for one of them and walks over to you. One of the Moonlight Pirates, you don't know his name, it's just a basic dude. He goes up to you, reaching into your pocket.
Ooh. Went a little too far.
He pulls out something that looks to be... Now, I want to make sure this is clear, right? Do you keep this on the Dawn, or do you keep this on your person? The card that Gotti gave you?
That stays on me.
Or the... Okay, so he pulls out the card.
That stays on me in person.
Okay, so he
Hey,
reaches
whoa. Whoa, that's not a cigarette or a lighter. Come on now.
Oh, sorry. Fine. He puts it back and he pulls out a cigarette and a lighter.
Thank you. Such a sweetheart.
Lighting it, he places it in your mouth and places the lighter back in your pants, I guess.
What a gentleman.
You know, walking over, Riverstone yells, "Looks like the festival ends early. I would love for these 3 to be executed in front of everyone, but we don't have that kind of time, Nicholas. We need this to end now." The Moonlight Pirates start to line up once again with their guns pointed at the 3 of you. Monroe, you see as your crew and Sabrina. It looks like as if they're about to be shot. Before shots can be fired, is if there's anything anyone wants to say before the next action happens.
Lived a good life.
So is Kenway in front of me?
I'd imagine a pirate ship. I'd say he's standing about in the middle of the ship. He's got a couple men in front of him, a little bit more than a couple men in front of him, about to fire on Sabrina, Thomas, and Bethany, with you a little further ahead, tied next to the stairs, away from the gunfire. You can see him about head height with you because you're standing on the stairs.
Well, I would look at Kenway. I'm gonna go, Kenway,
Yes.
are you sure you want to do that? It's gonna make it a lot harder for you to get the information about how to get the gusto from me. Not that I know how to get there.
He stops everyone and goes, I'm listening.
How about you let them live, and I'll make it a little easier on you.
You can tell he's thinking about it. If you want to continue, you can try for advantage. Otherwise, I'll just say a straight charisma check. I'm listening.
You're gonna have to work and work and work to get that information out of me, if I even have it. But if you let my friends live, well, it'll be a lot easier than if I was pissed off about them being killed.
Roll with advantage. I like it. I think you're making a good case against Kenway here.
17.
Nice. Okay. Fine. But Sabrina, she's the one that has to die here. I'll let your crew live for now. Instead of all of them about to shoot, Sabrina's about to get shot on. So you convinced him to not shoot Bethany and Thomas because they're a part of your crew. Fire on her. We'll deal with you three in a little bit. So before shots can be fired, as all this is happening, something hits the gunman in the head. Looks like a small rock. And he goes, ow, sorry, Kenway, let me fire again. And then another rock hits him in the forehead. He's like, where are these coming from? It's just a random NPC. He's about to fire on Sabrina. He's like, fine, a few more of you. And a couple more come up, and looks like rocks are starting to be thrown onto the people that are about to shoot. In the process of getting hit by rocks, you guys are also like getting hit by the occasional rock, not as many. It's like, a little pebble here. A little bigger stone there.
Ow!
It's coming from behind you. The four of you near the railing, you're tied up and you can look. There's a handful of sloops. So the sloop is the ricky-dink small ships that you saw in episode 13. There seems to be a bunch of them on the starboard side of the Vine. Dozens of people aboard them. And leading the pack, Monroe, you don't recognize this man, but Thomas, you recognize this man to be the father of the little daughter that was eating the ice cream only 2 days ago. It was only like a sentence or a couple sentences in the campaign. But to him and the people of Lost Camp that are all on these sloops, another man, Monroe, you can recognize this man to be the one that was running the stall with the strength contest only 2 days ago. Behind these two, it seems to be tons of them. And you guys realize them to be the citizens of Lost Camp, just normal people. They've sailed into the docks on these small sloops. These same sloops that the Libere Luce were hiding in the cave along with the Dawn. Even now, they're throwing rocks onto the Vine at all the people. We're tired of living in fear of you. The ice cream father throwing a rock. I can barely feed my family because of your sanctions. The fruit man throwing a rock. And then behind them is a teenage girl who throws a rock saying, to be honest, I'm just here because I thought it'd be fun to stick it to the man. Or tons of rocks being thrown. Where do they get all these rocks? Apparently on the shore. Each person is yelling their own reason, and they're trying to get Kenway's attention. They're not doing much damage, but they're definitely breaking the focus of the one that are supposed to be shooting. And the four of you also getting hit by these rocks by proxy of location. Kenway, he's annoyed. He's like, shoot them down. This farce is nothing but annoyance. He yells at the Moonlight Pirates around him. And Sabrina is seen smiling next to you three. She, along with everyone else, can be seen stepping onto the front of the pack of the sloops that are there is Alice. And she's holding the hand of a small boy to be Angel. You see, Kenway, you can break our bodies, but you can never break our spirits. Alice is yelling, to the Moonlight Pirates, we know you're only following him because you're scared. Scared of losing your families to his wrath. Scared of losing your income, but trust me, this is no way to live. The families of the Moonlight Pirates are starting to yell up, the citizens of Lost Camp, we can do this. You don't have to fight for him. Another voice, I miss you. Another voice, just come home. The voices of the people getting louder by the second. The little boy, Angel, the one that was being held just because of his proxy of being related to Sabrina. Mommy! Alice motioning to the entirety of the people aboard the slopes. We are the Libre Luce. We will free Lost Camp from you. She repeats herself, and suddenly everyone's starting to repeat the phrase as well. The people, finally, done with Kenway. He immediately turns to the Moonlight Pirates, a sweat going down his forehead. It seems this is finally starting to stress him out. I said shoot them down now! All around the vine, the Moonlight Pirates begin throwing down their weapons. Starting with the first man, it's Mario. You guys wouldn't recognize him, but Sabrina recognized Mario. He throws down his weapons going, I'm done, Kenway. And then another one, it's Clara. And these two were the ones that Alice were yelling at while you, Thomas, were battling Kenway. I'm tired of putting my life on the line for you. This continues until almost, not all, but most of the Moonlight Pirates have stood down. Only a few of them left. Sabrina says, that's my alley.
Well, I'm going to say to Sabrina, all right, Sabrina, since we're gaining back followers, how about you have them free us?
That's right. She's trying to yell over, and Kenway, he's looking desperate, yells over her voice. Moonlight Pirates, fine, Nicholas. Riverstone looking desperate, as well as the faces of Kenway. Kill the turncoats! Ordering for the ones that aren't laying down their weapons to kill the ones that are laying down their weapons. And like, I'm done fighting you. But in the chaos, bang! Before anything can happen, a shot rings out from another side of the ship, straight at Kenway's chest. It hits him. He's not ready for this. Everyone turns. It's just to say, like, Kenway at this point, he leaves him about half HP. He's not... You could tell Kenway, at this point, after battling Thomas and taking a shot from this unknown fighter, he's about half HP at this point. And everyone turns to look. The one that shot Kenway is Lawliet. Looks like I'm not the only one that's had enough of these pirates. You don't have to forgive me or nothing, but I'm done lining your pockets with the money from the people of Toroa. As he was saying that, he looked over to Monroe and Thomas enough, and then he looked over to Kenway. He reloads and he's aiming another shot. Oh, and you can keep the 10 million berry, by the way. Consider it the Warrior of Toroa protection tax. He's about to fire another shot as Kenway yells, Nicholas! Before Riverstone can even do anything, a loud noise is coming from above, and the two of you can realize this sound to be the sound of a mortar. Gazing above, mortar shots rain down onto the vine. Seems everything starts to happen, and George says, well, things just keep getting better and better. He makes his way towards the rest of his men. Seems George is doing something in the background in the midst of the chaos of the fire of the mortar coming down on the vine. Lawliet makes his way over to you four. After passing Kenway, they're not in combat as Kenway, he's looking around, the mortar shots coming down. Lawliet, he seems to find the keys to your restraints. Okay, so he's standing like near Sabrina. He sees Monroe over by the stairs. He sees Bethany and Thomas near him, and he's like unlocking Sabrina first because he stole Kenway's keys in the midst of the mortar fire coming down. So there are two sets of keys. He stole both of them from Kenway as like he's doing his thing. He's gonna unlock Sabrina and then give her the key to unlock Thomas and then go over to Monroe. In the chaos of things, Monroe, he sees your club and it's laying near the stairs. He grabs it. You don't have to forgive me. And he goes, I know this doesn't make up for everything I've done, but will you allow me to fight alongside you? And your chains are unbound and Lawlet's holding out your club to you.
Alright, I'm gonna take it from him and I'm just gonna say, well, there's no point in holding a grudge, and we're going to need all the help we can get.
As Sabrina, she's unlocking Thomas and Bethany's chains. A voice is heard through the chaos that Monroe, you can also hear, and it's A7. He's laying next to the stairs, and he's somehow holding on to life, as he's unable to move, though. He's just not down yet. He's laying on the bottom of the stairs. Lawlet's standing on the stairs. He unlocked you, gave you your thunder. You said that to him, and then you're coming down the stairs. You see A7 there. He's right there, and he's like, okay.
What?
It's right here. It's in my ear.
Oh,
Never thought to check there. And his arms are bound, his legs are good, but he's like on the midst of death, and he goes, just take it.
Alright, I take it from him, and I'm gonna ask him to be like, where's the bomb?
I don't know. It should be there, but if it doesn't, could be bad, but that's all we've got. Listen, he grabs onto you with his last bit of strength. He goes, thank you for everything. Promise you me you'll free Lost Cam. Give my son a place to call home. I hope the bomb is there. He goes,
For all of us, I hope it is too.
He goes quiet as his fingers from your leg, he lets go. Monroe starts tapping on the Denden Mushi. Its little eyes open up. It's really tiny, so you can barely see its eyes, but it goes bada bada bada. 3 men in Moonlight Pirate outfits step up onto the vine. As all this going down, the mortar fire seems to be done, but 3 men come up in Moonlight Pirate outfits, step onto the vine, and they look rather wet. They yell, Captain Kenway! Kenway! Antonio! Kenway in his hybrid form, he turns, he sees. Before he has time to react, they're out yelling, there's something beneath the...
Time for the explosions.
Boom! The Terra Incarnate explodes from the bottom, its hull compromised. Next to the ship, the water around the ship seems flying in the air. The Terra Incarnate exploding. It's too late for everyone to react. Right as the explosion from the Terra Incarnate goes off, a figurehead comes up. It's the sea goddess, Thea. It's the Dawn, and it rams into the side of the vine. Monroe, roll damage.
206.
Okay, so 206. Monroe deals 206 damage as the Dawn slams into the side of the vine. Piloting the Dawn is a woman, B7, aka Zoe, the very woman that questioned Alice's authority in her plan 3 days ago. She's the same woman that was on the infiltration team, and she yells out, "Doesn't look like I'm very good with this." Also aboard the Dawn, tied to its mast, is a man you guys recognize to be the 4th man on the infiltration team, Carlos, aka A1. After all this craziness and the ship rocking from the explosion that went off right next to it and the Dawn slamming into the vine suddenly drops its sails as the men of the Jungle Pirates and George at the helm yells, "Well, Master Kenway, it seems you've dramatically lost control of the situation. I'll be placing my bets elsewhere. Far be it from me to steal your thunder." He yells to his men, "Men, you know what to do." The Jungle Pirates begin pushing off the Moonlight Pirates towards the overboard. The Jungle Pirates begin pushing off the Moonlight Pirates overboard, as many as they can, as you guys are doing what you're doing. Meanwhile, while our heroes are healing themselves and getting their bearings with a plan set to go, a few things are happening in the background. 1. The chaos of everything. Kenway is taking this opportunity to finish what he started. Attacking Sabrina, he rolls strength to hit her. A grapple. It's a 15 to her 7. He grabs onto Sabrina and leaves with her towards the slowly sinking Terra Incarnate, jumping over the side. He wants to isolate her from everyone else. Next, the Riverstone, with a small group of loyalists, jump onto the Dawn, attacking the Libre Luce Naval Division and overall wreaking havoc aboard the Dawn. Board the enemy vessel now! George facing down Lawliet near the helm. The two of them seem to be talking, with George revealing a gun to Lawlet's back as they stand there on the poop deck. "I've had my suspicions about your loyalty ever since you stepped into that room. To think you'd have the gall to betray Kenway, so I'll only say this once. Will you join me? And I have plans much greater than Kenway." And he flips the gun around to show Lawliet. You guys are near the railing. You glance over. You can see this going on, kind of hear it going on in the background. "I made my choice, George, and it seems you've made yours." Lawliet yells out, "Warriors, untie the freedom fighters aboard the Terra Incarnate." George flips the gun around over again and begins engaging on Lawliet. A voice calls out your guys' name as you quickly peer over the side of the vine, and it's Alice aboard one of the sloops, and she tosses over a single item to you. "Monkey, Bethany, Thomas, Kier, catch!" Bethany, while the two of you are healing using your own healing items, "If you're going to fight, you'll need this." He catches what seems to be a Phoenix kit. "So finish this fight. I'll be saving the civilians and the rest of the Moonlight Pirates in the meantime." Lastly, we cut back to you guys while all this is happening, and Bethany goes, "All right, Captain, what's the play? What do we do?"
Bethany, you go save the Dawn. Me and Monroe gotta settle the score with Kenway.
All right. Monroe, you gonna do that?
Well, Captain's orders.
You're right. You got it, Captain. Just leave the Dawn to me. You guys handle Kenway. He holds out a fist.
I put mine in too. Are we doing a fist bump or are we doing the group raise?
Am I near them now, or am I still on the stairs?
I say in the chaos of everything, you regrouped with them.
All right. Yeah, I'll put my fist in.
With fist out, he says, Alright, let's do this thing. Once I regain the dawn, I'll steer it towards your guys' direction and we'll try to regroup. So, ready?
You know, I hate to admit it, but it might stick. We might as well be known as the Misfit Pirates. It's gonna stick. Just know, it's gonna stick.
Let's do this thing. On 3.
What do we say?
What are we saying?
Yeah, I don't
know. Let's do this.
Like,
He's gonna go. Bethany's gonna count down as you whisper. What do you say? He's go 3, 2, 1, and then you guys have to guess. What do we say?
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's do this. So, with Sabrina in the clutches of Kenway and Riverstone wrecking havoc aboard the Dawn, our crew split up. Thomas and Monroe go after Kenway, and Bethany going after Riverstone. George in a battle with Lawliet. Jungle Pirates clearing the deck of the Vine. The Jungle Pirates all aboard the Vine are spending their time fighting anyone to remove them from the Vine. George entangled in a battle with Lawliet. Riverstone jumped onto the Dawn to fight alongside Loyalists with the Moonlight Pirates. About 10 of them in total. The Libre Luce Naval Division, all aboard the Dawn, are about to engage the Moonlight Pirate Loyalists. The rest of the Moonlight Pirates have turned sides over to you guys, are either being knocked into the water or jumping overboard themselves to join their friends and families on the sloops. Alice and Angel, the two of them, are leading the effect to try and save everyone that's falling into the water. The infiltration team, A7, his body lay on the deck of the Vine. A1, Carlos, the fourth man, tied to the mast of the Dawn. B7 is the one at the Dawn's helm. B4, the one that betrayed you guys, is nowhere to be found. Sabrina, the Libre Luce leader, has been taken by Kenway, and the three of you, healing in the midst of the commotion of all of this, have decided to split up. Aboard the Terra Incarnate, as the two of you jump on over, you can tell that the ship isn't immediately sinking, but instead going down slowly. Monroe, you're a shipwright, and you notice that the ship is sinking, but it's not sinking as fast as you thought it would, and it must be because the hull was reinforced. Ahead of you stands the 8 members of the Warriors of Toroa. They're attempting to support the Libre Luce, but Kenway standing in their way, attacking them with Sabrina knocked into the side of the railing behind them. As you approach, Kenway notices this, and he drops his attention from Sabrina and the warriors to turn and look at you guys. You two have any idea how many years it took for this plan to come to fruition?
Well, it's gonna just take one day for it to come to an end.
You know, you stole that out of my mouth, Monroe.
The two of you notice that Kenway, he's taken a lot of damage at this point. He's at least half HP. Roll for initiative.
I got a 12.
I got a 15. Ouch, he got a nat 20.
Kenway first with a 20. Thomas second with a 14. The Warriors of Toroa third with also a 14. Monroe fourth with a 12. Sabrina fifth with an 11. And lastly, the Libre Luce ground team with a 10. Kenway opens his turn, negotiating with you guys, yelling, "Why are we fighting, Mink? Come on, help me, and we free your island of animals from Gusto Riot together."
Why? Just so you can take over?
Captain Lau, we're pirates. Come on, join me, and we can sail into the new world together.
See, I'm a captain of my own crew. I don't want to follow you or be with you.
Fine. He readies himself. We'll just have to do this again, won't we? And he uses his turn to open with a quick kick in the same manner as he did when he just started the fight with Thomas. In this moment, the two of you have level heads. The two of you can think to yourselves for a moment, and you hear voices in your head. The voice of Tess can be heard in your mind as you feel yourself next to him. Thomas, breathe. You must focus if you are to one day control this power we share. And you feel his hand on your head. Don't worry, you can learn to control it one day. And your eyes shoot open, and you make a dex save, just like last time, but this time with advantage.
It's a 17.
Your eyes open, and you know Kenway is attempting the same move as he did last time. And as he goes to kick you, you catch his foot right in your hands.
Things will be different, Kenway.
And as Kenway sees this, his leg caught with Antonio Kenway, the man that's looking for the ever-elusive Zunisha, right in front of you, you're reminded of a time, Monroe. Monkey Boo, you're doing it wrong. That's not how you control your electro, Boo. The voice of Sadhu is in your mind, and you feel his big embrace before he lets go. Uses his own electro to shock what looks like a training dummy. You have to breathe. Focus, Boo. Otherwise, your electric go everywhere. You can see his warm smile. Oh, don't worry, Boo. I know you can do it. And your eyes shoot open, and now you feel your electro in your palm. No activation DC is required for your electro for this battle. After missing that attack, that was his action. He's going to use a bonus action to headbutt Thomas. He's gonna roll a 13, hitting you with 2d15, only 11 damage. So he used his movement to close the distance on you guys, his action to attempt to kick you, and his bonus action to use a headbutt. So I'm gonna say at this point, it'll be your guys' turn. After just getting hit in the head by Kenway's headbutt, his 2 horns hitting you, what do you do?
I'm tired of getting head, and I go into a rage.
You go into a rage.
And then I go in for an attack.
And then you go in for an attack.
That's an 18.
18 to hit. What do you do?
Oh, I'm going straight uppercut.
You go to straight uppercut him right in the up jaw. Roll damage. What do you got?
11 damage.
Okay, so 11 damage. Extra damage from rage, though. How much is that?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about
Don't
that.
forget that. Read your abilities. Read your abilities. As we go on, you guys will slowly get more and more stuff. So it'll be more and more up onto you guys what you do with it. I think it's 44. So 8. Every time you do damage, you get that 44. Okay, so the Warriors of Toroa, seeing that you guys are now fighting Kenway, and one of them goes, could have sworn we were just going after that monkey not too long ago. He's a gorilla, dummy. I was like, okay, fine. They're going after the Libere Luce. They want to untie them and help them out. And using their turns, they're going to run over and try to help them up. Then, Monroe, you can go over to your turn. You have 2 uses. During this fight with Kenway, you have 2 uses of Electro.
Since I was right next to Riley and Kenway hit Riley, I don't got to move to hit him, right?
Nope. He's right there. Go for it.
So I'm going to roll to hit.
You rolled a hit.
All right, I got a nat 1.
You're rolling to hit Kenway. You get a nat 1. I'm going to say... So you go to swing at him, Kenway, his leg in a position you weren't expecting, you accidentally fall backwards prone.
Okay, so I guess I'll just use my movement to stand back up and then I'll pass my turn.
Now over to Sabrina. Sabrina, she sees that you guys are dealing with Kenway. Traveler, you and your friend can deal with Kenway. I need to see how Ali and the rest are doing. Also, I have a friend of mine that needs my help.
Help protect the Dawn as well.
You got it. She's going to get up, seeing that her Libere Luce are about to follow them, being untied and stuff by the warriors. She's going to head off the Terra Incarnate, jumping off of it. You guys now see that the vine is starting to sail, and she jumps the distance between them just in time. She's wearing Jordans. The Dawn, it's next to the vine on the other side. So, like, it goes Terra Incarnate, then Vine, then Dawn. So she has to jump 2 ships to get to the Dawn. She jumps across. You don't know what she's doing. She's out of the initiative order now. She's going to do her own thing. The Libere Luce, it's their turn. They're going to get up. They're going to do the same thing as their leader, along with the Warriors of Toroa. Let's just going to say they're going to move with them. They're all going to head off. Some of them jump over with Sabrina to try and help her out. And the others jump into the water to try and swim over to the sloops along with all the other civilians. Removing them from the equation, then it would just be Kenway, Thomas, and then Monroe. So it's just the 3 of you now. So the turn order isn't over yet. Kenway, being the big dude, and he's the boss, to even this playing field, he has a legendary action. And he's going to use his legendary action to lunge forward at Thomas, who caught him. And Monroe, because you fell, he doesn't see you as a threat right now. And he goes, heavy lunge! He's going to try and use his big attack on Thomas as a legendary action before the initiative is over. Rolling to hit, -2 from this being a big attack is still 15.
Yeah, luckily I'm in rage.
You're in rage, so you take half, which is cool. Half of 36. So Thomas, you only take 18. As he's like piercing into you and pushing you up against the railing. You guys aren't very far from each other, so you don't have to like use movement. It's not going to be like a big factor here, unless you like dramatically want to move to another side of the ship. After that, it goes back to his turn. He goes, I'm still not done here. He's going to use a bonus action to headbutt. 1d20. It's just in the cards now. It's a 3. So explain to me how you block the headbutt this time. So after heavy lunging into you, you take a big chunk, but half of it because you're in rage, and then he leans up and then he goes for another headbutt down.
So I'm on the ground right now?
You're up against the railing. You're not on the ground, I'm gonna say.
So like I'm like sitting up per se?
You're sitting up per se, yeah.
I think I just tank it, essentially.
You tank it. Your head is too hard. He doesn't put enough emphasis into this attack as he hits you with his head. Doesn't seem to affect you, and he goes,
how's my head feel? Yeah.
How about if I attack your crewmates? So instead of attacking you again, he's going to his hoof. I call it a quick claw because it's easier for me to say. Roll to hit Monroe. Roll 1d20. He's going to attack with a quick claw. It's another 3. He forgets Thomas, rushes towards Monroe. You see this coming. How do you block or dodge this?
I just want to like stumble out of the way.
You stumble out of the way as he goes past your presence and he turns around. You too. And then it goes over to Thomas.
Seems like it's... sorry, Kenway, I had a lot to say to you, but I'm just mad at you. Then I'm just gonna hit him.
Okay, so you have to go forward. You step forward to hit him.
That's fine. I'm saying
Wait,
that...
are we gonna attack together though?
Yeah, it's up to you guys.
Do you want to attack together?
So this is what I think we should do, right?
Okay.
So I think you should you're dual wielding swords, right?
He doesn't have his swords.
I dropped
No.
those. I'm fisticuffs right now.
Noticing the swords, right? They're stuck in the wood a few steps away. I'd say a good 10, 15 feet away. You guys see 2 swords stuck into the wood.
Wait, is the flag on my back?
Would you have brought that with you? I don't, because it stucks out and...
Yeah, that's true. I probably left that on the Don.
We'll say you left it on the Don.
But I brought that flag with me. The flag's in my pocket. So yeah, I'm still just fisticuffs.
All right. Okay. So I think you should try to punch him in the gut and almost try and smack him on the head with my club.
Well, you move next in the order anyway, so...
No, it's you then me, right?
Well, yeah, I'm saying I could still go, then you could...
So just make it easier. It goes Kenway, Thomas, Monroe. Thomas, every turn, you can just skip your turn, and then Monroe and Thomas move at the same time. That way it'll be a lot easier for you guys if you want to do it that way.
Yeah, that would be cool. So this is what I'm saying, right? So you punch him, I hit him with my club, you punch him again if you can, and then I try to electro him to stun him so that he can't attack next turn.
No, if you want to stun him, you should go first, because if you stun, then I get advantage.
We both get advantage just from attacking with each other, though?
On a roll to hit, yeah.
Yeah.
So essentially, we don't really need the electro, unless you want to single attack him, like maybe baseball swing your club him into the water.
Yeah, I guess that'd be cool. I don't know. I just want to use electro.
Or you could hold him and then I could shoot him.
Yeah, fair. We just need to stun him.
Yeah, that's your final ace in the hole.
Yeah.
You don't want to use that too soon.
So I want to. Okay.
So could I hold my action until Monroe goes so he can try to pull electro off?
If you word that better and explain how that works. What do you plan on doing with your action?
I'll prepare my reaction, so once Monroe would hit with electro, and once Monroe would roll to hit, I would go. So once Monroe takes his turn, I would do my turn.
Yeah, I think I just said you guys can do that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then I'll go first, then Riley will go. I'm going to roll to see if I can smack this man. I guess is he facing towards me now?
I'd say after missing you, he goes, you too, and he turned around, and now he sees the 2 of you there.
All right, well, I'm gonna roll and try and smack him in the face with my club.
Do electro first. Try to do electro first.
Oh, yeah, true. I mean, it's up to you guys how you want to do that.
Well, because if you do electro, then I could per se maybe do a shove to like push him in the water. And since he's stunned, he can't do anything back.
Are we near the edge of the ship?
Thomas was. Monroe, you weren't. And when he went to attack Monroe, he is now no longer near the edge.
So I think I should just like do my combo, like hit him in the head with my thing, and then stun him as my last move. And then if the stun goes through, then you just shoot him in the head.
Yeah, that could work too.
Well, okay, let's see if I hit with my club. Okay, it's a 13.
Okay, his AC is 14. You almost hit him. You're gonna hit him. Your club hits into his side, but you don't put enough emphasis into it as his just bare chest is too strong.
And I'm gonna look at him. I'm gonna just be like, I'm not done yet. And then I'm gonna, since my electro's already active, I just roll to see if I hit with it, right?
Yeah, you just roll to see if you hit with it.
Fuck. It's a 3.
3. You don't use your electro, I'm gonna say. Well, you're using your electro, but you don't hit him with it. So I'm gonna say you're not using it that time. What's it called? Your hand goes in, and he just moves your hand out of the way. Okay. Now it's Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to just do my one hit. Let's see if it hits.
15
hit.
What are you hitting with?
Since my first hand hit, I'm just gonna do a normal hit with this one, a normal right hook.
Okay, so you run up, you go to hit with your right hook.
That's 12 damage.
12 damage. Roll me rage damage.
Oh, yeah. 44. That's another 13 on top of that. So 25. And then with my offhand, could I do a shove? That's just athletics versus athletics.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, go for it.
Don't I have advantage since I'm doing athletics? That's for rage. Yep, strength checks. Yes.
Okay, yeah, sure. Roll me advantage on that.
So I'll get one more because it is a nat 1 on that
was
first
gonna
one.
be a nat 1. It's a 15.
16 on that.
16? Oh, he rolled 16 as well.
So nothing really
Nothing
happens.
happens. You try to shove him. He's trying to shove you back. The two of you locked in a stalemate.
Great.
You're gonna go down, Kenway.
If I'm gonna go down, you need to try harder. Monroe and Thomas taking their turn. Monroe, you're very close to him. Thomas, he sees you're very close to him. He's just going to make a check, a legendary action to attempt to shove Thomas, just like you did to him. He's gonna shove you back.
He has to beat a 19.
You beat his attempted shove. It doesn't work. It moves over to his turn. He's going to use a kick against Monroe. An 8, missing. He attempts to kick you. How do you want to block or dodge that?
I want to step to the side and pick my nose.
You stepping to the side, you pick your nose. To think a mink would be here, of all places. And then he's gonna go use a quick claw against Thomas. 1d20. Boom. It's a 9. Doesn't hit you. He goes to slash down on Thomas, missing.
I just sidestep it.
You sidestep it.
Thought you said you were gonna try harder.
The two of you are just an annoyance. Used both. So I'm gonna say all he has is movement. Thomas and Monroe, it's your guys' turn.
All right, you want to try it again?
Okay, so I'm gonna hold until Monroe.
All right, I'm gonna try and whack him with my club. Well, I got a 2.
Oh, okay.
I think you should just
Thomas, what are
maybe
you
not
doing?
use a club. Well,
I get advantage on blunt weapon attack, or I get a +1 on blunt weapon attacks. So it's technically a 3. I've just rolled a 1, a 2, or a 3 every time I've tried to hit somebody.
I can't make this up. Kai just has the worst luck. Thomas, what are you doing? What are you trying to do here?
Aren't you gonna try to do your?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's hit with electro. Yeah. Let's watch that happen. All right. I swing with my club for his head.
Swing with the club. You're missing with the club.
I miss him, and then stumbling forward, I try to follow it up into a punch to his gut with my offhanded electro fist, which is a 2 again.
God damn. Riley, how do you explain this terrible luck?
I think it's just the animal's presence.
I don't know what to say.
Wait.
I don't think it would be like this if we were using real dice. I'm gonna be real with you.
Maybe. But I.
Monroe, when was the last time you had a banana?
This morning.
You gotta eat a banana.
Apparently. Need some potassium.
You're getting a cramp in your arms. Getting a cramp.
Getting a cramp. I keep cramping up.
Free object action. Light a cigarette.
Monroe goes to swing with his club, missing, and using electro in his other hand, he goes to attack Kenway, also missing as Kenway backs out of the way. Thomas, it's still your turn. What do? You light a cigarette. Kenway can't see you.
Okay, can I?
I mean, he can't see your lighter. He can still see you.
All right, Kenway. It's time we dance.
Dance? What do you mean dance?
I want to grapple him to the ground and try to hold him.
Versus his strength.
16.
And he got a 22, not 20.
Fuck. Okay.
He doesn't even have advantage like you do. Okay, you're trying to grapple him to the ground. It doesn't work.
Like I said, let's dance.
He rolled a nat 20 though. He's gonna try and grapple you in response.
He can trip me if he wants. That's fair.
Okay, I'm gonna say you try to grapple him. He trips you over to the ground, and you're prone on the side.
Well, now it's pretty much.
Okay, you fall backwards to the side. I don't think he used his legendary action yet on this round, so I'm gonna say he's gonna try to grab you off of the ground, which means you're prone, so he gets an advantage to grapple you.
My advantage, I'm prone, disadvantage, that cancels out. I roll a flat check.
Flat check, what do you got? With an 11, he beats that. Beats a 5, and he grabs you off of the ground, and he's gonna throw you. He's gonna attempt to throw you off the side of the ship. Remember that the ship is still slowly sinking, but this entire battle is happening quickly, and the ship is sinking slower. So it's still a good bit off of the water. Let's see. He's gonna attempt to throw you. off of the side. Instead of throwing you into the water, he rolls pretty poorly with a 12, so he's just going to throw you, and you land on, not in the water, but your hand catches one of the cannons.
Oh boy, so I'm hanging off the edge.
The water is getting real close. Not real close. The water, you can tell, is getting higher, but not too much higher. It's pretty normal. After grappling you, that was his action this turn. He's going to use a bonus action to then... the mink won't just come quietly. And he's going to headbutt Monroe here. It's a 6. He misses again. So
At least it's not just me.
it's not just you rolling poorly tonight. They used all of their luck earlier.
Yeah.
You either sidestep or just block it.
Bro, I'm gonna move out the way. I'm gonna be like,
Well, seems we can't hit each other.
It seems that way. Saying that, you piss him off a little bit, and he uses a legendary action immediately. This round.
that's awesome.
That way, he doesn't have it in a second here.
That's
He's gonna use heavy lunge against you. He gets a -2 to hit, but he can do big damage here if it lands. It's a -2.
Let's go. He got a 1.
Yeah, he got a 1.
That nat 1 means you could catch him and hold him.
He's gonna use heavy lunge. He's gonna try to push forward onto you. He does it really poorly. Instead of knocking you forward, you catch his horns. Yeah, you're right there. So you'd either catch his horns or back off. Either.
Can I just get like a chance to attack him?
Yeah.
Like maybe he just stumbles past me, so his back is turned to me, so I get a smack at him. Okay, cool.
He's gonna use heavy lunge, and you dodge out of the way just in time that you're able to get in an attack for free.
All right.
Hit him with his club. Hit him with your club.
Do I just roll damage, or do I roll to hit?
You roll to hit. You get a chance to hit him.
I got 20.
20. I'm gonna double this damage.
Let's go.
So
You
hit him
doubled
with
the
your
dice.
club.
You doubled the dice essentially on a nat 20.
Yeah, that's
14,
normal,
so it's a
but
28.
I'm gonna double the damage, not the dice.
Okay.
I would have
Just-
rather doubled the dice.
Yeah, I know that's normal D&D, but I've listened to a ton of different GMs, and they say you rather double the damage than the dice.
I think in 3.5, I believe it's double damage if you get a crit.
Most DMs say that if a crit hits, you want to double the damage. The rules say double the dice, but you probably want to double damage instead.
28. Something big. Yeah, I don't know, considering I smacked that squirrel for a fat 38.
The biggest damage you've done is against the squirrel. Let me see.
Yeah.
-28. Kenway's looking real beat up now.
Great.
Finally.
Okay, after getting hit by that...
Technically, it's my turn, and my turn's going to be to get up. Let's see what we get. A 13, does that get me up?
I'll say that gets you up. Use half your movement to climb. I'm going to say about that much, and then you can regroup with Monroe, but you can't attack Kenway this turn.
I hope you like that. Get ready for some more.
Hopefully, my words don't bite me in the ass here. Okay, I got a 6.
Okay,
Hey.
it doesn't hit him.
That's with your club of my guy.
Yeah, that's with my club. Now let's see if my offhand can do anything here. We'll try and hit him with some electro. That's an 8. Never mind.
That cursed the dice. That cursed it.
It cursed it. Okay,
would've been the
you
17
swing
right
with your
there.
club, he backs out of the way, and then you try to hit with your electro, still he dodges. Electricity. Seems your race is able to do that, or is that just you?
Well, since you're not going to be able to get there, I guess you'll never find out.
Oh, I love this mink. I say that walking from behind him.
Okay, so it moves over to Kenway's turn. He goes, never be able to find out. Maybe the two of you are right, but I still have to fight to my last breath. So he's going to swing to hit with his claw here at Monroe, and then use his other attack to hit Thomas. A 10 to hit Thomas and a 15 to hit Monroe. He hits Monroe with a kick, knocking you back some. Thomas, as he's going to slash on you, you see the attack coming and he misses.
How much does he hit me for?
23. After that, I think he'd get annoyed, and he's going to, like, this island of animals. The only reason I want to get there is for Gus O'Riot's factories. And he's gonna use a legendary action to transform, as it would normally be a bonus action, and he's a giant goat form this time. When he hits with a quick claw, he can use both his front or both of his back. back.
Oh,
so basically
boy.
he does double damage on his normal attacks now, and he can use his like ultimate attacks and stuff. He transforms into a big goat in front of you. Now he's on all fours. Yeah. Now it's Thomas's turn. What do you do?
Fight till your last breath, Kenway. I can respect that. But I'm still gonna kill you. I might just go in for a swing, and I miss.
Swing and a miss. And you go to swing at him, and he just uses his horns to as you try to hit, he uses his horns to push you away. It's Monroe's go.
I guess I will look at it and I'm gonna go, oh, an animal. We might have to turn you into Lawliet.
And then I'm gonna try and smack him between his goat horns with my club.
I dig it. I like it.
Okay, it's an 8.
Not rolling great, but
Hey, I
we'll
rolled
see.
the same thing.
As the two of you knocks aside Thomas, and then he pushes against your club, doesn't do any damage.
His turn.
So he's going to rush against Monroe and go, Lawliet, that traitor, George, another traitor. It seems I am surrounded by traitors. I have had enough of traitors, even in your midst. It seems and no one can be loyal. Who's to say you won't betray this man here at one day?
Well, he has bananas.
After saying that, he's gonna try to use his ultimate attack on Monroe. You're right in front of him, but just know his ultimate attack does a -3 to his hit, not damage. Just so I'm fair, so you guys can see this, he's gonna roll 1d20 -3. In party rules here, he's gonna yell, "Stampede of Destruction!" rushing towards you, lowering his head, missing you. I can't believe he got a 2. And he hits the side of the Terra Incarnate as you get out of the way. You can't block this attack. I'm gonna say you can't block this one. He's like rushing his full force towards you.
Okay.
You get out of the way just in time. Damn. That's his turn. I'm gonna say his ultimate attack takes like his whole thing.
I'm gonna run up next to Monroe, and I'm gonna say, Monroe, try to hold him down. I want to shoot him.
All right. Okay, so he's gonna wait for me. I'm gonna drop my club.
Okay.
I'm gonna put my first hand on him, my right hand, that my club's normally in. I'm gonna grab one of his horns. I'm gonna attempt to use Electro with that hand.
Ooh, I like this. Roll to grapple. Fight his strength. So his strength you have to beat
3.
is 12.
I got a 3.
You don't grab him with your other side. So that was your... And a grapple is an action, right? You can still use an offhand to try and do something with your other hand here.
All right. Okay. Well, then with my other hand, I'll try and punch him and use Electro with that hand. Okay, it's a 12.
It's a 12. It doesn't work. You punch him in the side of the big goat face, but it doesn't affect him as he just looks at you, like glaring down.
I'm still gonna try to shoot him.
Okay, so it's just a normal roll to hit. He's not being held down by anything. I'll say he's a bigger target. So let's say I'll give you another chance here. Roll for advantage.
Alyssa, I need your blessing now. 14? 14, please? That's his armor class, right?
Just barely. He gets hit with a sea stone bullet in his side.
So that's a D35, right?
He has a sea stone bullet launched into him. He can't use his double fruit abilities anymore.
Yeah, like I can
I'm
finally
talking about the
continue.
damage.
Alright, roll damage, Riley.
Fine, roll damage if it makes you happy.
8.
It's 8. He's
Okay.
he brushes off the pain.
No, I don't think he does.
No, I'm gonna say you did kill the man. It's in the side, but obviously it's sea stone, so he turns back into his human form.
Describe how it does that.
How he does that, you like the big goat man slowly, the mass brings down, and it slowly becomes more and more human as the features turn into fingers, and the chest turns into a bleeding out chest, and his log post is able to be seen. His body and his white hair is there. Sea stone, huh? And he backs up. He's losing his footing. After immediately changing back into his human form, he can touch the entry point of the bullet at his chest. You didn't hit him in the head. You hit him in the chest. I suppose in a way you did end up doing me in, huh, Chad? By this point, The two of you notice that the vine has slowly begins sailing away. It's not in the distance yet, but it's farther away. The dawn comes into view out in the distance. It's not close enough to be heard what's going on there or seen, but you see that the dawn is heading in this direction. Kenway, having just been shot in the chest with a sea stone bullet, he realizes, I can't use my devil fruit anymore. He's unable to transform now into either of his forms, and blood coming out of his mouth. You can tell that was his main strength, his devil fruit, and without that, he goes, don't worry about me. You guys win this. The two of you stand battle-weary, but battle-hardened, and Kenway can see the two of you are like ready, raring to go, even after all the fighting.
Well, I guess you really will never get to Zoe, huh?
Zoe, was that the name of the place? The island of animals?
Well, an island of mink.
Right. Minx. And he rubs the side of the Terra Incarnate. Without my beauty here. And then, to himself, and this mutation in my body, I won't have much more time before I turn. Maybe a few more years if I was lucky. And by then it would have been too late anyway. It's for the best after all. He looks up to the sky. Captain goes down with the ship.
It's one thing I can respect about you, Kenway, is you'll at least go down with the ship and fighting. So you got my respect as captain and as an enemy. I guess a friend enemy? Would that be right, Monroe?
I don't know about that, but I guess you could say that he's a pirate through and through.
Much respected as well.
The ship is sinking now. You know it's not sinking fast enough that you guys aren't going to be able to stick around for a couple more minutes. The ship is now tilted to its side as Kenway is holding on, and you guys are pressed up against the mast or leaning like forwards. Mink, Lau. And he calls over to two of you as you're talking to him. He motions to the cigarettes that you've been smoking, Thomas, and he sees one of the cigarette packs sticking out of your pocket. Would you mind sharing a moment with me? An old man's final moments.
I'll join Kenway with a cigarette.
As the ship is tilted to its side, Kenway is higher in the air because of the way the ship is tilted. It's not tilted all the way up, but it's slightly tilted. And you walk forwards. You're gonna pull out a smoke and light it.
Well, Captain Kenway, it was an honor fighting against you. What kind of devil fruit do you have?
You ask him that, and he goes, it's called the Ram fruit. Allowed me to turn into a big-ass goat.
You were the goat, I gotta admit.
Monroe, I'd assume you'd try to climb up. Since the ship is tilted, you want to stick to the railing.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you climb up.
If I can, I might just head back to the dawn, like if that's still a possibility.
The dawn is too far away to like
I can't jump to the vine and jump to the dawn.
No, the vine is sailing away.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
right.
Sailing away. There's a big gap between you and the dawn. You can try to swim there, but you'd.
Are any of the skiffs under the Terra Incarnate?
All the sloops are farther away than the dawn. So they're not close enough.
I'll climb up to the part of the boat that's like going upward.
Okay, so you climb up to the rest of them. I'd assume you guys would be next to each other and with Kenway on the left. And he's just like, hey, he points over and he can see the lighter you're using. And he's like, that design. I gave my daughter a lighter just like that one with that design when she was young.
Your daughter?
I've been alive a long time, Captain Lau.
So now I'm scared for another reason, Captain Kenway. Your daughter gave me this lighter.
Oh, wow. She must... damn, that reminds me of the Silent Samurai. I sent them with her.
Yeah.
As you see that, it's, you guys can now... The dawn is getting closer now, and you guys can hear, Captain! Monroe! It's just Bethany's voice echoing as the dawn is sailing closer.
I got one question. You gonna go down with the ship, or do you want to live?
Captain goes down with the ship. It's as it's always been. Like, actually, no, not Mink. May I know your name?
Oh, the name's Monroe, but you could call me Monkey. Also, Thomas, we might need to get going.
The ship's slowly getting into the water more and more as you're talking.
I hold out my hand for Kenway to shake it.
And Kenway reaches out and he gives you a firm handshake as he's slowly bleeding out. And as the two of you are heading towards the Dawn pulls up next to the sinking Terra Incarnate. And the Terra Incarnate is a lot in the water now. It's about halfway through, a little bit more than halfway through. Kenway is on the top of it with the rest of you guys. And as the two of you turn to the Dawn.
Say hi to my mom, Kenway.
Sophia. And as the two of you jump on over to the Dawn, and you catch the side, the Dawn hasn't moved yet. It's right next to the Terra Incarnate. You guys are climbing onto the side. Kenway shouts, "Lao!" He's seeing getting worse and worse, and the ship getting closer to the sea where he'll spend his final moments. I know I'm your enemy, but give me your word on one thing before my time comes, and in return, I can give you one piece of information I know.
What's that, Kenway?
There's not a lot of people in the West Blue with the color of the Supreme King. Even less with the ability to control it. But in my time on these seas, the ship getting closer, I've heard of one man by the name of Osiris. I don't know much about him, but they say he has what I believe to be Conqueror's Hockey. He takes a puff of the cigarette you gave him. And do you know the story of the romance Twilight?
Not fully.
And he coughs up blood. It's a story from a long-forgotten time, a fairy tale. It tells of a great treasure hidden just beyond the horizon. The only way to get there is to travel the great unknown. And he starts to breathe heavier, and this Dawn starts to sail. It's moving slowly as it's like trying to gain distance and catch the wind. He throws something small. The distance between there isn't much. I'm not going to give a roll. I'm just going to leave it to, it's up to you if you want to catch it.
I'll catch it, but I won't look at it.
You catch it, not looking at it. And after throwing it to you, he says, "You're a pirate. The two of you are pirates. I don't expect you to keep your word. But that ring..." You feel it, you're not looking at it, but you feel like it's a tiny ring. "I got my wife before she died. It was my fault, but there's nothing I can do about it now. If you ever come across my daughter, her name's Plush Kenway. All I can ask is you give her the message. I'm sorry, Plushfire." He's starting to yell this as this ship is sailing. And he takes the final puff of the cigarette. The water now up to his waist. The Dawn sails away. You can see that he begins to sink as you're climbing on.
Could you say that he has ran into, like, Tess or Shane?
Yes.
In his younger days?
He's definitely known them. Probably not, like, as people, but he has fought against them. Yeah, that type of thing.
Because then all I do is I just give him the thumbs up as if he was a hook pirate.
You give him the thumbs up as if Kenway is also a hook pirate. I once thought the romance Twilight was my family, but somehow along the way I thought it lay among the stars. He's gonna yell this as he's going into the ocean. I once thought the romance Twilight was in my family, but somehow along the way I thought it lay among the stars. I was wrong, Thomas. The romance Twilight is real, and with my family this entire time.
I'm just gonna scream, "I'm gonna be Pirate King," once he says that.
And as you yell, "I'll be Pirate King," he yells, "I hope you find your romance Twilight, Captain Lao." He sinks along with his vessel, the Terra Incarnate, into the open water, dying a glorious death. As you both know, a devil fruit user cannot swim. And you climb aboard the Dawn. The two of you climb onto the deck of the Dawn after seeing Kenway's final moments. Aboard the Dawn is the Libre Luce Naval Division, and Zoe, Riverstone, who seems to be speared against the ground by Sabrina, who's standing over him. The Moonlight Pirates with their hands being tied up by the Libre Luce, and a single Libre Luce tied to the mast. It's Carlos, A1, and the body of A7 in the corner. It seems that he was able to be retrieved by who knows who, most likely Sabrina. Bethany, manning the helm, he sees you guys and goes, "Jeez, it's good to see you two alive." He seems to be damaged a little bit as well as you guys. How'd it go with Kenway?
He went down with honor, and he went down with the ship. I guess you could say he went down with honor in the same, but I'm tired, Bethany.
I guess we all are. It's been one hell of a day. Monroe, how you feeling? You okay?
I'm fine. I didn't do much, though.
We took hell of a beating there. And as you guys are getting reunited, Bethany steps away from the helm. The ship seems to be in sail, heading towards Lost Camp. Not like in full sail, it's like in half sail, heading back towards Lost Camp. Someone climbs aboard the Dawn. He seems to have orange hair and crooked teeth. It's Lawliet. Climbs aboard and is raising his hands, going, I come in peace. I come in peace. All my warriors are on the sloops headed for the dock. It's just me. And he slowly takes his rifle from his back and places it on the deck of the Dawn. Meringue, the little squirrel that you did a lot of damage to, seems to be wounded as well. You didn't kill it. It was in Lawlet's pocket the whole time. He comes out of Lawlet's pocket, and he also, little tears in Meringue's eyes. He's like on the ground as well, the little squirrel. Gorilla, I just want to formally apologize for everything that's happened. Shooting you, keeping you locked up, and all that. Most of all, almost selling you to that creep Kenway. Now, you said you don't hold a grudge, but that doesn't change what I did. He bows. He's like taking a real-life Japanese bow. I know I don't deserve forgiveness. What me and my warriors did was terrible. I want to make amends, so I wouldn't hold it against you if you want to take it out on me. You know, take me out of the picture if you catch my drift. Lawliet starts to tear up a little bit. He's holding the bowing pose. I'm sorry.
I don't think that'll be necessary. Like I said, I really don't care.
Lawliet, you gotta understand, we're not traditional pirates. We don't kill to kill. We kill when we have to.
Well, you guys are pirates, and I did you wrong, Gorilla. I'm sorry.
You know how you make it right?
How I make it right?
You help the Libre Luce on Lost Camp with whatever they need, and you help us prepare our ship with anything we need as well. And it'll be all made right.
He starts to tear up in his eyes. And I just want to mention that while you guys are saying this, all this is happening, Riverstone in the background, he's being pinned down by Sabrina. He's going, Master Kenway, Master Kenway. And when he's getting too loud, Sabrina just knocks him across the head with her spear. Boom, taking him unconscious.
Oh, I was gonna say, if he's still up after that hit, I'm just gonna point at him and say, I'll talk to you in a second.
And as this is all going down, all of you can see the vine way out in the distance at this point. It's just barely recognizable. All of you know that George is on that ship. Damn it. I'm sorry I couldn't take out George, guys.
It's fine. I'll get to him later. Actually, let me rephrase that. We'll get to him later.
Bethany stands next to you. Monroe standing there with you as well. If you guys don't mind tracking him down, I also know where he's headed. Bethany, he's curious as well. Lawliet just said he knows where he's headed. Where is he going?
Seems like you could be of use to us.
That damn place, someplace called Pride Falls. To be continued.
Bring me out, come and find me in the dark now. Every day by myself I'm breaking down. I don't wanna fight alone anymore. Bring me out from the prison of my own pride. My God, I need a hope I can't deny. In the end I'm realizing I was never meant to fight on my
January 20th, nighttime. The people of Lost Camp live their lives under the rule of Captain Antonio Kenway of the Moonlight Pirates. It's on this night that Antonio addresses his silent samurai, sending them off before Lost Camp's festival only a few days later. Unbeknownst to the captain, there's an unexpected guest on the island. The wandering warden of the Bounty Hunters Guild stands next to the roof skylight above the captain, as Kenway addresses his samurai from a seated position below. There's an opening in one of the skylights above this tall building with large pillars that stretch all the way to the ceiling. Through this space, an arrow slowly peeks in. The wandering warden takes aim, but stops suddenly, as the loud voice of a woman is heard coming from below.
That's not good enough.
The voice comes from a black-haired one, known as Belle. The warden did their homework on not only Captain Kenway, but also his crew. They know precisely who these samurai are. Notably, one of them is missing, the youngest, a blue-haired woman named Sapphire. The warden decides it best to survey the situation more before taking the shot. After all, it would do them no good in taking out Kenway if they were captured or killed in return. The warden thinks to himself that not a lot is known about these samurai, except that each one of them wields a strange elemental blade. Who knows what else they could be capable of? There's no use in fame or fortune if you're dead. So the arrow is pulled back, the warden playing it slow, surveying the situation below. They catch sight of something interesting, an orange-haired man taking careful consideration not to be seen. Upon further inspection, the warden speaks quietly to himself. Well. So this is where you ran off to. This is rather interesting, isn't it? The warden, face hidden beneath the helmet. A smirk is not seen, but felt. 2 of the guild's biggest annoyances in one place. My promotion to B rank wouldn't even be a question if I brought him in. The warden turns their focus between Lawliet and Kenway, aiming the tip of their arrow back and forth between the 2 of them, before letting down the arrow entirely. My target is Kenway, but I can't think of another opportunity to take out that traitor to the guild. Seemingly, while the warden is making up their mind on what to do, the women below are continuing the argument until finally the one with red hair, whom the warden knows to be the leader of the samurai, Achilles, launches a slash towards the ceiling exactly where the warden is. Enough! This slash causes the warden to fall backwards onto the roof, debris falling to the hall floor below. What the hell? Did they see me? The warden slowly makes up their way back to the skylight once again. It seems rather damaged, some of the roof next to it damaged and broken off down below. The warden peeks through, slower and more careful this time. The bounty hunter notes that the people below don't seem to have noticed the presence of the outlier. The samurai are more occupied with kneeling in front of Kenway. Okay, second time's the charm. I just need to get this done before I'm found out. The warden takes another, different arrow from their quiver and slides it into place. It has a blue tip. They aim both arrows down onto Kenway. Just before the arrows can be let go, as the final alignments are being made, Kenway's voice can be heard even at this distance. Beyond Pride Falls by the 1st of March this year, with Tolly of the Bounty Hunters Guild in tow. The warden pauses, hearing this. The shock of the sudden mention of the Bounty Hunters Guild freezes their fingers in place. Tolly, wait. The bow held in place. Isn't that Flair's real name? Kenway begins to go into a coughing fit. While this is happening, it can be seen from this angle high above that Lawliet is making his move, feeding an animal. The unexpected guest questions to themselves, what are you doing here, and why is he coughing up blood? The warden moves their helmet back and forth, gazing upon the samurai as they help Kenway, and Lawliet as he feeds the large squirrel. If I don't claim this bounty, I'll be the laughingstock of the guild. The last thing I need to be is inferior to that girl. The warden stares down Kenway through the visor in the helmet. If that turns out to be Tolly's father, I can say goodbye to that promotion, let alone the fact that she could kill me with both her hands tied behind her back. Last thing I need to get is on her bad side. Suddenly, as the warden is debating to himself, a loud thud is heard, and Lawliet can be seen running out of the dining hall with Belle chasing him not too far behind. The guild will catch up to you sooner or later, Lawliet. No one escapes the Chad. Kenway begins to get up out of his seat with the help of Yin and Nix, the voice of the captain heard below. I'd like to do some stargazing tonight. We can finish the details of your voyage to Yato Village on the Terror Incarnate. There's something I'd like you to take with you. The warden knows that once he leaves this room, it'll be much more difficult to assassinate him. There won't be another opportunity like this. The captain now leaving the room, he's heading towards the big double doors on the other side of the hall. The warden stands up, more visible, but with a clear, unwavering, precise shot. Once again, the fingers are about to let go of the arrow when a presence is felt all around the warden. This overwhelming pressure makes the warden feel slightly like they're going to pass out. Achilles below, ahead of Kenway, is seen turning around, gazing up directly to where the slash hit, and therefore where the warden is currently standing. The red-helmeted bounty hunter ducks out of the line of sight near immediately. What the hell was that? It's the same feeling I get when Flair is around. The warden quickly shakes it off and waits a moment, angrily whispering to himself. What is so hard about this? All I have to do is fire the fucking arrow, before standing up once again to face Achilles and collect on this bounty, aiming down the bow's arrow. Finally, the arrow begins to release from the warden's fingers. Just as the grand double doors are opened, Kenway steps through the door with the 3 women. However, just as the arrow leaves the bow, a voice is heard whispering from directly behind the warden. "That doesn't look like Riverstone. Did he get the stuff off his face?" The warden slowly turns their body, causing the arrow to fly completely off the mark, hitting the back of the door as it closes. Kenway and the silent samurai on the other side of the door, none the wiser due to the silent nature of an arrow. Seen in front of this rattled warden is a person, unknown to the identity of this person. The warden launches themselves backwards on instinct. "Ugh! Oh God, not you!" Unfortunately, where the warden finds himself is falling through the skylight, having been jump scared by the sudden appearance of this person. "Just my luck." The warden hits the ground hard, sending them unconscious. Christmas Day, 1321. There's a tavern on Yado Village that hosts a party for all the bounty hunters in the guild. Everyone is having a good time, but the wandering warden is focused on the new information that the leader of the guild, Chad Blame, brought to the attention of everyone earlier that day. He mentioned many things, but the thing that stuck out to the warden is Captain Antonio Kenway of the Moonlight Pirates. His bounty will soon be decreased from its current 54 million to 38 million. The warden knows that bounty hunters within the guild are not allowed to hunt bounties outside their rank. This is usually due to the bounty's threat level being either too much or too easy for any given hunter. Being a C rank bounty hunter, the warden was not allowed to target the captain until now. "Warden, you serious? You going after that monster Kenway?" Another bounty hunter asked the warden while seemingly drunk. "I heard even B rankers don't go after him. His bounty keeps going down, so he gets the A rankers like flare off his tail. Does he have a tail?" "Yeah, well, once I bring him in, I'm hoping Chad will approve my promotion." "Good luck with that, you weirdo." The wandering warden leaves the tavern as the bounty hunter yells out, "Another round of drinks!" to cheers of applause from all the other bounty hunters. "Merry Christmas, you fuckers!" There's a person laying on the floor in what seems to be a basement storage room. In front of them is a table that doesn't seem to have been used in quite some time. To their side, food, water, supplies, and the like. They try to move their body, but their wrist seems to be handcuffed to the large object at their side, a heating element of sorts. Suddenly, they raise their free hand to their face, feeling themselves as if something is missing. A voice about to come out of their throat, but is caught almost immediately. The next few hours go by, and this person is forced to stay in this situation, as it seems they're unable to escape from the cuff binding them. Soon, just as they're about to fall back asleep, a noise is heard coming from the stairs to the left, past the heating element. It sounds like a door being opened and then closed. Without hesitation, the person goes back to laying against the wall, pretending to be asleep. The figure draws closer. Step, step, step. Opening an eyelid, the person can see what looks like suddenly a mouth opening and closing frantically. They sit up, point their arm out towards the figure as the figure is sitting down, placing a bow and quiver on the table. "Sorry for tying you up." The figure sitting at the table looks to be the wandering warden. Red helmet and an unrevealing outfit. "I figured you wouldn't be happy with the whole falling and going unconscious thing. You know, considering we missed our target." The person we believe to be the warden crosses their legs. The tied up person on the ground gives a questioning look as they stop struggling in the binds for the moment. "Yeah, I fought pretty hard though. Got myself hit right here," motioning to the crack in the helmet. "You were still unconscious, so I thought it best to go in your place." The person on the ground looks to be getting rather angry, shaking in their binds once more. "You know, this is why I had to tie you up. I get you're not happy, but look, hey." The person we believe to be the warden points towards the person on the ground. "Don't worry. We might not have taken out our target, but those freedom fighters and ragtag pirates were able to capture Riverstone of the Black Marble for us, which is a little weird. I thought he got the stuff off his face, but I guess not." The warden then goes off talking about the battle, noting how they believe there to be 2 Riverstones. Every moment, the anger seems to boil for the person tied up. Suddenly, the monotonous rambling is interrupted by an extremely high-pitched voice that carries throughout the whole room, all coming from the person tied up. "I'm going to fucking kill you!" The warden takes off the helmet, revealing to the real wandering warden a small blue earring worn by the worst bounty hunter in the entire West Blue.